European Cricket Championship is proudly brought to you by Dream11, HCL Software, Junta de Andalucía and Stake.com, and the official charity partner, Share the Meal by the United Nations World Food Programme. Finals day comes round once again. Super Saturday of action on the way. Group B has been pretty entertaining. The Channel Island neighbours have secured the top two spots, but, you know, only one of them could potentially make it through. The Belgians hanging around as well. Bulgaria, the wildcards as well. So settle in for a big day of action. By the end of the day, we'll have another Championship Week team. I'm Mr. Maximo. This is the Dream11 European Cricket Championship, and it starts right now.
Ven conmigo a cruzar su calle, a vivir su ambiente. Ven conmigo a vivir la vida intensamente. Conmigo ven, conmigo ven.
Buenos dias, wherever you're watching from around the world. Good morning, welcome back to the Costa del Sol. We are here at the Cardamom Oval. It's the home of European cricket, and we're heading for Group B finals day. It's going to be a super Saturday of action. 5 teams started this journey in Group B. 4 have made it to this finals day. Only 1 will make it through to Championship Week in Week 4, just over 2 weeks' time, where 7 champion teams will fight it out for the trophy and the chance to call themselves European champions. So we are starting the day with the eliminator, the teams that finished 3 and 4 in the group. It's Belgium versus Bulgaria in a battle of the bees in the Group B eliminator. I know that Rob Kemming, great to have him back today. He's with 2 captains. Let's see who wins the coin toss.
Bulgaria, it's your call.
European cricket.
Who wins the toss?
Bad first.
Ali Raza has won the toss for Belgium, and they have elected to bat first. No surprises there. Belgium ball, it's a philosophy, it's a lifestyle, and it's something that I know a lot of our viewers love to watch. Belgium, probably the most hyper-attacking team you'll see in this tournament. They will go at absolutely everything. They've got 11 guys that can clear the boundaries. Watch out for Ali Raza, the captain at the top. But they've had a lot of good performers there. I think Sherry Butt has been hitting the ball pretty well, just consistently making runs. I often wonder if he could bat a bit higher, but I suppose if you bat him down around the 4 mark or maybe even the 5 mark, it means the guys above him can just really pretty much swing at absolutely everything. Bulgaria, though, they had a kind of shootout with Croatia yesterday for this 4th spot. They just won the 1 game and had 3 losses, I should say, along the way in Group B. But they've got nothing to lose here. I think it'll be a tough one for them. But I mean, with Belgium, we also know that because they're so hyper-attacking, they can also kind of blow themselves up. I think Chris Lakoff, going back to medium pace, has been a bit of a masterstroke from the skipper, and you just wonder if that's an option that he might try first up to try and get some early wickets. Let's talk about the weather today. Once again, it's beautiful. Maybe not quite as hot today with 24 maximum, currently 21, but out here it does feel pretty warm. I think it's perfect conditions for cricket and perfect conditions to get things underway very, very shortly. Corey Ruckers, good to have him back with me today. Rico has the day off, so Corey with me for the eliminator. Corey, your old team Belgium, they've won the toss. They're going to bat first. Let's get ready for the start of Group B finals day.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Vinny Sandu. And well, great to have the director yelling in my ear to start my day. Hope everyone's well out there. We're here for live action. It's finals time. Group B coming to its close. One of these teams in Group B will get the ticket to finals week. Who will it be? We'll have to wait and see. It's going to be a bit of David versus Goliath. This one, surely Belgium will win this. But can Bulgaria, up against all the odds, somehow spring a surprise? We'll find out in 90 minutes because it's quick, it's fast, it's action-paced. This T10 format, and we are ready to rumble. There's the 2 lineups. Plenty good players on that Belgian side, but they're only 2 and 2. Bulgaria, they're 1 and 3. Only 1 win less, and they can hold their heads up proud to get into finals day. Just want to say as well, first ball of the day, Lakov to bowl it. And bye-bye ball. 4 runs. It wasn't the quickest of deliveries and an easy shot for Ali Raza. And Belgian, well, they're going to enjoy themselves out there, you'd imagine. Ali Raza, the old cowboy, loves hitting the ball hard and he'll go at absolutely everything. I think that's a generous 10% for Bulgaria, if I'm honest. I want to say I can see them somehow springing an upset. I just can't, I think, Bulgaria. But look at that. For pure fashion, that is one of the greatest bucket hats I've ever seen. And bye-bye ball. Once again, it's full. It's not too quick, and that will go for 6 this time. So a 4 and a 6. And, well, it's turning out already to be a tough one for Bulgaria. You have to feel for them. They're on a learning curve while they're here. Not a mega nation, but at least they look good. I do like the kits, the green, red, and a little bit of white sprinkled through. As we'll see, a fielding change. Third will come in. Deep mid off, deep mid on are the 2 boundary riders. And that has been pulled. Half a chance. Oh, he drops it, and he actually accelerates the ball for 4. Oh, no. I don't think that ball would have gone for 4 if no one touched it, but in the end, he drops it, and it goes further. And we might be on for something big here. Plucky little Bulgaria, nothing going their way early. He got there, puts acceleration onto it, and that's Vinu. Unfortunately, then a big Superman dive. So bad start this for Bulgaria. Good opportunity to welcome all the viewers around the world, especially everyone in the chat and all our network partners, wherever you might be watching from. Hope you're ready for a good finals day. And bye-bye. That is 6 more. It's almost cartoon cricket, as we're going to start with 20 off the first 4. You have to feel for lack of, obviously, a different golf in town. I'm not too sure what Fazal Khalik is telling his partner, Ali Raz. I don't think you really need to say anything at this stage. Just let him bat, because he enjoys medium pace, and he is bullying it at the moment. I think, as I mentioned, that 10% was a bit generous. It's down to 5% now. What can you do? It is a learning curve, and in the group stages, you do get sort of these mismatches, but this is a final. It still feels like a bit of a mismatch, doesn't it? Pulled. Oh, it's a dot ball. Finds the fielder. Well, respite for Bulgaria. They'll enjoy that. Ball gets thrown in almost for an overthrow. Yeah, interesting to see with Belgium as well. Going with Khalik as an opener as well. I think I would have been tempted to maybe throw Chima up there and let him swing. Last ball the first. Full toss. Gets enough. 1 bounce, 2 bounce, 4. 24 off the first. Not a great start for Bulgaria. Nice start for Belgium, who are going to have to win 3 in a row today. It gives me good opportunity to welcome back good friend, co-commentator for the day, Mr. Maximo.
Yeah, good to be here, Corey. That is the end of the first over. 24 without loss. So, warm welcome to all of our viewers, wherever you're watching from around the world. And yeah, this is what you're watching right now, Belgium, Bulgaria in the Eliminator. The winner of this game goes through to qualifier 2. The loser, of course, it's the end of their tournament. Jersey and Guernsey, the Channel Island neighbours, with another Bailiwick bash in qualifier 1.
It's a bloodbath, that game, Vinny.
I know. It didn't really live up to the billing yesterday,
to be fair. Today.
But I had a feeling they might meet again on finals day, and they certainly will at least once. So, yeah, that's the program. A final a little bit earlier tonight than it will normally be. That's 5:30 p.m. GMT, which is 7:30 in Central Europe, 11 p.m. in India. So, yeah, set an alarm if you're going to be pottering around, maybe out of the house. Make sure you're back for that one, of course. By the end of the day, we will know who will join the Netherlands 11 and Spain. And, of course, the other group winners in Championship Week. Chuktai had a good first over yesterday. They could use one here. Khalik to face up for the first time. And Raza's got the hot hand, so Khalik happy just to get the single.
Well, Khalik's a bit more of a traditional player. You won't see him bat like Ali Raza. Ali Raza really tries to hit everything for 6, so maybe that's a good tactic. Get him on strike and let Ali Raza enjoy the power play.
You're right about the bucket hat, though, that the keeper's got, Omar Rasul. As Corey's first hype delivery comes through the back door.
Very exciting.
It goes after this, but he's mistimed it. It has to be an opportunity. This time it's taken. Well, they had one in the first over. They got 2 hands to. This time, even battling the sun, the fielder able to do better. And Raza goes for a lightning 24, and the score is 25 for 1.
Yeah, that's the way he plays it. Well done to Bulgaria. Obviously, it was a very tough first over, but they always keep their spirits high, and they get the reward right now. And it's a ball wide of off stump. Ali Raza only knows one way, and he tries to hit everything on the leg side usually. So this time it costs him, because that ball should have gone over extra cover. A nice catch. Well done. And Bulgaria, they get a wicket. Odds are against them, but they've got to fight hard. Raza goes for a good T10 innings, that 24 off 7. And he needs to have a big day if Belgium are to make it through all the way to finals week. We'll have to wait and see, obviously. A long way to go. He's done a good job there. Interesting to see coming out at number 3. It was like young Burhan Niaz has made his way to number 3. Burhan plays his local cricket in Holland.
Yeah, Burhan's a good player, hasn't he? And his batting seems to have come a fair way in a short amount of time as well. Getting the 3 spot here. He will swing hard. Been particularly strong in that kind of deep third and backward point regions. Have got the deep third back on the boundary straight away for him. But Chugtai just has the golden arm in this series.
He does. Young Burhan went to the junior PSL.
Mudden Warriors.
Yes, it was coached by Shahid Afridi, so there are some big raps on him around the world.
Shahid Afridi Jr. from MSC Frankfurt. Shahid Afridi from Pakistan. Pins his ears back on this one. He'll get a single. All right, now we've settled in a little bit.
Yep.
I won't give away any results in case people want to watch the game later, because I know a few people do. But we made an arrangement that the 3 Australian commentators would get up and watch the AFL Grand Final this morning. Had to be up at 6 o'clock in the morning because it was a 6:30 bounce down.
Yep.
By the way, terrible first bounce.
Was it?
Proper shocker.
Oh, no.
Had to throw it up. Come back to that in a second. Collingwood versus Brisbane Lions. All right, well, this one is going in that region we talked about. It's just going to beat the fielder, Dimo Nikolov, down there. So 4 more runs as Khalid gets his first boundary.
Yeah, once again, that goes for 4. I just feel that third position's got to be fine. You cannot get beaten on your left. It is flying through this area in this tournament, but unfortunately, Bulgaria missed a trick, and that goes for 4.
So
how was the game?
It was good. I noticed that 2 of the 3 Australian commentators made it down at 6 o'clock in the morning.
Yeah, I was...
Talk me through
well, let's just
the
say
no-show.
The 12 empanadas the night before probably had some say in that, Vinny.
He's not exaggerating either. Last ball, the over. Ball pounded back, misses the stumps, misses the umpire, but the fielder will make the stop. That'll be the end of the second over. Pretty good one from Chugtai. It's a bit of normal service resumes. It is 31 for 1 after 2. Yeah, so we have a quick look at the table here, and you can see Jersey and Guernsey in the top 2 spots. And kind of, again, went to form. Everyone beat the teams below them, lost the teams above them. So another one of these groups that kind of went according to form. But will we see an upset on finals day? We know that once it gets to finals day, anything can happen.
Yeah, absolutely, Vinny. Finals day, a little bit of extra pressure. These teams desperately want to come back for an extra week of cricket. Yeah, so it's a lot on the line. Will we see an upset? This one's going to be very difficult. Zaru will come into bowl. But yeah, it's tough to call out a Guernsey, Jersey and Belgium who's going to win today. I think all teams have the right attributes. Just who rocks up on finals day. Zaru with his first ball.
Yeah, this is hit up in the air again. It's not quite middled, but will carry the rope. Maximo! Kalik doubles his score to 12.
Yeah, doubles it all right. Goes for 6. And right off the toe of the bat, just showing how far these balls are travelling. Didn't get that at all, and it still went for 6. So, nice start for Belgium, who will use this game to probably fine-tune their skills for later today, unless Bulgaria can get an unbelievable run.
Yeah, this is going to be swung and missed at. So, I had a question in the comment section from Rob about the time the final is happening tonight. So it's not now later, it's now earlier than the regular finals time. So the regular finals time is actually 6:30 p.m. GMT. And tonight it's 5:30 p.m. We'll come to that in a second. Chases a wide one, but called wide. We might have one more look at that graphic there, which will tell you exactly when it is. I'm pretty sure, Rob, if you're in New Zealand, it's 6:30 a.m. GMT. So 6:30 a.m. New Zealand time, I should say, whereas the regular time would be 7:30 a.m. But we'll get some confirmation on that again pretty shortly, just for some operational reasons. Means you won't have to wait around as long. This is a bit of bottom hand here, not really time, but Khalid, so strong, still gets 4.
Yeah, he gets 4, that bottom hand coming through there, gets that one away as well. So another boundary for Belgium. We'd be happy with this start, Vinny. Bulgaria trying their best, but a little bit difficult for them. A lot of right arm medium pace, and the batters seem pretty set, don't they?
%. Bulgaria clinging on. Need some sort of calamitous collapse, you'd imagine. Still, Bulgaria, their hope would have been to
Get to the stage.
yeah, to get to finals day. If it was them or Croatia.
Yeah, so this is that extra game of cricket, and you do learn from every game you play, so they'll still be happy with their week.
5 on the leg side. I like this as a legs up, as a heads up play. Don't know about a legs up play. Yeah, 5 on the leg side I think makes sense considering Kalik's very bottom handed. And then bowls for it, and you can have as many as you like on the leg side, but they can't field over the boundary. Maximo, Kalik gets 6 more.
Yeah, it's a short ball and it gets put away. Easy pickings. And the score is ballooning already. They could be on for something mammoth here, Vinny.
Yeah, and so, well, it's been a tough initiation so far. And I just realised the clocks are going forward in Australia tonight, and maybe New Zealand, so that might affect it. But I can tell you that it is definitely 5:30 p.m. GMT, the final. I hit this straight in the mid-off, something in the circle, not that would have mattered.
Oh.
And a brilliant snare in the crowd. I mean, the ball retrieving catching has certainly improved a lot.
Well, I'm enjoying that the ball retrievers are going at everything. I'm seeing a few of them run around. That's a good catch from outside the ground. Have a look here. Plants himself. Yeah, good job, young man. Give that man a shirt, Vinny.
Zaru's gone for 23 now. Now gets clipped away, but it's going to be to the fielder. Kalik will retain the strike into the power play. 50 came up with that Maximo as well. And it's 55 for 1 after 3. Yeah, so we won't give away the result of the Australian football in case some people are planning to watch it back. But it was a good game.
Well, stop talking about it, Vinny. You gotta
just want to say that's what I spent my morning. But
you don't even say it's a good game. What happens if you wanted
why
it to be a
can't you
blowout?
say it's a good game?
Because then you're giving it away that it might not be a blowout.
Just getting you more excited for it.
No, you just can't help yourself. Don't say
Speaking
anything.
of poor decisions, I know that he had a bit of a tough day because yesterday Spain narrowly missing out on 50 over qualification.
Unbelievable.
So we were off early, weren't we? We didn't have to do the last 2 last night. So
Yep.
we went to the empanada shop. You saw Don Mundo,
It was good to see Don. He's looking good.
the Don.
Drop to my knees.
Empanadas, if you don't know, they're kind of Spanish versions of meat pies, but we think
Phenomenal.
there's actually meat in them.
Yeah, it is phenomenal.
Probably one of the main difference if you are watching from Australia. And a reasonable amount's probably 4 or 5. You know, 6 is my go-to at the moment, maybe 8.
Raja to come in.
Here's Daniel Raja. Very late on this, Kalik, but he will get a single. You've opened with 5, and I thought that was a reasonable amount. And then you've got another 5.
But you know what they say, when you're pretty upset, you eat your pain away. And I'm not going to lie, I ate all my pain away. I had pain in a different area afterwards.
We ordered 2 dessert ones, the Nutella ones. You ate them both. This is going to test the fielder at long on. Great effort, but it's going to beat the fielder across the boundary. So Cuatro carreras más. Burhan with his first boundary.
Yeah, nice shot. Back of Valenthe just pulls it straight, sort of a flat bat shot. So gets 4 for his troubles. And yeah, Belgium getting some good time at the crease here before probably more than likely they'll go into the finals later today.
Wow, this is large from Niaz, who he's been messing around in the offside, the kind of backward point area, but this was just full force, wasn't it? Made up his mind and got plenty of it. Maximo! 6 to Belgium.
Yeah, it's in the slot. And you watch this bat swing. Lovely high bat all the way through. He's put the kitchen sink into that. A little bit leaning back to get the elevation. 6 for his troubles. Nice shot, young Burhan.
Super slow-mo from our friends at Spring Productions as well.
Yeah, I liked that, actually. Where's that come? Spring Productions getting better?
Yeah.
Wow.
Now slashed away, and this was his go-to the other day. That will carry the rope as well. Maximo! Back-to-back. Belgium building something colossal in this eliminator.
So can Spring Productions give me another slow-mo?
How good are they?
Let's see how.
I know that you're
are
always
they that good?
You're always needling them. In between balls, Corey says things to production like about time.
Oh, yeah. Well, it wasn't a slow-mo. Slow enough, though. But, yeah, good shot again from Burhan. A little bit of width. And, yeah, for Bulgaria, Oh, yeah, I like it. Spring Productions in focus.
Well, this is going to be 6 more. And right now, it's brutal as Raja joins the Magical Club. He's got a few friends in there already this morning. And 6 more to Belgium.
Yeah, nice shot. That's probably my pick of the 3. I enjoyed that one the most because that's not a bad length delivery and he still gets it away straight. It's sort of a new age cricket shot, that. So right now, it's going as we expected. Belgium enjoying them time at the batting crease.
Goes one more time. And this time it's going to be over cover. That same result, Maximal, 29 off that 4th over. It's 84 for 1 after 4. Had a question in the chat from Elsboy.
How is the chat? The chat, I'm not getting enough questions in.
Yeah, you know, they're enjoying it, I think. But, yeah, if you want to join the comment section, please feel free. Everybody's welcome. And Elsboy asking, will I be doing my kind of Father Kartima thing with the cricket school kids this year? Kind of, I think what he means is, you know, doing a bit of interaction with them.
Okay.
And we have a lot of fun with the kids from cricket school. Over 1,000 kids will try cricket.
It's got, Alistair Priddle and I think Daniel Joy KA and a few others are doing all the coaching now.
They like to kind of have some shirts signed. They get some gear. They enjoy the games.
The kids come
Some
out,
of them coming back for the 2nd or 3rd time now.
Really?
You know? Yeah. I got criticised because apparently one of the groups came and I was wearing purple both years and they said, do you always wear purple?
Yeah.
But I know a lot of them love to follow along the broadcast as well. All right, Yusuf, your turn. Have a go. And this could be a chance. Oh, maybe not. It's going to plug. Oh, and it's going to be 4. You just felt that Nikolov might have had a play to kind of slap that back into play, but he didn't really call his teammate off it. So another boundary to Belgium.
Yeah, this one a bit more lucky. That's a top edge, and it just flies, doesn't it? 1 bounce, 4. They're looking at something mammoth here, Vinny. One thing I think for Bulgaria, when they do go away from this competition, Vinny, is get back to that country. I think they just need to go and find a little bit more variety in the attack. I'm sure there's a couple of spinners around, or maybe some left-arm seamers. Just a lot of right-arm medium pace, and this can happen. Bang. 6. Thanks for coming. Batsmen can get set to the same bowlers. Do we have those lovely sticks out there now to see how far the hits are?
Yeah. But I
want to measure
planning to do it even further. And have a line going around to give us an indication of how far some of these hits are going.
Yeah, I wonder if we can get the lines out there or see how far
Maybe
they're going.
week 3 when we're back at this end, we can do that again. Anyway, it's a tough initiation, that's for sure. Yusuf, 2 balls, 2 boundaries, and make that 3. And I suppose this is the issue. I mean, that's really asking for it. If you get hit in front of the wicket for a 6, it's a good shot. Not that that isn't, but that's one thing, but that was short. It was heading towards the leg side. Pretty easy pickings there for the batter, and Kalik needed no second invitation.
I know we usually say that you don't want to play 3 games on a finals day, but you know what, for Belgium, it actually might suit them a little bit to get more batters in a bit of flow. And right now they're on 100 of 4.3. I reckon that the 200 is definitely on a good finish here. They should get well past it even. So, Vinny, we might see some records tumble this morning on this Saturday morning.
Come on, boys, come on.
Cool. Highest team totals after this ball would be great. I actually had a question from Ethan about the high score that we've seen in a 10-over match. This is dragged bottom-handed for 1. Well, I'm glad you asked, Ethan. Oh, this could be an overthrow.
Oh, no.
Oh, it's just a bit of indiscipline there. And it means that same batter will get back on strike. And they're on 200 pace at the moment. We actually had a new member of the 200 club. And that was Jersey. They're down in the bottom right-hand corner. But the highest we've ever had, 229 by Badalona Shaheen.
Yeah, but the highest we've had by a nation is 201.
True.
So that's under threat.
Yeah.
Okay, 229 maybe not, but the nation,
Good
potential.
Good observation. Sweden versus Hungary. In Hungary this year. That's
Oh,
a cracking
yeah.
shot. It's probably the best so far, isn't it? He's absolutely smashed. That's a tree topper over point. As Kalik is enjoying getting the strike back, brings up his half century. And this is the shot of the morning.
Yeah, that's a good shot. Just long levers, goes through the ball and gets that away for 6. And you just feel they're set against this medium pace now. This could really turn out to be a massive score. Vinny, I just said maybe 229 is not a potential. I think it actually could. They're already past 100.
It's a lot to get.
But what are they on now? They're on 106, I believe.
The bat versus ball was pretty close. It's at 113. 113 and 5 overs, that is. Here we go, last ball of the 5th. Again, dragged leg side, and this will be the end of 5. And the score is 109 for 1. Want to say a very, very good morning. Buenos dias. Vinny Sandu here, Mr. Maximo for ECN on a sunny Saturday morning. Got Corey Rutgers with me as well. Yeah, it is a bit of a David versus Goliath. The way some of these teams are, some of these groups are set up, I suppose. You kind of got three genuine contenders. You got two teams that are kind of just happy to be here on finals day. Right now, Bulgaria, you got to feel for them a little bit. They're like right in the eye of the storm. Belgians, of course, they're a bit disappointed to have the 2-2 record, but nonetheless, like we've said, it's been an action-packed start to the tournament so far.
Yeah, and that's the thing. I mean, there's a lot of cricketers in Belgium. It's a budding cricket scene. Lots of clubs, lots of players have come across playing there. And for Bulgaria, it's a very small nation. So for them, it's a learning curve. You're probably not going to see a big upset from them in this sort of game, but they'll come back next year. And all you want to see is that sort of bit of progression going season by season. Yeah,
we also want to take a moment while the players have a quick drink and recover in the strategic timeout to talk about the World Food Program and the Share the Meal Program that we're really passionate about here at ECN. And if you are enjoying the coverage, just 70 cents, not really
70 cents.
Asking for more than that. 70 cents, you can provide a meal for someone in need, and do such great work there at the World Food Program. You know, backed by the UN, they helped over 160 million people last year.
How many clicks is it, Vinny?
It's like 2 clicks, maybe 3 clicks. And just like that, you could feed someone that's struggling to feed themselves.
I had a good chat with my mother this morning. She said every time there's 2 sixes, she's going to go click, click.
That's such a great idea.
Make a game of it.
Yeah. This innings, probably a good time to start. I think. So, yeah, it's a good idea. Every time there's 2 sixes in a row,
I'll do it if you do it.
Do the 3 clicks. I'll do it if you do it.
Not 2 sixes in a row, just 2 sixes.
All right.
All right.
I don't know if it's quite enough to cure world hunger, but this Belgian innings certainly could be making a bit of a difference then.
You double the score. Run out chance. Good throw. Oh, and the keeper doesn't take the stumps. I think he was distracted by his beautiful bucket hat.
Yeah, he ended up in front of the stumps, didn't he? Omar Rasul. And, yeah, Khalik had to hustle back.
Oh, good dive in the end. He gets himself there. But, well, you double the 109 after 5, Vinny. You've got 218 would be the double. So you have to wonder, is this going to be a world record here? Now, the record's 229.
Yeah, 229. I mean, it's a lot to get. They're 215 pace at the moment.
I wouldn't put it past them.
I wouldn't say it's impossible, though. Here's Dimo Nikolov, though, who, another native-born player, a little bit short. Is this going to go the distance? Maybe, maybe not. Just Maximo. Great effort from Lakov there, but in the end, it goes over the top of everyone, 6 runs.
Yeah, another nice shot, just a little bit short that time, and, well, he puts it away, doesn't he? And 6 more runs to the total, Vinny. This score is ballooning out. Fazil Khalik is enjoying himself at the top of the order, and Bulgaria, they're a bit far behind at the moment.
Nikolov pitches up. It's good adjustment, and, you know, I think watching someone like Dimo Nikolov get his opportunity at this field of dreams, considering where he's learned his cricket in Bulgaria and the experiences he's had, this has to be, yeah, the jewel in the crown of what he's achieved in the game so far.
Yeah, I think it's a jewel in the crown for many, Vinny. Nikolov again. Burhan doesn't get it. Bit of respite, just the single. Feels like a lot of boundaries have been coming, and I think we're going to see something special here. There could be a 200 plus. It could be a world record for the highest score by a nation. We have 201 from Sweden. It's under threat.
Oh, this one probably is a wide. I know it's harsh, but that's the correct call. I think it's a little bit of the line. There's the Sheriff, Charles Croucher, who seemed to enjoy that wide call a little bit too much.
Oh, come on.
Yeah.
Come on, look after him.
And Charles, very experienced official. Umpiring these matches, it's kind of a different kettle of fish as well. It's well bowled. Might be a chance.
Oh.
Not attempted down there. I would have thought if you're ever going to try and run in and take a dive and catch, now's the time. Chugtai, let it go. Maybe it was no chance, but you might see him making an effort on that, I think. Let's pour this over. Oh, he's chopped on. Well, there you go. Dimo Nikolov is the man that breaks the partnership, and that's what I love to see. He's a guy, he's come all the way from Vasilevsky National Sports Academy to the Cartermore Oval, the home of European cricket. And he does get the breakthrough that his team were looking for. And Belgium, well, they're cruising, but they lose the second wicket. It's 121 for 2.
Yeah, well done. It's the little highlights that you want to get, and 1 for 12 off his over. It's chopped on from Burhan Niaz. It's an inside edge, wide out ball outside the off stump. He should have gone over cover. He's trying to hit it straight, I think, or over mid-wicket, really, with that bat plane. And in the end, he's gone, and it's a little highlight for Bulgaria.
Yeah, and you'll see it here. And he just puts the ball in good areas. I even like the way, okay, it's a bit lucky that it's been chopped onto his leg and onto the stumps, but I even like the way, Nikolov was a bit too short. He made the adjustment. He's a thinking cricketer. He does a bit of everything, Demo Nikolov. And as Rico and Rhino coined him, the demolition man. I won't say demolish the stumps there, but he did disturb them. But the problem with taking wickets is you have new problems that pop up. And the hitter's going to keep on coming.
Are you surprised they've gone with Sherry, even though he's in good form? Would you maybe ask some other players to get in form, or do you think keep going while you're hot?
Yeah, well, come back to that in a second. This could be 2 and 2 here, Oh, he's dropped it. Oh, and look, that was the moment, wasn't it? Zaru, he's so annoyed at himself. You can understand why.
I hope he's okay. It looks like he might have copped that on the end of the finger, actually. He's in a bit of pain, but he got there, didn't he, Vinny?
Yeah, just slight misjudgment last moment. It's Lakov that's come back, actually, now in the 7th. And this is going to go to the same fielder. Yeah, so it's one thing. All you can do is really take the opportunities given. There have been 2 or 3, I think, that Bulgaria would have wished they'd done a bit better in this innings.
Yeah, small margins. Lakov bowled pace the first over, now bowling a bit of spin. And bye-bye ball, that's gone a long way. 6 more runs to the total, Vinny.
Yeah, it's just a fraction short, isn't it?
We're on record watch, aren't we?
We're on record watch. I mean, the thing with 200s is often they're on for kind of 6, 7 overs, but one kind of quote-unquote normal over, let's say 13 or 15, you have to make it up somewhere.
Well, the last over went for 12, so this is the over they'll want to make it up. But 201, highest national score, it's definitely under threat.
Oh, look where's bowled that from.
I like it. I actually like this. It's not a bad option just to try and be a little bit funky from time to time.
Because he bowls this from about as far back as we've ever seen. It's not even kind of next to the stumps. He bowls it from
28-yard delivery, Vinny. Good to see Lakov still trying to think on his feet.
Yeah, now it's going to be launched. And so, yeah, back to 22 yards. Wasn't his distance as Sherry Butt opens his shoulders with his first Maximo.
Yeah, he flighted that one up, was always flirting with danger, and now on 136 with 3 overs to go.
While we're finding that ball, can I just give you an opinion?
Yeah,
I don't think you should be able to have your front foot land behind the stumps.
I think
it needs to be somewhere in the box. Because the umpire, how do they know what you're doing? See, look. Yeah.
Well, he bowled it twice, and it's actually worked for him.
Yeah, so yeah, we'll have a look at this. It's the end of the over 136 for 2. But yeah,
he's bowled that from miles behind.
Yeah. See, I don't have a problem with him doing it because that's in the rules as we get to the end of the over. 136 for 2 after 7. So I don't have a problem with him doing it because that's the rule, but I just think the rules should change. The law should change, if you like, that you have to have some part of your front foot in front of the stumps. Otherwise, you could bowl from 20 metres behind the umpire. It's legal. You could have thrown it. I don't know where your feet are at all. Sideways-age. Anyway, having a look at Championship Week. At the end of the night, we'll know who will join Spain and Netherlands 11 as well, as of course, as the other group winners. It's one of our 7 teams in Championship Week. Timo Nikolov gets another over. First ball.
Well done.
Kept in play. Yeah, Bulgaria, they just got to try and keep fighting here. A very, very proud team. Kind of a team in transition as well. A few of the experienced players. Prakash Mishra, for example. First time we haven't seen him in a Bulgarian shirt for a while. As this is picked up and it's put over the cube. Maximo!
Well, there's our little sticks out there. That would have been a good one to sort of measure. That landed right near him, Vinny.
Yeah, it was so the closest stick is 80 metres from the bat.
Okay, where is it? Have a look. There, it's tough.
Maybe around about 80.
We might need them highlighted a little bit more.
So we'll work on that maybe for next week. And this is going to be 6 more, and could be another catching opportunity. Oh, this time it goes down. Ouch. Oh, well, magic spray required. It's 2 and 2 for Sherry. But to answer your question about what would I do, I think on finals day, I'm putting all my eggs in my batting baskets. I'm not trying to get more batting in or manipulate the batting order too much at all.
Yep.
I think, if you're Belgium here, it's individuals, I suppose, standout individual efforts that'll win you the game. This is going to go the same way. And it's going to be 3 out of 3 for Sherry Butt. Batter's hat-trick for him. So yeah, if I'm Jersey or Guernsey, I'm probably having the same strategy.
I'm just doing some maths here, Vinny. We got 14 balls left. They're on 155. You go 3 a ball or 4 a ball. we're on. We're on for something big, big. We're looking in the 210s at the moment, I reckon. Right now, poor old Bulgaria. They're copping it, but not easy. Merciless from Belgium, and you can understand why.
Of course. Could be a chance, but it's going to come down with snow on a sunny day, and it's dropped. So just misjudged in the end. It was so high. And they're going to get back for twos, if not able to find the drop zone.
Yeah, I think a very difficult one. Went high, but a bit out of depth here, Bulgaria, and probably an opportunity missed. Would have been caught for maybe a bigger team, but that happens. Last ball, the 8th.
Yes, it's hit pretty hard, and yeah, it's good long barrier stuff from Zaina Sif that time. Makes the stop as we get to the end of the 8th over. It's 158 for 2. So yeah, let me just be clear. Some people with a fair opinion that, it's just clever from the bowler, and I think it is too. And just a couple of things. I think it's more just for practical reasons that I don't really like it. You can still use the crease. You can, get a metre back or something, but, the umpire, you're not in the umpire's field of view. So it kind of, for me, it just doesn't feel quite right.
I think that we should have 1 foot in the box, but what's the other rule? I don't like that the back foot can't touch.
I'd have no back foot, no balls. I would just have a box, which is the front line, the line in front of the stumps, and then the return crease, and then the line of middle stump.
It makes it's trying to make the
any
umpire
other
look
sport,
at too
you
much.
don't have to watch 2 feet.
No.
It's just, and also, I actually don't think it's even that good a tactic. I know it kind of worked that time, but if you want to bowl off an extra 5 yards to me, I'll take it every time.
I think it's more just done as a surprise.
Yeah.
Try and bowl it while the batsman's still looking down.
Yeah, look, I'm all for it. It's in the laws, and do it while you can. Anyway, time for over number 9. Kundi ball first up from Chugtai.
So what are we looking at? What's it going to take in these last 12
They're pretty
balls?
much on 200 pace.
So that
fraction under.
So 202 would be the national.
202 would
the
T10
national
international record. Chugtai. He's been one of the guys that has been pegging it back pretty well, but has a bit of a habit of having a good first over, expensive second over. It's pretty well bowled and doesn't go anywhere. Not the greatest throw back to the bowler. Batter trying to help. Goes actually throws one batter to the other.
You could technically appeal there.
Yeah, it's in the laws.
It's in the laws. Boy, the laws are interesting, aren't they?
You know what? Sometimes I say rules as interchangeably with laws. Do you know why?
Why?
I'm a bit precious in sport calling things laws. If you break a law, you should go to jail. Like overstepping, you know what I mean?
Yeah, I get you.
Wow, that's absolutely blasted. Chugtai rocks in, puts it on a length and it gets met. Now, that's one of them that it's gone over 100 metres off the stick because there's that blue marker there. So that one has actually gone about 105 metres off the bat.
Is the blue one 100?
The blue one's 100 metres.
Yeah, that's
And the
big.
white, which is past that, is 120. So that was about 105, 106 metre hit there.
Yeah, that's not small, Vinny.
That was good because it was right on the line of where the markers are. More of those, please. Unless you're a Bulgarian supporter as well, of course. A little bit short. He drops the length slightly, and that's going to endanger people. Maximo, 6 more to Belgium. And I just got a sneaky feeling with a big finish here at 2:01 that Sweden set as the international record might be going down.
Yeah, I think it is going to go down, Vinny. Bulgaria, I hope they're enjoying themselves out there because it is a baptism of fire for them, this sort of match. But 171, 9 balls to go, 4 a ball, it's 36. You're looking at 207 here.
You're on 2:01 pace right now. Cherry Butt, he just got here, and he's 40 off 11. The tinned tomato in the comment section, I like that he's compared the hat of the keeper, Omar Rasul, to Jack Russell, but Jack Russell would drag it through a hedge first. Yeah, it's a bit too new to be a Jack Russell hat. Fantastic. Nah, less caps, more bucket hats, I say. That's more like it. 1% has come back out of nowhere for Bulgaria. Slower ball. I like the thinking, but it's picked and it's also hit for 6. Maximo Sherry Butt to 46.
Yeah, nice shot, slower ball, and just again, right arm medium, just it suits Belgium and they're enjoying themselves. One thing for me, Vinny, you know how we're talking about, I think, we all think the balls are travelling further. That's what we got in the players' tent, the coaches, we all think that, and so we're seeing the ball fly. When we flip ends, we will definitely get confirmation. If people start hitting it up the hill behind us, then I know for sure.
Yeah, you're right. Yeah, he's going to be touch and go here on the pool, but it's another ball retriever shout. Oh, no. Well, that was a great effort out there, and it's probably concerning that there's been more catching opportunities off the field than on the field. There's a bit of now you see him, now you don't from the ball retriever here.
I love it. Our ball retrievers, have they been told to go and take some amazing catches?
Wow.
That's 50 up. Sure, he's got a broken hand.
Yeah, with like a magician's assistant, and I believe he broke that hand yesterday attempting a similar catch. 183 now. We could be on. I jokingly said in the comment section earlier, because the bat versus ball wall predicted 113. I said might be 213. Well, it could be on for it here.
Can you get the highest score stuff up? Can you guys hear me?
And so just trying to work out if it's one to go in the over. Okay, last ball of the ninth. Oh, that's absolutely bulleted. One bounce four this time. That feels like respite, doesn't it? As Sherry Butt brings up a 13 ball 50 and then finishes with four more. 9 overs down. 187 for 2.
Yeah, you got to feel for Bulgaria. Obviously, a bit out of their depth, but what do you do? What do you do up against a very good team in T10 format? And we are on records watch at the moment. A lot of those economies are obviously not what you want as a bowling unit, 17 being the best.
I'm going to pick out Dimo Nikolov as the best of the bowlers. I thought he bowled pretty well. He actually even has the best economy rate, and he picked up a wicket.
Well, what are we on, Ben?
187.
I mean, they could get to a top 5 here with 25 off it. So
6 sixes from here would be 223. VOC Rotterdam. Adios.
Don't think so. I'm going to go they're going to finish in 7th spot.
Okay, big call from the rut. Here we go. Over number 10, Zaru.
Oh, no.
Uh-oh.
Oh, no.
That could be 7s up there, because I think that's a no ball.
Oh, boy. Now anything's possible. That could be a 7.
Well, they seem to think... Oh, it's only gone for 4. Let's have a look. Oh, yeah, it's probably just okay. I think it's a good call on the field.
For a brief moment, I thought that was a 7
or a 6?
or a 6 or a 5. It looks like it has been.
It has been 6. Yeah, it was a Maximo. So, well, it's 6, but it could have been worse.
It could have been much worse.
By the way, Kalik's on 80.
Oh, yeah, true.
Yeah,
got a sniff.
Quite achiever, if you can call it that. Oh,
well bowled. Well bowled, Zaru.
Wow, yeah, great areas. I'd like to see Bulgaria still encouraging each other.
Yeah, well done.
Yeah, that's perfect.
Sneaks it in.
All right, so Kalik running out of opportunities. 4 balls left.
4 balls. Now looking at that 210, I think Vinny's massive.
On the walk, going to run here if he knew what he was on, but he'd just take the 1. And it will be Nikolov that does the fielding. Well, 200s don't just make themselves.
Well, yeah, that dot ball on that single, just pick it back a little bit. But Sherry Butt's going to, the way he's batting, you feel he's going to get another 6 or 2 here.
Well, I know that I often say first innings 200 makes for a very good game. Often that is test cricket, but still. There you go. Zaru.
Just amazing that.
Dealing.
2 singles and a dot in this last over have all of a sudden been back to 195.
We can't have another exact 200. That line's getting so
Why do you
busy.
keep doing that?
Because it's the 200 club. They deserve to be on the list.
I don't. If we get a 201, 202, all the 200s are now gone. For me, I don't think you can just include it.
They don't get a full details thing. They just get on. It's nice to know how many 200s we've had. That's all. You know, well, the sheriff has seen something he doesn't like. He's got out the scissors. Well, I mean, all right.
What comes out? What happens if you cut one of those open?
If you were Bulgaria, you'd probably like the umpires doctoring the ball about 5 overs ago. And now they've just decided that he's got the equipment, doesn't he? I mean, you wouldn't get that on a plane. Whatever Charles is dealing with there. Said, no, this one is... It's funny, for all the 6s we've seen, it was a single down the ground that has actually broken the ball.
Yeah, I think they're going to get a new one thrown on. So obviously maybe the seam has split on that ball. And, well, that's good for Bulgaria. If they can get this new ball to seam just a little bit, might peg it back just a oh, boy.
I mean, they'd love a rule that if the ball gets replaced, you get to start again. Anyway, could we have the magical 200 here? Zaru, he's bowled a really good last over so far. Well, that ball is going to bring up the 200. They equal the highest ever score in a 10-over international, Maximo. And there's the double century for Belgium.
Yeah, 200 up with 1 to go, so they should get the record themselves. A 6 here, 207. I'm pretty sure they're in the top 7.
Yeah, 207. I think we had that one in Rome recently. This is to tie it. Here we go, last ball. Deep in his crease. Launches it up towards the fielder. Oh, nice effort, though. Tried to turn it into a catch. I don't think they're even going to try a second. So 202. Look, for all of that, and we knew it is a bit of a David versus Goliath situation. Bulgaria never dropped their heads once. You know, they tried to make something happen. It's not an easy situation. And they did pick up a couple of wickets along the way, but take nothing away from Belgium. That was a signal of intent, wasn't it? A team that made it all the way to the big dance 2 years ago against Dream11 in the first ever ECC. This time, they become the highest scoring ever country in a 10-over international. 202 off the 10 overs.
Yeah, 202. Well done to Belgium. But you're right, Vinny. Bulgaria, they kept their spirits high. They were throwing their bodies on the line. It was never going to be easy for them. Ali Raza, Fazil Khalik right at the top got going. And, well, despite all the thunderous strikes, there were some good highlights. That's a really nice catch by Issa Sarud there at deep long on, who made good ground and took that one. But overall, some of the bowling was just a little bit left. Wasn't what they sort of wanted, was it? It was sort of slot bowling, and it happens. They're learning, learning. I think if they go away, find a few maybe left-armers or some spinners, just to add a little bit of variety, they can come back strongly.
It's actually a good point you make about the variety. I mean, they kind of have lack of with a bit of spin, but yeah, there was a bit of a sameness about the attack, and I think that kind of hurt him in the end. But it was always going to be tough. I think that they'll learn a lot out of this. Got to say, Nikolov, I thought he bowled pretty well. He made some good adjustments in there as well. But yeah, the hitting was relentless, wasn't it, from the Belgians? And yeah, there's just a few bits of fielding I think that Bulgaria could have done better, although they did some things well. We saw 24 Maximos in that 10 overs, and we also saw 8 fours. That was a highlight, though. Nikolov getting Niaz to chop onto his leg and onto the stump. So, look, some issues with some of the high catches as well. Yeah, but ultimately, Bulgaria, I think, you know, any idea of chasing 200, that's just not going to happen. But I hope they come out, and I hope that they finish with a respectable batting innings. You know, 100 plus, I think they can hold their heads high. Maybe just some sort of mini target. Well, we've seen some outrageous catching off the field. This was a now you see me, now you don't moment from the ball retriever who almost needed an extra bandage. But ultimately, Belgium brought up the 200 in the 10th, and they finished 202 for 2.
Yeah, 202 for 2. It was pretty violent, and credit to all the batters there. They've gotten on with it. Fazil Khalik, probably the man of the hour, with 88 off 29. But everyone playing a pretty good T10. Okay, credit, 3 extras.
Yeah, looking for positives. You read my mind with just the 3 wides in there. So, look, Bulgaria, been great having them in this European Cricket Championship. And sure
yeah, are you saying goodbye? It sounds like you're about to say goodbye.
I'm warming up
Vinny,
the throat.
I have never seen a game called at halfway. Bulgaria have a shot at this, Vinny.
Well, if you're talking about interesting 200 chases, in Switzerland we had a 203 that looked like it was going to get gunned down. Nikolov, for me, like I said, he was the best of the bowlers, but that was a brilliant last over from Zaru as well in the circumstances. We'll take a break. Back in a few minutes with the chase. 203, the victory target. But Bulgaria, they'll be hoping to go out with their heads held high with the bat. Join us in a few minutes for more Dream11 European Cricket Championship. The European Cricket Championship is proudly brought to you by Dream11, HCL Software, Junta de Andalucía and Stake.com, and the official charity partner, Share the Meal by the United Nations World Food Programme.
Hello everybody and welcome back to sunny Cartama. We're here in Spain for the T10 series. ECC it's called, one of our marquee events. A massive score's been posted, 202. You got a feel for little Bulgaria, but they're on a learning curve their first time playing at the ECC. As we're almost set to go for the run chase. Good opportunity to welcome back all our viewers around the world, wherever you might be watching though. Well, watching from, I should say, Fan Code in India, Fox Sports Australia, the SSC, Saudi Arabia, Middle East, Viaplay in the UK and Ireland, La Liga Sports TV in South America, Sports in France and France. I could keep on going, the list is long. Wherever you're watching from, hope you're enjoying all the action. It's finals day, Group B. This one might be a bit of a blowout, but I expect some close games later today. I think this would be an opportunity for Belgium maybe to discover a different bowler or to try some different combinations as well. But they'll start with Ahmedzai for the first. Asif and Razul have made their way to the middle. So we're almost set to go. 203 required. Ball number 1 in the run chase. Be a play and miss to start. So, well, at least the intent's there from Asif. Might be the last time we see Bulgaria for a while, unless they go at 20.64 from here. That's a nice looking stroke. Well done. Right in the slot. He gets it. 1 bounce 4. So nice start there for Bulgaria. 2 full, 2 straight. Gets pumped away for 4. Interesting field. They actually had deep mid off back, and I don't think that's a shot that the Bulgarians are looking for. They're going to be looking to go over mid wicket, so I'm sure you need a deep mid off. Deep mid on, deep mid wicket would be my advised area. They make the change now. And it goes on the ground to mid-off. Could be a run-out chase. Direct hit. He's gone. He misses. Well, that's one thing Belgium will want to be good at later is their fielding standards. They've been outfielded by Jersey and Guernsey, and it's probably cost them a game or two. If they can lift their fielding later today, they have a better chance. That should have been run out. Had a shy at 3 full stumps. Misses. So just the 1 to Bulgaria. Oh, bold, full and straight, just pumped out to cover. So dot ball. Perfect weather conditions for cricket today. Sun is shining. Little breeze from left to right on your screen. Yeah, I like it. Why not? Razul tries to get a little bit funky and try something different. Doesn't get it near the bat. Dot ball there. And, well, for Bulgaria, they'll definitely learn from the week they've had here. It's good to see that they're on the network for the first time. And you watch, they'll come back next year. I guarantee they're much more improved. Chops that one down. And, well, they should get a single bit of yes, no. Throw comes in and lollipops the throw in. Could have thrown that flat, but I think that's Sabah Zakil, who's got a lot of shoulder issues. Good to see him out there in the field, but he has a lot of shoulder issues. Don't think he can throw it in too tight. As the first over is complete, and the score is 5 for none. 28 games since a golden ball. 28 is my lucky number, actually. So I don't think we're going to get it this one. That counter is ticking. And hopefully we do get a couple of games that will go down to the wire. I love a golden ball. I don't know if everyone has seen one. If you haven't seen a golden ball, it's usually chaos and a lot of fun. As I welcome back someone who's a lot of fun also, Vinny Sandhu.
Can I tell you what I'm excited about? And thanks, Corey, for bringing me back.
Hype energy.
Yeah, I know you
cracked my first one, Vinny.
Check with your doctor before you have that many energy drinks. Anyway, here's the smiling assassin of Marty, and he's going to start by knocking middle stump out of the ground as Asif swings all around it. And you're right, as if he had the intent there, didn't he? But Amadi A little bit of tail on that Yorker. He likes it. That's why he's called the Smiling Assassin, and he was deadly there. Bulgaria lose their first. It's 5-1.
Yeah, Khalid's a dangerous, dangerous bowler, but a very good T10 bowler. He's a bit of a tape ball cricketer, got a really different action. Low arm comes around, and he gets to see that little tail back in.
Very good bowling.
I think he's one of the better bowlers going around on the T10 circuit.
Plus
very
he's
talented.
got that change of pace as well, which is so effective.
And that's at about 50%. When he wants, he can get the ball to fly, Vinny. Look at that. Oh,
hello.
Spring Productions. How are you doing this?
That was a very good super slow-mo from the crew. Asif did hit the one boundary in there. I've liked his tournament. No, he's the first to go.
Well, if you had bowled on your bingo list, now you need to donate 70 cents.
Okay.
Yeah, that's how you do. If you have bowled, maybe
every
bowled,
you got to get the balance right. Yeah, bowled, or you know what I like? Actually, think back-to-back sixes is a good one. Because back-to-back, if there's back-to-back sixes, then we should encourage people to donate to the World Food Program.
Every three that's run.
Oh, every all run 3.
Yeah, every all run 3. You know what?
But if you do that, you have to donate 100 meals, not one.
No, it is a great cause. Get out there, boys, and
overthrows up 37% of the Carter Oval. Well, that one seemed to go the other way, actually, as Sulat, who's a player that I wish I could see more of. I saw him on TV at the ECS in Bulgaria playing for Trakia, and he's got this kind of baseball style setup. We won't see it right now because this is Rasul facing up.
So Khalid Amadi, he's got 1 for 1 at the moment. He's going to want to go full straight. Can he get it right? A little bit more back of a length. Yeah, he has that different sort of style, Vinny, but the thing is, he's got his own style, and a lot of cricketers do have their own style. Sometimes it works for you, and that's the beauty of the game as well. It's great to have so many different characters that play on the network. Khalid Amadi is definitely one of them as well.
Yeah, lovely guy as well, Khalid. Wants Rasul for a duck. Almost gets him. That's the outswinging Yorker, but it's the latest of French cuts. It'll zing to the boundary.
What a shot. Oh, good batting. That's all you have to do. Get your bat down on it. It's a fast Yorker, and, well, 4 runs to the total. Bulgaria need every bit of luck they can get, and that's a little bit there. I think Khalid Amadi let the handbrake off that time. That flew through. That was quick.
Yeah, surprise ball. And partly it's kind of getting in rhythm also. You don't want to expend too much energy in a game like this.
One thing with Khalid, sometimes he tries to bang a length. He's just so good at these Yorkers. I reckon we might see another one here. No, it goes a little bit wider this time. That'll be a dot ball. But I just think with Khalid, he could bowl 6 Yorkers and over. They're so difficult to play. And this was the highest scores, Vinny. So Belgium have made the list. You've still kept the 200s there at the bottom.
Yeah, we can fit them on. I like that. So you said they'd be 7th. They were almost. They were 8th in the end. So we've had 13 200-plus scores now on the network.
Wow. And there's that unbelievably amazing slow ball. As he rolls his fingers over, that's the end of the second over. The score for Bulgaria is 10 for 1.
Yeah, so 10's no disgrace. And no disgrace for Bulgaria, making it to finals day. Croatia, unfortunately, didn't walk away with a win. It was kind of a crunch match, wasn't it, between Bulgaria and Croatia in match 8 yesterday to determine who would get that 4th spot. But, you know, obviously, Jersey versus Guernsey is
it's a bloodbath, Vinny.
They're 2 islands that are not too far apart in the English Channel.
Rumour has it at the hotel they ran into each other, and I can't tell you what ensued.
They actually get on pretty well.
They do not get on
when
well,
they're
Vinny.
Together. Say things about each other when they're apart, though, I've noticed. That's pretty good Yorker, but well played. And Sulat, just have a look at the way he sets up here. Yeah, so he's got this kind of, see that hanging back foot?
Vinny, it's George Bailey reincarnated into a Bulgarian cricketer. George Bailey did this for a few years.
He can lace them over cover as well. Anyway, Ahmed Zai's a pretty good bowler. That's going to be the end of Sulat. Once again, the Yorker does the trick. But you know what I'm liking from Belgium here? They're executing a game plan, which I think is what they're going to have to do later in the day. Full, straight, another bold dismissal. So if you're doing the bolds, then get out and donate right now. It's 10 for 2.
Yeah, you have to wonder why Belgium don't try and bowl these sort of Yorker length to Jersey and Guernsey later. When they bowl their Yorkers, they're very good. And this one also tailed back. Easy dismissal, really. And another wicket will go down.
I'm just going to enjoy this. Might be the last time I see this for a while.
That should be 70 cents for whoever had bowled. Whoa!
Well, no, just a little bit of left to right, little scrambled seam. Oh, you missed it. You missed the crucial bit there. But you could see the end result. And Bulgaria lose the second wicket. Sulat, no, I've enjoyed him being a part of this week. He walks back for the final time, just a single in this eliminator. It's 10 for 2.
Well, you might see him later today, Vinny. Don't count him out just yet. Can Bulgaria get on a run?
I would like to see them make 100.
Could you imagine
honestly.
if they got on a run, though? Could you imagine the scenes? All of a sudden, they click.
Well, someone is going to have to play a big innings.
You know,
very, very big. Zaru was good in the first half with the ball.
Been a lot of talk about the Belgian outfit. For me, a Bulgaria win best outfit of the week. I like it.
It's
really like it.
So the Bulgarian colours, and they are, of course, the colours of the flag. Ahmedzai comes into Zaru. Tries the same thing again, just overcooks it and blocks back. It's very Christmassy colours. You know, when you get the red and the green together. You know, I can't actually focus red and green together. It's a combination you don't see too often in sport. Oh, that's a pretty good one as well. Tailing in.
Oh, no.
Chance for a run out if he hits. I think it still would have been out.
This is one thing Belgium need to improve. Their fielding. That's a run out if he throws it. And when they come up against Jersey and Guernsey, they get outfielded. So they need to be on.
I think that one he was thinking he might go back. There was time to go back to the bowl. That's why he took a bit off the throw, but maybe we should just pinged it.
Just a big thing. If Belgium get their fielding right, they can win it today.
Another attempt at Yorker that turns into a full toss.
This is out as well. Or maybe not. That's good fielding. It deflects off the stumps. They'll get an overthrow, but that's a bit better. That's what I'm talking about. That's what you want to see from Belgium.
Yeah, so they get 2. They're going to check it. I felt he was just in. He actually really hustled down the other end, didn't he there, Zaru? There we go. Just gets the bat down in time. Now, the Belgian outfits, they're more like, they're loud camouflage. But I'm liking them. They've got the red and the yellow and the black, the colours of their flag. I like that Ahmedzai's been pretty full at the stumps. The only thing is he has missed a couple of times, and against either Jersey or Guernsey later in the day, then maybe those balls would disappear, and this would have a slightly different feel in the third over. That's the end of the power play. And Bulgaria, 13 for 2. Tall towers in there, Corey. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 magical overs out of 10.
Yeah, it's a lot, Vinny. It is a lot. Well, this is something that's a lot as well. We've got our little social media photos. I think we're getting some new photos soon, but all of yours around the world. If you do want to interact with, let's get some questions in. Mr. Maximo with 5 O's, the last O's for love.
Yeah. Hey, you know what? I did a cameo for someone that's having their wedding, and I can't say who yet.
I don't want to know. And
Just
you can contact me, @CRutgers_28.
So, because when you said it's for love, then that made me think of that.
Wow. But yeah, get your questions in wherever you are if you want to talk all ECN matters or anything of cricket at all.
Of course. Yeah. We love taking your questions.
It's the only time we let people slip into our DMs. Vinny.
Yeah. No, I don't mind.
What about the Australian viewers out there?
Yeah, Australian viewers. Well, I mean, that's right. If there's someone in there in your team that needs a personal message, maybe someone that needs a bit of encouragement before the new season.
Are you plugging your own?
No, I'm not just saying.
No. You get off it, Vinny. It's not about you.
Give the people what they want. Hey, I got to say a quick hello to Andy Walton as well, who's watching from Perth, Western Australia as well. He sent me a message.
I would have been tempted a little bit for Belgium. That's signal to wide. Just looking at their bowling list, I might have been tempted to maybe try a couple of different bowlers here to see who might be more effective tonight. They've got a lot of guys that you could say are a bit of all-rounders. Wakas Raja, Adnan Razak's obviously a bowler, Karim Chima. Be tempted to give everyone a bit of a bowl here, seeing who has good rhythm, because they've got 2 big games coming up later today, potentially.
Yeah, throws the hands at this and gets it into the jungle. Maximo! Nice shot by Rasul. He's the guy, we've seen him a lot in Bulgaria. Oh, yeah, you got to love the follow-through there as well.
I'm loving the slow-mo.
Like the Stockman cracking the whip over his head as this one disappears over point for 6.
Love it. Absolutely love it. He has smoked that. Really good batting. Good to see Bulgaria still fighting, Vinny. Why not?
Yeah, just had the width and a little bit of length to play with there. Great shot by Rasul. I suppose we've had quite a few of these missed Yorkers that have turned into full tosses. And I suppose maybe the extra pace on the bowling compared to what Bulgaria used to. These are kind of balls that I think against batters that are in and top order batters, Jersey and Guernsey, they're putting that one out of the park.
Yeah, absolutely. You've got to be careful. He needs good practice. Yeah, some big games for the fixture list for the rest of this Saturday, that is for sure.
Hey, there's a comment in the comment section from Pierce Fletcher saying the covers are coming off because I know that some of your very, very good friends in the Netherlands and housemates are playing for Netherlands against Australia in a World Cup, a warm-up match today. But I want you to pronounce where it's being played, Corey, in India.
Bharat.
All right.
Yeah, they're going to change the country of India to Bharat. So
no,
there you go. That's my answer, Vinny.
I want you to try and have a go at it.
2 balls left in the 4th. Well bowled. Jarred out to deep extra cover. You know how exciting it is. I mean, we've got players on the ECN that have played on the ECN network playing in India against Australia.
That's what I just said. But can you have one more go at pronouncing? I'll even say it for you. Thiruvananthapuram.
Yeah, sounds good.
Now you try.
Sorry? Oh, sorry. I was just admiring.
That's where they're playing.
I was admiring my height, Vinny. Last ball of the 4th.
All right. You're off the hook, colleague. It's good Yorker. Also well carved out. They'll get a single here. Bulgaria at the end of 4 overs. 25 for 2.
Hey, good signs. Good signs, I think, at the moment for Belgium with the Yorkers. Can they bring this into their next game? They've landed a few here. In the other games against Guernsey and Jersey, they bowled a bit of slot bowling. They're bowling a lot of Yorkers here.
Yeah, look, I suppose the question is, okay, they're getting a few wrong, but they're getting quite a few right because maybe there's slightly less pressure. I wonder if those wrong ones had gone for 6 or 6s where they would still be nailing as many, or maybe it just kind of throws them off a little bit.
Did you get any questions come through?
Let's have a look.
I've got a couple.
Okay.
Dan Gazzardi, watching from Australia. Can we get a shout out for the Berwick Springs Cricket Club? There you go,
I've
Dan.
got heaps coming through.
Hello, Dan. Hope you're well. And the, what is it? The Berwick Springs Cricket Club.
Yeah, Berwick Springs, where's that?
Gazzardi, an Italian last name.
Sounds a bit like it. Yeah. Italy here next week. They're here on Monday. Did you say Berwick Springs?
Yeah, Berwick Springs.
Oh, yeah, I know Berwick in Victoria. Yeah, you know, okay. Not a paid endorsement. Archie's all-day breakfast in Melbourne.
If people want shout-outs. I've got Egan here going, shout out to the Howard's Heroes from Seamers Sports, please.
Oh, yeah. Howard's Heroes. That's my home centre, Seamers Sports in Western Australia. Hello, guys. Oh, he's just taken on the pull, but he's put it straight down the throat of the fielder and taken. So Rasul played one of the shocks of the day, but unfortunately this one doesn't quite go as far as Zaki Shah breaks through with his first wicket. Bulgaria lose a third. It's 26 for 3. So, yeah, Seamers Sports, wonderful centre. Do you know that they're the first indoor cricket centre to have kind of like reviews in social matches? So they have actual reviews in for runouts and stuff in social matches, which is pretty cool.
Oh, that's good.
Hello to everyone down there, missing you guys.
Sounds like a lot of people down in Australia tuning in. That's good. Matty Grant's come in with a random question.
Okay.
He's gone, how good is living in Malaga? Oh, I'm here about 2 months a year. It's good.
I really like the Costa del Sol.
Beautiful
it's somewhere I could live.
We're very fortunate to have a ground here and these teams come out because it is a beautiful part of the world. Malaga City Centre doesn't get enough credit. Gorgeous, the beaches, the mountains, and I think a lot of the players, when they get a bit of free time, love coming out here as well. So nice that we'll have the women's event in December here also, and obviously the ECL will be late February next year, and the ECC. So 3 marquee events now are at Kardama Oval, and it's an absolute privilege to bring all the coverage.
When you had your empanada blowout last night,
it was unbelievable.
When you ate 12, but before that we had a glass of wine across the road.
Was a good glass.
Were you this is again a bit self-promoting. Were you impressed with my Spanish skills? They're better than before.
You
True?
do like some self-promoting. But
your Spanish
were
you impressed?
Your Spanish has improved, but were you more impressed with 12 empanadas for Rutgers?
When we ordered the dessert one each, which I was struggling a little bit with, and then you just ate them both, that was actually
Look at this,
quite
Vinny.
the display.
This is the boys, Matty Grant and the fellas with the big screen
They've
up.
got a good setup.
That's a great setup, Matty.
And where's Matty? Is he in... what part of Australia is he?
I don't know. We'll find out. But
that's a great setup.
Looks like the fellas are enjoying a couple of beverages.
Maybe they can invite us over. It's perfect time. I'm guessing it's kind of 8:45 on a Saturday night. What would you rather be? Obviously, the boys don't have any other social engagements.
It's a good time in Australia to be tuning in for
Prime
some
time.
corking cricket action. 26 for 3, 5.4 overs left, Vinny. Do Bulgaria have a sniff if they get going?
I'm sniffing something. This is going to be just knocked away for a single. Hello to LJ, who is, I think it's Louis Jones, saying, enjoying your commentary of Bulgaria versus Germany. Although, I believe, it does look a bit like Germany, but they're Belgium, and you're not meant to get them mixed up. I've learned that. But great to have you with us. It's well bowled by Zaki Shah. Also got Elise Duggan, who's tuned in. A big hello to Jesse Way and Ryan Voges watching from Perth.
Actually, can I use
Perth
this as
viewers.
self-marketing? If there's anyone watching in Australia that has a Spanish passport and plays high-level cricket, this is your time to message me.
You want to recruit them. All right, in the air. Now, this is a tough one, but it's catchable. It's Burhan. Well, he almost gets it. And by almost, I mean he doesn't. Then he almost pulls off a run out. He's lost his sunglasses. He hasn't realised yet. Now he has. And these are the sorts of catches, okay, not easy, but put it in another situation. Imagine that's one of the key batters against Jersey or Guernsey later in the day. This has to be caught.
I know Burhan quite well. We've played a lot of cricket together, actually. His fielding's got to get better than that. That's 3 drops in a row for the young man. He's a good cricketer, but you've got to work on your fielding. Can't be dropping that. Last ball, the 5th.
Goes after it, and he'll get 4. So a bit of width, and it works out for Zaru, who moves into double figures. End of 5, and Bulgaria 33 for 3. Once again, I want to welcome you into the commentary box. We do call this the Dream Box. Vinny Sander here, Mr. Maximo here with Coy Rutgers. Rico's off today. He'll be back on Monday, but we do have Andrew Ryan to come in and join us as well. Big hello, and once again, thanks to everyone that sent us a message. Maybe we can... We'll get those details up again. It's great to have so many viewers all around the world. We're on many, many international broadcast partners. Of course, we do this all year. It's actually a 50-week season all year. We go around to these countries. That's why we've been to Bulgaria. We've done a series there. We were in Belgium last year. We did a series there. And so, yeah, if you're interested, then why don't you subscribe to our YouTube channel, ECN European Cricket Network, and you can have cricket 11 and a half months a year. But the Euros of cricket, it is something pretty special, isn't it?
Well, it's very special. I mean, it's the only competition in the world. 31 nations. 31. Name me anything else. What's the ICC Cricket World Cup? 10.
20, and they're going like
no,
next
that's T20.
year. Yeah,
10 teams.
Yeah.
20. Hype. Yes. 31. Yes.
Yes, that's good
Give me
product
that
placement
back.
that was not
Give me
agreed in the contractual obligations, but that's just you casually knocking into it. But yeah, thanks for joining us. And we like to be a bit interactive. That's something that's a bit different about the European Cricket Network. The cricket's different. You know, obviously our style's a little bit different, but we think pound for pound it's kind of the most entertaining cricket that you can get in the world, even though this is a bit of a mismatch. But I think the next game, Jersey-Guernsey, which was going to start in around about an hour and a quarter, that is going to be on. The winner of that will go straight through to the final.
It is a bloodbath. It is bigger than anything you can imagine. Jersey-Guernsey, make sure you're tuning in as the smiling assassin comes back and bowls another Yorker.
Good Yorker. And you're right about a greater proportion of Yorkers getting hit. So yeah, I love that everyone can send us messages. There's a smiling assassin coming in and hitting his spots.
Oh, I got a message from Don Edwards.
Okay.
The Don. Play and miss. So currently, apparently in Fox Sports Australia, the game's been a little bit delayed with the Aussies playing the Netherlands.
Netherlands.
This is our social media. We mentioned before. If you want to get in,
Send us a message. I'm on my Instagram right now, and I never am. You
Five
too.
O's and myself, see Ruckus 28.
Okay.
But they're playing us now on Fox Sports, and everyone's tuning in. Don Edwards is Scott Edwards' father, and his son is Scotty, obviously against the Aussies, and he's tuned in listening to us, Vinny.
Hello, Don.
He's a good man, Don.
I want to know what kind of body type Don is. Because we know Scott's a bit unique, isn't he?
If there is a serious breeze in Rotterdam sometimes, Scott can't ride a bike. Now, this is no word of lie.
Tell the story about the time that the ball got lost in a cyclist.
Oh, this is good.
In the Netherlands. Yeah, nice shot. Almost out, though. Ahmedzai blocks it.
A better fielder catches that. He went backwards. Yeah, in the Netherlands, when you're playing club cricket or any cricket around there, there's a lot of bikes and canals all around the grounds. And think we're out in Dostie playing a game, and a 6 got hit, and just the Dutch guy's riding a bike with an open backpack.
Yeah.
Ball lodges in the backpack, and he just kept on riding. He had no idea what happened, so we couldn't get the ball back. Good times.
Just call it a draw. It's pretty well played. That was hitting middle stump, but Chuktai negotiates it. Yeah, it's good to have everyone saying where they're watching from. Obviously, I think we get a lot of Australia and New Zealand this time of night.
Got a great question coming in for you, Vinny, from Mitchell Murray. Vinny, please draw a comparison between the Brisbane Lions and Bulgaria.
Okay. Both start with B. Oh, that's such good slow ball. That's the one I love. Give me a second to think about that, because this is the end of the 6th over. And Bulgaria, 36 for 3. Is that one of those that he's already thought of one?
I need you to be quick here, Vinny. I've got a lot coming in.
A combination is that they both kind of took off in the 90s. There you go.
Okay.
All right. Brisbane, initially Brisbane Bears, 8-9-87.
Bodie Craig Hampson from Queensland coming in. He's loving the optimism in the box. And he said it's a bit of a bloodbath, but he's getting right behind Bulgaria. And a lot of people also getting behind the Bulgarians. Good to see that, isn't it?
Yeah.
People always going for the plucky underdog. And look, don't turn your screens off. 41.75 isn't out of the realms of possibility.
Yeah, here's the thing, right? Next game will be a bloodbath for another reason. That's what you're calling it. Jersey and Guernsey. They are two islands that are pretty close together in the English Channel. Very healthy rivalry, natural rivals. They're playing, it's going to be, on the west coast of Australia, it'll be 8 o'clock p.m. and then on the east coast of Australia, it'll be 10 p.m. Don't miss that one. That's going to be huge.
Another Yorker. They've definitely got the lengths right. Well, look, I'll also say to most of the Aussie viewers that seem to think, if you do get kicked away for the Australia-Netherlands game, don't watch that. We're also on a couple other providers that you can watch from in Australia.
I'm going to tell you what will happen when people start watching the warm-up game, which essentially the result doesn't matter.
Hey.
Oh, well kept down as well. This is what happens when you go back to watching quote-unquote regular cricket after watching this. You start waiting for things to happen. Whereas here, it's coming thick and fast. Keep them coming at me.
Jason Harris says, Vinny, can you get a... slow-mo. Can we get a shout-out to Ben Harris, who you played indoor cricket against many years ago?
Ben Harris, right? Must be...
Say hello.
Must be Australia somewhere. Hello, Ben. How are you? Keep chopping them up. Edged, and I think that's being caught. Ali Raza gets the gloves under it, so Zaru is going to have to go. Razak with the breakthrough, 37 for 5.
Hello, Salar there. Mansura.
Oh, no. Did you see that? They're actually talking into the stump microphone.
Ban them.
Khalid Ahmedzai. Well, you know, maybe we can have an interview with Ali Raza, the keeper, if he wants to talk into the stump microphone. That was a little bit creepy, wasn't it? Now I know what they were doing. Yeah, that's actually a good catch by Raza. It was only a matter of if it was going to get to him or not. In the end, it did fairly comfortably.
Got another one saying a happy 88th birthday to Graham. 88th birthday to Graham, so well done to him as well. 88, watching the cricket. That's great to hear.
Happy birthday, Graham. 88's a wonderful innings. Don't get nervous in the 90s. Keep smashing them through.
Dean Platt watching from Oran Park. Boy, the messages are flying. Great to see so many people loving this sort of game. And well, still getting behind Bulgaria, because I love Bulgaria. Look at that for a shot. That is through the V. Go for 4. Go. Go, ball. Yeah, shot of the day.
Lakov.
Shot of the day.
Chris Lakov, he's the guy who's Bulgarian-born, moved to New Zealand, grew up there, played a decent level of cricket in New Zealand before coming back to Bulgaria to live. Kept up his Bulgarian language skills because of his relationship with his grandmother and his family. So he speaks fluent Bulgarian. You know, living in Sofia now, the capital of Bulgaria. What a great way for him to start. And now he's going to nick one away. And Chris, to be fair to him, although this might have been out, to be fair to Chris, you know, he's probably not known for his big hitting. And he was asking me, you know, how am I meant to just start hitting sixes all the time? But no, he's a guy who does the little things right. He's a player that I've got a lot of time for.
I reckon one thing, and knowing the Aussie public pretty well, they would get behind the Bulgarian bucket hat. It is a corker. Last ball of the over, crunched through cover. Just the one. Another over is complete. And after 7, the score is 43 for 4. Tom Sibley taking no prisoners, saying, tell Bulgaria it's not a test match. Well, you know what, Tom? Bulgaria are overachieving. It's Bulgarian cricket. Get behind them, Tom. But good to see everyone enjoying it. Why not? And if you do get pulled away, I'm pretty sure you can follow this on European Cricket Network. You can watch. You can look us up. You can watch it also on, I don't know if I can say it, the Tube.
Ordinarily, we're on YouTube if it's a domestic series. So we're on all year. Yeah, this is what's coming up. And you can see that Jersey versus Guernsey is next. And that's coming up in around about just over an hour's time. Winner of that straight through to the final. The loser of that will play Belgium in qualifier 2. So this is finals date. The winner gets to come back for Champions Week. All the other teams, that's the end of their Euros for 2023. Khalid comes back again.
Another Yorker.
I think it's definitely been...
well, they're not under pressure, though.
Yeah, true. But there's been a conscious choice to do this. I mean, it's one thing to execute it, but the strategy's there to come up with those Yorkers.
A couple more shouts. G'day to Chino, I've been said to say. And g'day to everyone from Surrey Hills who are watching and saying, go Bulgaria. Love it.
I'm going to try and get back to everyone that sent me a message.
Yeah, it's getting a bit much.
But it's going to be tough.
You know what? If Bulgaria get to 60, moral victory.
Okay.
That's a win for me.
It's 17 off 17 then.
Yeah, make a game of it. Let's create a game within a game.
Make that 17 off 16.
If they get to 60, everyone back home, that's a W for Bulgaria.
Talk to me about Belgium, though. I mean, you used to coach Belgium, of course. Belgium are going to have to beat both Jersey and Guernsey in one after the other.
On paper,
can they do it?
On paper, Belgium is a better team than Jersey and Guernsey, but their fielding and bowling's let them down so far. Belgium have a scarier batting lineup. Honestly, they do. If they click with the ball and actually field like they can...
Is that because of the depth they've got?
They're just... The
Jersey,
T10 suit them. I think
Jersey's
Belgium
top three's been smashing.
I think Belgium should get through today.
Uh-oh. Ali Raza does well to at least partially stop that.
That's good to get them closer to the 60, Vinny.
5 would have been better.
Well, actually, I'm going to say this again. Anyone in Australia that is watching, you got a Spanish passport. You've come to the right place. Please.
I won't be able to
someone.
I won't be able to reply to Instagram on these messages, but I'm going to shout them out. Hello to Ethan, and he wants a personal message for his friend Chunk. His cricket season coming up in Australia. It needs to pump up to get him going so he can hit some maximos. Well, Chunk, I hope that you have a great season. And we've got Aiden and Leone on Christmas Island watching.
Christmas Island.
Oh, what a place.
Santa's home. Oh, he's almost pinned him.
Yeah, it's Chris.
G'day to the Kalara Bingles from Sydney. And Nick is watching the game from there. G'day, guys.
Hello to Darius Decker, who's watching from Melbourne. And Berwick's actually pronounced like Berwick.
Yeah, Matt McKenzie from Kidman Park in Adelaide.
He's just like playing tennis now.
Is everyone in Australia tuned in?
Tom Sibley.
Slow day.
Saying to Bulgaria, time to open up the shoulders. Come on, lads. You will get a better game.
We've actually got a genuine question coming through now.
Okay. We're running out of time here, but okay.
Well, that's a wide.
Maybe the first one wasn't a...
What are you talking about, Vinny? It's about 8 metres over his head.
No, but I thought, he almost had a bouncer
Vinny,
earlier.
What do you...
Get on to the question. Go, we're running out of time.
Good question right now from Mitchell Kane. He said, guys, what's your favourite Australian sporting moment? I'll go in it, but straight away, my answer, Steve Bradley, who skived his way...
Hold on, what's his name?
Bradbury. I've had too many hype.
Shout out to all the
Steve.
Steve...
He skived his way to a goal the Australian way.
To all the Steve Bradleys out.
He was a bit of a bludger.
Very well done. I'll keep mine on cricket, and it's the ball rolling down the pitch to keep Australia alive in the '99 World Cup when it was underarmed. The infamous Alan Donald and Lance Klusener run-outs calamity.
Oh, how good was that? But yeah, a lot of people saying they wish the other cricket won't come as they watch us. Listen, if the does come back, you've got YouTube, you've got the European Cricket Network. You can still stay with us throughout the day.
You can even talk to us in the chat as well. Keep it live. Good Yorker. They've really hit the Yorkers well, haven't they, in this innings? I know Bulgaria is not the most formidable batting lineup, but it's something I think that Belgium will be hoping to replicate a little bit later on.
I think I'm tipping Belgium today to get on one.
You're quite fizzed up, and that's because you didn't get up at 6 o'clock in the morning to watch the AFL Grand Final.
Look, I'm going to be honest. James Hird ruined football for me.
Did you at least set an alarm to get up for it?
No. I set my alarm at like 9:30.
Hit down the pitch. This could almost get to the boundary. It does almost get to the boundary. Just a single. This will be the end of the 8th over. The score 49 for 4.
Another little shout out to Matty G. Happy birthday, believe, from Keegan, saying happy birthday. And also Henry Marriott. I'm an Aussie grade cricketer with a Polish heritage. Can I make the team? I think you need a passport, but Poland are coming.
Well, Poland not in ICC yet, but when they are, you can definitely play international cricket if you hold a passport. What else we got? Oh, I did also, before we get off the AFL Grand Final, I did message you at 3/4 time. Did you want to come and watch the last quarter?
I'm not going to be. I'm going to be honest.
You left me on.
I looked at it and I thought, I'll see.
I even told you
the
the score was 1 point difference. Anyway.
I heard he ruined. When I used to live in Australia, I was a big Essendon supporter, and James Hird ruined it for me.
People don't often.
He hurt me deeply, and I've never come back.
It's a complicated situation.
Remember when we had Cale Hooker here for in the box?
We had Cale Hooker commentating with us last year, which was pretty cool. Zaki Shah finishes off.
Go on, go ball, go on Bulgaria.
Zakil just needs to not get injured.
Great fielding.
Because Zakil, has more injuries than oh no. Oh, you know what? He might let it get in. I like that.
I don't know if he did. Oh boy.
Yeah, well, it's not the most...
I don't think he's in the crease here, Vinny. They're going to have a look at this.
The bowler thought about whether he wanted to run him out or not, and by the time he decided to, he might have got back.
I think they've gone up to the limited review system. They're going to have a look. That's close. Is the bat in the air?
I think he's in.
Wow.
Yeah.
Tough to tell. There's a bit of byplay going on, but I don't know if we got the shot.
Yeah, I don't even know if we got that side on, which is a bit unusual. But, yeah, I think in the end, I don't even think they're appealing anymore. I think they're just happy to get on with the game, and they say, OK, that's enough. Then we're going to actually come together.
I've got a great few messages coming in from some of the guys down in Oz, Vinny. But I don't think we got that shot. So we're going to have to move on, I think. I think he's going to be given not out. Very difficult to tell.
I think Ali Raz is saying we're not even appealing.
Withdrawn.
Yeah, I like that.
A couple of people.
Spirit of the cricket.
People are getting around the bandwagon and send your videos in. If Bulgaria hit a 6, they will send in a video of a shoey.
Okay.
I'm on this bandwagon. Come on, Lakov, get deep in the crease.
Oh, yeah, Chris could do it. Oh, stop bowling so well. There's another one.
Imagine if we just got an
chances.
influx of videos from Australia of people right behind the Bulgarian national team.
Hello to everyone, including Harry, watching at 17 Browning Avenue. Trying to get through as many of these as I can, but there are a lot of them. It's a long tournament, though, so if we miss you now, we've still got...
merch sold? A lot of people want the Bulgarian bucket hat.
We got, they all sell like hotcakes. We've got 3 more weeks of this tournament.
Oh.
Okay?
Yorkers.
Yeah, so we've got everyone watching on Jace Lowe, watching on Country Victoria. Country Victoria is beautiful. I've got family there, actually, in Kyneton. A few people wishing Bulgaria the best. I think it's pretty clear that they're not quite in the same echelon at this stage, but they've done well to make it to this part of the tournament. 3 teams left in this group are real contenders.
Go for 6.
Oh, he almost lost his footing there. Save as a kill. So hello to Harry. And Harry Rosenberg is watching. Hello to Angus from Surrey Hills. Oh, that's a fancy part of town. I remember that. Got Buffalo Brick asking me if I'm commentating. And the answer
I'll
is
repeat
yes.
it. It seems like everyone that's tuning in, if a 6 is hit, videos of shoeys will be sent to get around the ECN. Go on.
It's actually dropped in. Almost like a curveball dropping in baseball. Just lock him up. That's the end of the 9th over. Bulgaria are 53 for 4.
Oh, look at this. Vinny, check out that photo. Boys are loving this. You got to love it.
Look, I say this sometimes to players, even first class and international players that have played our format. I wink at them and I say, this is the real cricket.
Well, honestly,
this is the real cricket.
If you want to enjoy this, Jersey, Guernsey, in about an hour's time or so, is a bloodbath. Those 2 nations will do anything. If you miss Group A, my plucky boys Spain, we got through.
So let me just explain. This is how much cricket we've still got coming. Every 3 days is a new group, and it's like its own mini tournament. And there's a final in the group, and that's who gets to come back. So we've got today, and then we'll be back on Monday. Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday is a group. Thursday, Friday, Saturday is a group. You're going to see new countries, new players, all in this fast-paced format. So strap yourself in for the ride, guys. You're coming in a good time. Well, that's a ramp that's kind of gone wrong as Chuktai gets some bat on it, but not quite what he intended.
Yeah, a lot of people behind Bulgaria here. We need that 6. It could go viral. We need a 6. What a shot that is, though. Shout out to the Well Shot Wonders Cricket Club who have tuned in.
Yeah, I saw that. Gemma was tuning in.
Oh, another Yorker. Well bowled.
Well, this is... Wazakil has 3 or 4 different injuries. He's done his finger, he's done his shoulder, and whenever I see him going near the ball, I get worried because he's actually such a talented bat. But, this is not necessarily in the textbook, maybe right up the back.
All right, this is it. We've got 4 balls left for them to get 1 out the screws. Come on, Lakov, deep in the box, head still, launch it. We need him to get to 60.
Do you want me to ask him? Hey, Chris, hit a 6.
I'm pushing for 1.
He said he's confident. Here we go.
Oh, it's well bowled. They've really, really got the
And
Yorkers.
look, you won't often get that kind of interaction. You wanted a 6? Now he's been instructed.
He's got to get on with it, doesn't he? They need to get to 60, and they need to hit a 6 for the viewers.
Didn't know my voice carried that far.
Apparently it does. Can he get it?
Oh, it's getting no ball, so free.
Well, that's good.
Oh, that Chuktai.
Old Chuktai.
Yeah, he can hit a ball.
Don't let the 9 off 15 fool you.
It's been tough.
Old Chuktai, when he gets going.
And we might be the first network to ever have the player on the mic and they don't even need a microphone. All right, here we go. Free hit.
Oh, he's laced it, though.
Actually, a brilliant shot. Straight down the ground for 4 runs. Razak misses his spots, and Chuktai with a very stylish shot down the ground. 4 runs.
Yeah, 4 runs, so nice looking stroke, that one. Not the 6 we wanted, but a really nice on drive for 4. Go. Where is it?
Oh.
4.
Oh.
What a shot, though. Oh, I thought he got under it for a brief moment, but 4 and a 4. Players want a 6. Can we get 1 ball? They've got to the 60. Well done, Bulgaria.
Well, you wanted a last ball finish, and we've got a last ball finish.
They've already got to 64.
Yeah, but for the 6.
For the 6. This is it. Can Chuktai. Deep in the box. Last ball for Bulgaria on the network this year.
Yeah.
Come on, Chuktai.
Come on, here we go.
Give me a wide.
Yes.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Sorry, Adnan, but we would like you to bowl that one again. Razak's actually a bit of a Yorker specialist normally for Belgium.
I don't like him running at him here. Just get deep in that crease and get under it. I need the videos coming in from Australia.
What about like a top edge 6 here?
Oh, take any type of 6.
Yeah.
Throw the ball over the boundary.
Here's the last ball.
Get up.
Oh, doesn't.
Compare the camera somewhere else.
1 bounce for. Look, credit to Bulgaria. They're going to bow out of the tournament here. But they've done very, very well to get to this stage. Let's be honest, fairly new side led by Chris Lakov, who's out there all the way to the end. Chuktai with a couple of boundaries late in the piece. Belgium, I think they played the game the right way. I mean, they had to be kind of ruthless, didn't they, with the bat, putting the 200 score on the board, the 12th time we've ever seen the 200 brought up. And Bulgaria, you know, they tried hard, but I also think Belgium hit their spots pretty well right from the start. A lot of Yorkers in there, pretty tough to deal with, but ultimately Belgium too strong. And so now we know that Belgium are through to qualifier 2. The next match we're going to see is Jersey versus Guernsey, which is top of the hour, or I suppose half hour if you're watching in places like India or Adelaide. And yeah, look, you can see there, Jersey-Guernsey, the winner of that will go through to the Group B final. The loser of that will play Belgium in qualifier number 2 a little bit later in the day. So yeah, make sure you tune in for that, because that Jersey-Guernsey match, it didn't really live up to billing yesterday. Jersey got the points, but yeah, Guernsey, they'll be wanting to play a lot better.
Collingwood versus Brisbane, Real Madrid versus Barcelona, Liverpool versus United,
India-Pakistan.
India-Pakistan. I'm telling you, Jersey-Guernsey, tune in. Vinny, take us through the highlights.
Yeah, well, Bulgaria, they were chasing more runs than they may have ever scored in their entire lives, and that was always going to be tough. But also, as we saw, some of these fantastic Yorkers. That one we got a really good look at, didn't we? From the smiling assassin, Khalid Amadi. He just seemed to be on, even that one. It was pretty well located, but edged away to the boundary. Another Yorker took care of Sulat, who had a pretty good series. But, you know, Belgium had a bit of a training run feel for them, but actually made the most of it, I thought. They're trying to get the bowlers hitting their spots. But Bulgaria, you know, they had the right approach, didn't they? I mean, on the scoreboard, you'll say, you know, they didn't score very quickly. Probably to do with they're facing the kind of bowling they wouldn't normally face in Bulgaria, but still, they've brought a lot to the tournament. Yeah,
it's always good to see sort of the minnow nations come here and give it their best, but it was always going to be a lot to ask. Burhan dropped another catch, got to work on that fielding. And overall, I was impressed with Belgium's Yorkers. They'll take a positive. That was a nice catch to Ali Raza, as a few of the boys had a bit of byplay in the mic. And a few nice boundaries to finish, which was good to see.
Yeah, well, you were wondering if they could get to 60, which would be a run of ball pace. Ended up with a few more than that. Chris Lakov, I've got to say, I really love the access. We had him on the player mic earlier in the tournament, or yesterday I think it was, and this time we were just talking to him without the microphone. But yeah, ultimately Chuktai with a couple of nice ones. The Sheriff happy to signal the boundary. His arms weren't particularly tired at the end of that 10-over stint, but still, have a look at the setting here on the Costa del Sol, just outside of Malaga in Spain. It's the perfect setting for this Euros of cricket. Looking at the batting, Chuktai ends up top scoring with 21 off 18. Apart from that, double figures for Zaru as well as Omar Rasul, who played a cracking shot over point for 6. Lakov with a chirpy little 10 towards the end of the innings as well. Just 6 extras, so pretty well bowled by Belgium. Like I said, I think they hit their spots a little bit more often than we've seen them in the tournament so far. We get shared identical figures for the Khalids, Ahmadzai and Amadi, who took 1 for 8 off their 2 overs. Wicket for Zaki Shah and Razak as well. Even Khalik, pretty tidy, going none for 18. So we'll take a break. I'm going to step out. Rhino will be back in. And, well, I don't think he'll be wearing the Brisbane Lions jumper anymore, but we will be back in around about 45 minutes to take you into the qualifier. And the natural rivals, Jersey and Guernsey, will be playing for a spot in the Group B final. Vinny Sandu here, Mr. Maximo with Corey Ruckers. See you after this break with more Dream 11 European Cricket Championship. heroes of speed. 1. Cheers. Needs them. The captain. He's about to go. What's the ball? I think. They are. I don't think. Top of the order. Left hand. I think and it was even though now soon rebuild either go. European Cricket Championship is proudly brought to you by Dream11, HCL Software, Junta de Andalucía and Stake.com, and the official charity partner, Share the Meal by the United Nations World Food Programme.
Ven conmigo a cruzar su calle, a vivir su ambiente. Ven conmigo a vivir la vida intensamente. Conmigo ven, conmigo ven.
Hello and welcome back to the Costa del Sol. This is the Euros of Cricket, the Dream11 European Cricket Championship. Mr. Maximo here, Vinny Sandhu for ECN on a very sunny Saturday here. Also Group B Finals Day. Coming up next we have qualifier number 1. The Channel Island nations of Jersey and Guernsey earned the right to be in this game, securing the top 2 spots on the table after the qualifying stage. The coin toss, very, very important. So Rob Kemming has the 2 captains. Let's see who wins it.
Your call. Heads. Heads. It is tails. Will bat please?
So it is Jersey that win the toss, and their captain Charles Chuggy Pershard has elected to bat first. Got to say I'm a little bit surprised because we know that Jersey did a really good job chasing yesterday against Guernsey. But I can understand in a final they want to express themselves, maybe put some big runs on the board and put that pressure on Guernsey in the second half of this game, seeing if their batting will stand up. Got to say Asa Tribe has had such a good series along with his brother Zach, who is about to go down under for some more cricket experience in the Australian summer. So keep an eye out for him. But for Jersey, I think their captain's quite an important player as well. Can hit a few runs in the middle order, but also I think his changes of pace are super important. Guernsey, I think Damarell's been really important at the top of the order for him. He's also a left-hander, which obviously just kind of throws things a little bit. But for Guernsey, I think they're just going to want to play better than yesterday when these 2 teams met. It was a bit of a fizzer, even though it was built up, of course, the Bailiwick Bash and the fact that they are so close together, these 2 nations. Still, there's a big prize on the line for the winner of this game. They'll be straight through to the Group B final. The loser will have to get there through Belgium. I don't think either of these teams want to have to go through that route. Well, Corey Ruckers is up in the commentary box. I'm going to sit this one out. Andrew Ryan is going to step in for me. Have a great call, guys. The news from the toss here in qualifier number 1 is that Jersey, they've won the toss. They're going to have a hit. Over to you. Enjoy yourselves.
Mr. Maximo, Vinny Sandhu, thank you very much for that outstanding preview of edition 2 of the Bailiwick Bash for this European Cricket Championship 2023 here at the Cartermore Oval. It is Jersey up against Guernsey. Jersey finishing the group stages top of the table and in fairly dominant fashion, I think it has to be said. That top 3 of Brennan and Asa and Zach Tribe, there are plenty of runs from those 3 bats, and they've got some other hitters down the order in the form of Sumaror and also the skipper Chuggy Pershard. And certainly our supercomputer is behind the Jersey boys at the moment, giving them a 74% chance of winning. But we all know when it comes to sudden death finals day cricket, it's not quite sudden death. These 2 teams have earned the right for the double chance. But there's one man who knows about performing when the pressure is on. It is Mr. Corey Rutgers. Corey, good to have you on board.
Rhino, good to be with you. Look, I know there's big contests around the world. River Plate versus Boca Juniors, Real Madrid versus Barcelona, India versus Pakistan, Brisbane versus Collingwood today. Commiserations, Rhino. But this is the biggest in the world. Jersey, Guernsey. Rumour has it, whoever wins today gets to take the flag over and plant it on the other island. Now, this isn't made up.
I would believe it. There is apparently a large congregation of folks who have assembled at the Farmers Cricket Club today in the wonderful port city of St Helier to watch this game against their traditional rivals. I think this is a good thing for Jersey to be batting first, actually. They're certainly, probably out of the 2 teams, one that can really bat the opposition out of the game. So they won the toss and have given themselves the opportunity to have a hit first up. This man, Bashard, tall paceman, had some good moments throughout the tournament. Also went for a few yesterday against the Belgians. First ball of qualifier 1. Lovely ball. Just a little bit of nibble away off the seam. And Corey, if there's one part of Brennan's batting that he could work on a touch. Does tend to stay a little bit leg side. The ball's wide of off stump.
New age player, Rhino. These new age players actually don't mind staying leg side so they can three the hands. For me, Brennan is a hit or miss player. Sometimes he'll go dot, dot, then 6-6-6. He, just the way he is. Left-hander at the top. I do like the righty-lefty combo.
New age. He was born after I finished school, which is a scary thought. Bouchard hit straight down the ground. Thought it might have been a little thin off the willow to begin with, but he's got a decent piece of that, and it's the first boundary. Jersey, 4 for none.
I do have to question early up Guernsey's fielding zones here. Deep mid-wicket, deep backward square. You're basically telling your bowler you got to bowl straight, really straight, if you're going to have 2 men back on that leg side. So it is difficult, this T10 format, but Jersey, they've got to try to restrict Jersey to 140 here.
Yeah, certainly do. Bouchard hits the pitch hard, though. Generally gets the ball up and around the rib cage. That one hit wide, and he's penetrated the gap. That's a lovely cricket shot from Charlie Brennan. And this young man is continuing to impress at the Cardamar Oval.
Well, exactly what I'm talking about. If you're going to have both boundary riders that side of the wicket, you need to be bowling straight. Really, you want to try to bring them into play, but keeps it wide of off, gets it through the ring of fielders. Jersey, well, at the moment, they're winning the war. Indeed. It's a war. Rhino, I'm not joking. This is bloodbath. I can see a couple of fans here from Jersey. We've had to separate them.
Well, that is true. I mean, we have actually had to put them in separate hospitality tents, such as the threat of impending violence, or at least a few barbs between the two groups. But they're very used to playing each other. It's a fairly frequent contest inter-island between the two. Bouchard, a few chats with the boys. It's mid-off and mid-on. Just reassessing his tactics here. It's another one that's wide of off stump. Well, if that was the tactic, they haven't adjusted the field to account for it, because that has gone through the infield without any problems whatsoever. Brennan, 3 consecutive boundaries.
Yeah, Jersey be happy with this start. He's got going, hasn't he? We haven't seen Asa Tribe face a ball yet, and he's probably their marquee player. So any support that you can give to Asa is going to help that score balloon up. And I'm telling you, Rhino, scores are going crazy this year. We're looking at 140s, 150s getting chased. This grizzly ball flies.
Chased with ease on occasion as well. Better ball into the block hole. Brennan drives sweetly. It's only the one.
Yeah, only the one. So we are going to see Asa try. Played at Glamorgan. He's in the 2s at the moment. Debut 100. Then 3 games later, another 100.
Bit of talent.
This man's going places. He really is. He's the big fish. I think Guernsey would have had a few plans in the pre-match huddle. If they can get him out early, they'll get ahead of the game.
Yeah, I think you're right there. I think they suspect that Brennan will give them some chances throughout his innings. Tribe, probably the more accomplished, perhaps a few years more advanced than his younger partner, but can play classical shots as well as the lofted execution over mid-wicket. Full ball, drives well. Fielder comes in, has a shot at the stumps. That is close. Matt Stokes, he's fielded very well in that mid-off and long-off position throughout the tournament. Has a shy from side on. That wasn't far away.
Oh, Matty Stokes, that's a huge moment in the game. He's not even framed. We're talking about how good this player is. Yes, it's not easy, but he has 2.5 stumps to aim for. That's a huge moment, Ron. If he goes for a golden duck, it's game on.
Certainly was. Well, it's still game on. Jersey, as much as they had the 3 boundaries from Brennan, I don't think Guernsey will be that disappointed. 14 runs from Bouchard's first. Having a look at the construction of finals day here. So this is Jersey versus Guernsey, 1 and 2. So the loser here survives and will go on to play Belgium, who defeated Bulgaria. That was a classic match this morning, Corey.
It was an absolute corker. Bulgaria got to a plucky 64 without a 6, so it was real grindy, but it was good to watch. Had a lot of the Aussie viewers behind them as we get into over number 2.
Matt Stokes, he's a little bit more traditional with his approach to T10 bowling. Keeps it on or about top of off stump. Tends to bowl the outswinger fairly consistently.
Yeah, a little bit of military medium. Gets a little bit of movement throughout the air. Not the worst start from Guernsey. Yes, it looks like 15 off 7 balls, but the scoring rate has really picked up in 2023.
More important thing for Guernsey, if they can pick up 1 or 2 early wickets. Full ball on the pads. Brennan plays it nicely. Just a slight shift of the front leg. Gives himself touch of space, plays it very well. That's his 4th boundary, looking red hot.
Yeah, one thing I'll also touch on, we spoke about it in the sheds with the Spanish lads, is that the outfield as well feels like it's quicker than ever as well. It is just a combination of things that make it so difficult for bowling at the moment. I mean, he's clipped that pretty comfortably, and that's flown for 4.
Certainly has. Stokes, a little bit of late movement, squares up Brennan. I'll scamper through for the 1.
Yeah, plenty on the line. I mean, these two teams know each other so well, but you just know bragging rights. You don't want to verse Belgium in an eliminator either. That is probably a big red flag.
I agree. I would still be nervous playing Belgium in that second qualifier.
Oh,
Their batting lineup has the potential to go absolutely ballistic.
Hold on here, Rhino. It looks like we almost got the umpires almost clotheslined the bowler there. We've got the left arm out last minute. We haven't had a good old-fashioned clothesline in a while.
It's disappointing 1 week into the tournament.
Yeah, we'll get one. Well, it's pretty close.
It was a late swing of the arms, wasn't it? That Stokes keeps his feet. Steps away, creates some room, only just enough bat. Ball going down to the boundary, but it's excellently fielded. Great commitment from Martel, picking that ball up behind point.
Oh, it looked like he was a little ruck rover there in the AFL footy. In and under, great tap back, saves 2.
Good work out of the clearance.
Also, commiserations.
Thanks, Corey.
I know you're a
I know you mean
Brisbane
it.
supporter, and it must have been tough waking up at 6:30 and copping a loss like that.
As Tribe makes his way down the wicket again. Not controlled, but it's a boundary, and he gets his game underway with his first 4 of the innings. Not a bad piece of bowling, actually, from Stokes.
Yeah, Tribe hasn't got that anywhere near the middle of the bat, so just finding his feet just yet. Doesn't matter, it's 4 to the total, the required result. But yeah, how are you feeling? Obviously, you were a bit down in the dumps this morning.
Look, I had my breakfast, got fed, it was all okay. For those of you who aren't following the niche Australian sports scene of Australian rules football, my beloved Brisbane Lions went down to Collingwood by 4 points in the grand final today. Absolutely no bitterness over the fact that the late umpire call didn't really go our way. But anyway, things are going Jersey's way reasonably nicely at the moment. A couple of thickish outside edges from Tribe. Go to the one going to the boundary, and Jersey's 27 for none, 2 overs down.
Yeah, this is a little reflection on the table and how it ended up. But yeah, you mentioned Australia. We've got a lot of messages come in. I've got a shout out to Ryan, who's watching in Perth. It's his birthday. So a lot of people wanting some well wishes out there. So glad to have everyone around the world tuning in. We've got a lot of network partners that are loving the T10 action. 31 nations this year, and we've still got a couple of weeks to go. But this game, this is going to be hot and spicy.
Full ball from Bichard. Well played from Tribe. Went with the swing. Bichard bowled some good wide Yorkers after going for a few in his first over last night against the Belgians. But that's a lovely bit of wrist work from Tribe, opening the face of the bat.
Look, Rondo, I'm no cricket coach or mathematician, but if you're going to be swinging it away to this lefty and righty, you've got to have someone at deep backward point. How many boundaries are they going to allow through the offside?
And especially with players like this who are capable of playing shots all around the ground. Shard looks like he just lost his run-up a touch as he hit the crease. Whatever happened, it's been smacked by Asa Tribe. Wide of long on. Consecutive boundaries to start the over. Look, it's just a punch, but it's rocketed off his bat.
That's a shot of conviction. That's the best shot of the innings for me so far. This man, a couple of hundreds in the 2s for Glamorgan. Look, he'll be playing county 1s in no time, and he is definitely a star for the future. Works really hard on his bowling and his batting, and good to see him back here on the network.
Shard full again. It's just played out there, and Brennan has to scoot back. He committed quite a long way down the track.
Well, yeah, he did come down the trail. I wonder with another direct hit if that would have been out. You already think about that missed run out for Tribe on 0. It's going to come back and haunt him, Rhino.
Well, it certainly could. And I'll tell you what, if there's one man in the Guernsey side I wouldn't be taking on, it's Dave Hooper, who fielded that ball. He's very, very good. Patrols the boundary for them well once we move out of the power play, of which there's 3 balls left to go in this power play. Both our batters sitting on 18. Brennan's probably looked the more threatening at the moment. Tribe's playing within himself. Short ball. Anything tries to overhit it a touch, drags it down, and that man Hooper swings around from wide of mid-wicket position. Keep to one.
Funnily enough, Rhino, with the scores changing so much this year, you look at 37 for none off 2.4 at 13. It's actually okay for Guernsey.
I agree.
Not. So you add a wicket to the board here. You've actually probably won the power play. That's how much this T10 format can change just like that.
In particular, given they haven't taken the wicket. But let's see how Bashard fares in these last 2 balls. That's an ordinary delivery. I know tactically what he's trying to do, although he still hasn't got the field set for it. But change of pace with the outswinger. What's happening on the socials? Corey, update us.
I'm going to have to start billing people for this. My cousin Matthew Meads asked for a shout out with Taylor and Joe. This is, look, we got to start billing for these.
This is almost cameo-esque where you need to...
Don't you worry, I'll be getting a new account soon. I'll be joining, but nice to hear from you, Matty. Hope you're doing well.
Bashard in the slot, but driven straight to mid-off. So top ball. Bashard can get out of this with a dot or a 1 to finish. 13 and over, given the quality of the openers that Jersey has. Guernsey will be okay with that.
The game's changed, people. Last year, you'd say 38 or 40 for none off the 3 overs. You win the power play. It's changing. The scores are getting to the 140s, 150s regularly. We're seeing them chased. Guernsey, pick up a wicket here. They'll be cock-a-hoot.
Cock-a-hoop even, but anyway.
Same thing.
It's only a letter. Oh, he finally comes on pace. Tries to charge. No outside edge, but no bat on it either. And the end of Bashard's 2 overs goes for 25. Jersey, end of the power play, 38 for none.
Yeah, 38 for none, 14, 13, 11 are the scores there. And, well, interestingly poised game in these 2 mini nations who are battling it out for the other nation. Rhino, I haven't heard a thanks from you yet either.
About? Well, enlighten me, Corey.
Rumour has it we're bringing you back for week 4 because Spain's made it, so I can't commentate as much. And there goes probably a decent pay packet for Rutgers. So when's the present?
You can't commentate as much? I thought you were eliminated from the box for the last week.
Don't you worry, Ryan. I'll be sneaking my way back in. But no, I'm hearing rumours you might be back.
I might be. I mean, the agent's negotiating things at the moment.
Who is your agent?
We'll see.
What was his name?
M. Maximo. He's a very, very hard negotiator.
I hope you get some of those fancy shoes.
Essentially like one of those Formula One drivers that signed up when they're about 14 and they're bound to the same manager for the next decade and a half as Brennan just steps on the back foot, punches it to cover. But on that note, Corey, great for us to be back in the box together. I know the insurance policy of ECN seems to only allow it once per tournament.
Arguably, this is the 1992 dream team of USA right now. People have been calling for Rhino and Rutgers, where you've got your 2 arms back and we're enjoying it.
Martel, he's not a bad bowler to have in these middle overs for Guernsey. Doesn't do anything particularly magical or special with the ball.
Proper defensive bowler, isn't he?
It reminds me a little bit of sort of 1990s one-day approach of just coming wide around the wicket, spears it in, cramps up batters. That one's short of a length and just clubbed over the interview platform. A lovely strike from Brennan. He has such exquisite natural timing. And Jersey race away to 46 for none.
Yeah, you put the kibosh on him, Rhino. You're just saying he's an effective bowler, but that's absolute fruit. Pitched down into the pitch, and that goes a long way. A question coming in from Octave Production saying, what do we think about the new balls this year? I'm a bit on the fence at the moment. I think because they're so hard, they don't soften up. It makes it very difficult for the bowling unit. That dot ball. I still think there's a room for bowlers in this game, but obviously it's an entertainment business, so I like seeing high scores, but very difficult game for bowling right now.
Yeah, I'd love to see the ball ping off the bat as Martel finds his length on those last 2 deliveries. Can't afford to drop short like he did to Brennan a couple of balls ago, but he's refound his length.
Guernsey will be happy. Don't let the wickets column for you. 12.2 and over is manageable.
Indeed it is. They've got some strength in that top order. Guernsey as well. This ball is high. I think Martel thought he may have beaten him in flight for a moment, but Ace, a tribe, gets a healthy piece of that grizzly ball, sends it into the Cardamom sky. Maximo.
Oh, yeah. That is a shot of a serious cricketer. Wide over extra cover. Bombs it for 6. Okay, yes, they don't have a wicket in the wickets column. The rate's controllable, but there is 2 dangerous players at the crease still. The score 53 for none after 4.
Indeed, lovely shot from Asa Tribe. Certainly noticeable because we've seen him here a few times before at Cardimer Oval of a European Cricket League with Farmers in particular, where he and his brother Zach have been two critical members, a number of the Farmers team within this Jersey squad as well. But it's noticeable how much his upper body strength has increased this year. And some of those balls, that he's just sending straight sort of 15, 20 metres over the boundary with ease this year.
Well, you can get players with upper body strength, but you can also get belly strength, and that's what we looked for in the Spanish national team this year, to get that belly strength to go through the ball, the big waist like Spanish Booney and a few others. And that's what
you do have a few guys who certainly fit into that category.
Yeah.
As Nathan Letitia,
Oh,
a little bit of a change up for Guernsey. We haven't seen him at the bowling crease.
well, I know a famous Australian saying was hot pies today because they got up, and that was a pretty big hot pie then. You got away with that. I think it was an underneath edge for one, not a no ball. Remarkable.
You take a single any way you can get it when this Jersey top order is on a rampage. I admire the effort to change the pace up.
Oh, look, I actually always like a captain that's proactive and trying something new. I haven't seen much Letitia here, but if that first ball's anything to go by, I'm a little bit worried.
Carries a great name, though, of Matt, probably Guernsey's most famous sporting product.
Oh,
That is, well, the first one wasn't a pie. That one absolutely was. Unfortunately, Letitia not hitting the track on either of his first two balls.
Well, I didn't see Letitia at the empanada store last night, but he's just offered up 2 empanadas, and they've just been demolished. I got through 12 last night. If he bowls 12 balls, they're all going to be demolished. Oh, there he is.
There you go. Such a star of the scene. Our DJ is Letitia. Well, he has a word back to Corey Rutgers. Just says, I can nibble one away from the outside edge of the bat. Beautifully bowled.
Famous family, the Letitia family in Guernsey. I know a few of his relatives will be watching from back home. Hope they're all doing well.
Oh, that's a better length. Tribe goes inside out. Thought there was actually a quite reasonable chance for a catch. Outfielder probably just hasn't picked up the flight of the ball particularly well. Maybe they're surprised that Asa Tribe's mistimed one.
Yeah, pretty rare he mistimes one. Half a chance maybe. Didn't read it straight away. Just the one. 2 balls left. Got to get out of this over.
Playing with the wide line. I don't mind that bowling, and I dare say his captain, Matt Stokes, will be okay. Flirting with the wide line with some surreptitious chat. Well taken by the keeper. Partnership up to 62. Goes there again. Brennan tries to overhit it.
Tell you what, I said hot pies, but you take 10 off your first 5. If it's just a single here, you'd be pretty happy with that.
If I was Letitia, after I'd been smacked for a Maximo's second ball, I'd be ecstatic where this is at the moment. Oh, he's extracted another high ball off the Tribe bat. 2 fielders converging. How good is the placement from Asa Tribe, even when he mistimes the ball, which he's done the last 2 deliveries. Somehow it floats into a gap, and Nathan Letitia bowled an absolute peach of an over. Jersey, 64 for none, 5 overs gone. And welcome, devotees of the European Cricket Network. It is Ed Ryan here with my good boy, Corey Rutgers. Corey, what are you thinking from these first 5 overs of the Bailiwick Bash version 2.0?
Well, I've just had news coming in that it's about a 10-minute flight from Guernsey to Jersey. So it's when you get on the plane, 10 minutes and you're there, and people are storming the airports to claim the other island. This game is feistier than anything you'll see in the world.
Yeah, I think the political ramifications here run deep. I'm not sure what's more important, the qualifier here or if these two compete in the final later tonight. If you claim territory after one game, can you then go and reclaim it after the second one?
Oh, absolutely. It goes flag to flag. But, I mean, they still have to be wary of Belgium, who I think played really well this morning and got their Yorkers right. I wouldn't count them out just yet. Group B is hotting up a little bit. I know a lot of people are tuning in from around the world. Difficult sort of group to pick because I just think whoever rocks up on the day is going to win it.
Well, it was the Group B, the group of belligerents, and it's continued that way. And indeed, I think the Belgians are the wild card here, aren't they? I don't think we've seen the best of them in any game. They certainly improved against Bulgaria this morning. Probably not not the tough task they will face against the loser of this game, but their batting probably has the highest ceiling of any team here.
Yeah, it'll come down to Belgium's bowling and fielding, really. Sometimes they can be a little bit cold in the field. For Jersey and Guernsey, a bit more traditional sort of cricketing nations. Yeah, tough to call. I think obviously Jersey's batting is quite high. They're bowling. They're very good in the field. They're a well-rounded team. For Guernsey, they're very reliant on the top four with the bat. Difficult to call. I know I'll be sitting here all evening making sure I don't miss a ball, Rhino.
No doubt, and it's fantastic that we'll have you for... Maybe we can even get you to do some reports with Player Mike in and amongst the hospitality area this afternoon, Corey, because I know you're very keen to stay involved in the coverage.
Oh, Rhino, you know me. If it means that growing the European Cricket Network, I'll be there.
Corey Rutgers, an absolute trooper for European cricket. Still cock-a-hoop or cock-a-hoot, depending on whose vocab you use. The fact that his Spanish team has won Group A earlier this week, and he's ecstatic to be in the final series here at Carnamore Oval in a couple of weeks' time.
I can't believe we're still in week one. Feels like we've been here an eon.
It certainly does. I think time slows down in the Carnamore Oval vortex. It is indeed day 6. Look at that. The mascot coming out to oversee proceedings. Slightly more fashionable than Derek.
If you hit the mascot, is there bonus runs on offer?
Well, I have questioned why we don't have a hit or something for 6. I'm not sure hit a mascot for 6 is the message that the kids need. But either way, something around the ground for the players to aim at, as that one has not come off the meat of the bat. Fielder right back on the boundary. Ollie Nightingale, I think down there, it's wide cover, and Martel has continued an economical spell. His left arm around the wicket. Finally, one of those mishits from Asa Tribe ends up in a fielder's hand.
It feels like a game of Pong, and it's like both fan supporters are at the airport. And right now, I'd say Guernsey are in the plane, and they're about 4 minutes on the way to Jersey because they're ahead for me. This is a big wicket. Deep cover's a hot spot. It is such a hot spot in T10. Look at that, right on the rope. First one goes.
Yeah, good catch. Held his position well. I guess the one thing, at least at the respective Jersey and Guernsey airports, you suggest there'd be enough private jets to get everyone across to the other island.
Can you swim it?
I don't think so. Oh, who knows? I suspect it's a relatively aggressive open ocean. I haven't necessarily heard about people doing a bailiwick to bailiwick swim, but maybe one of our friends from that part of the world can let us know. I guess if you can swim the English Channel, then there's presumably no reason why you can't swim between the two bailiwicks.
Yeah, it's a bailiwick, isn't it? Or bailiwicks?
I don't know. I just pronounce it as bailiwick.
It's bailiwick.
Are you sure?
What is a bailiwick?
Huh? It's a form of I guess a type of governance or a way that a piece of land is governed that is different to, I guess, the other parts of the British
For someone
Isles.
that said he doesn't know, that was a pretty decent explanation. Right, missed. The next tribe comes out here.
Martel cracked a point, but it's just a single. He's a hard hitter, Zach Tribe, isn't he? Ball rockets off his bat.
Yeah, he is. He does give it a clean hit, and very delightful player to watch. Brennan, 30 off 15. He's there. Needs to explode a little bit more at the back end here.
Not much of an explosion there. It's just an inside edge jamming into the pitch.
I'm a little bit surprised. I think Guernsey are making a right fist of this. They'll be happy at the moment.
Big question for the skipper here. Got away with Nathan Letizier's over last step up. Does he bring him back for a second? Or does he go back to one of his premier bowlers for the 7th over? That one's dragged across straight to the fielder, and Martel has his second. This could be a game-changing over. Corey Rutgers, he finishes with 2 for 19. And Jersey, not in trouble, but they are decelerating quickly. 68 for 2.
Oh, well, Rhino, what is better than conquering one tribe? I was conquering 2 tribes, and I tell you what, he's got both. Huge moment in the game. It was short, it was flat, and he picks out the man at deep mid-wicket. And right now, Guernsey, little old Guernsey, they believe they can upset the big brother.
Certainly do.
Did you have a brother, Rhino?
I've got a younger twin brother. Yep.
So you're Jersey, and your younger twin brother's Guernsey. That's
Yep.
how. That's sort of the feel.
And then yeah, but I don't want to seem like
Isle of Man are the 4th cousin.
that you unfortunately got married to and then had to rescind the wedding vows. No, I don't want to suggest that I am affiliated to Jersey as a result of that elder brother status, but either way, Zach Tribe, well, the two tribes have gone to war, but they're back on the floor of the dressing room now after being dismissed in the same over from Martel. Geez, he's bowled a very good spell, hasn't he, Corey?
Yeah, he really has. Reminds me of a left arm off spinner called Rana. I saw in Portugal actually, and quite a good player himself. I think left arm off spin is something that you got to work with in all white ball cricket. And wow, we might be on for a little bit of a boil over here. You never know if they can restrict him to 120 to 130. Game on.
Yeah, game on. And Letitia has been brought back for his second over. Seemed to enjoy bowling to the left-hander Brennan. His previous 6-ball stint. Floats it outside off stump. Brennan's footwork, very good. Oh, the catch has been dropped out there, and unfortunately, it's trickled over the boundary line. Josh Butler, he's 1 H away from being the same name as a superstar English cricketer. He almost came up with a magic piece of play on that occasion.
Yeah, he's got 1 letter too many, and that's probably why he's dropped the catch. I thought he had it. It's a huge moment, really, because that's Brennan, who's sitting in the 30s. I think that should have been taken, Rhino.
With those balls swinging away from you, Brennan, hitting slightly inside out. It's a well-struck ball. Wow, he's gotten away with that. Letitia probably feel like he has a moral victory against Brennan with those first 2 balls, but either way, he's added 8 to the total. Jersey, 76 for 2.
If I had a nickel for every time a boundary happened after a dropped catch, I'd have a lot of nickels, Rhino. And once again, drop catch. Could have been a dot ball. New batter coming in. Instead of it's a 4 and a 4. And the big brother Jersey just pull away a little bit.
Tension is palpable in the tent here. That's a good ball from Letitia. You can see why the skipper has confidence in him, particularly bowling to the left-hander. He's consistently found almost Yorker length.
Oh, I'll eat my words. He's not bowling hot pies. This is destructive right arm off spin.
This is tasty chorizo empanada from Letitia. Struck straight back at him. He's put down the return catch, but continues to flummox Brennan. And his teammate, Nightingale, coming in and giving him a big slap on the back. Oh, gee, that's been hit hard.
Tell you, I know a lot of other humans that would have asked for some magic spray after that. Glad to see him back on his feet and ready to bowl the next nurry.
Trying to carry this Guernsey side on his back. Drops it short. Big swing across the line. It's Julius Sumaroa who has joined Charlie Brennan at the crease. Plays and misses the first. Jersey, 77 on the board, almost at the conclusion of the 7th over. Almost down to 11 and over here, Corey. Well, that one was dragged down, and the long levers of Sumaroa smacks it some 90-odd metres down the ground. Classic strike. And unfortunately, after a very good over, Letitia, 2 dropped catches. They may come to rue those, particularly if Brennan goes on to make a healthy score here in the final overs. As it is, that is a fantastic finish for Jersey, 83 for 2.
Good to see the local supporters enjoying some Victoria Cervezas up in the fan zone. I think I'll be joining the fan zone after this game, Rhino. And, well, it's going to be interesting. 3 teams left in Group B. We've got Group C, D, E, F coming up. Netherlands are already waiting for my Spanish lads in the finals week. But honestly, wherever you're watching from, we have plenty more weeks of cricket coming.
Don't we? 2 more weeks of the group stage. Then we're in Championship Week from 16th to the 20th of October. All taking place here at the Cardimer Oval, as Rico Full calls it, the Field of Dreams. Dave Hooper on for his first. Drops short. He's cracked. And he's cracked hard by Charlie Brennan. Well, Hooper's had a bit of a bad habit in this tournament of dropping short on his opening delivery and getting behind the 8 ball. Well, he's behind the 6 ball on that occasion. That's been spanked by Charlie Brennan.
Look, I don't want to be critical, but I will be. All right, those last 2 deliveries, those long hops going for 6-6, they had all the momentum. They were ahead. But bowling 2 long hops just is unforgivable at this level of cricket, Rhino.
Certainly with them batters at the crease who will punish. Well, he's pitched that one up, but it's been struck beautifully straight down the ground, not too far from our cameraman from Spring Media. But Dave Hooper, he's gone for Maximo to start this over.
Well, I'm not too sure who's on the camera out there. Give us a thumbs up if you're okay, because that was dangerously close. Top of the sight screen. Oh, Spring Productions, we almost lost a member there.
Charlie Brennan's wagon wheel, shots all around the ground, and he goes over mid-wicket, and he dispatches Hooper over the first line of trees. Well, send a search party out for that Grizzly, because that has gone a monstrous way.
6 balls ago they dropped him, and now he's cashing in. He's on 58 off 23. 3 sixes in a row. Rhino, buckle up, put the belt on. We could get 6 sixes in and over here.
We could be in for a speeding fine. Surprised some of the neighbours haven't called the local police, because there's multiple shots fired here at the Cardimer Oval. Charlie Brennan found his range. She said 58, so picked up his half century on the previous ball. Goes for the 4th. That's better bowling from Hooper. Outside off stump and a decent length.
Oh, they needed that burst, Jersey. That burst makes you think maybe they've got their noses back ahead. With about, 14 balls remaining, they'll be hoping to at least hit 3 or 4 more sixes, and then they'll have something defendable.
Yeah, I think Guernsey would have loved to keep them to the 125, 130 range. It's still possible. Sumeror moves across quite a way, and Hooper tries to find close to the edge of the pitch, just drags it a little bit too far, and he's called wide.
Yeah, tough for Guernsey. Drop chances, going to come back and haunt them, you feel.
Expect this will be a slower ball. Hey, Sumeror.
You guessed wrong, Rhino.
I did guess wrong. Hooper loves to go to the slower ball.
I went to commentary school this year, Rhino, and they said rule number 1, don't try guess. You got to wait, Rhino. Commentary, I'd spent 3 months in the ECN offices in Switzerland. They put me in a locked-up room, aircon on, and said, you got to learn. Again, short, wide, mullet across the line, and he takes it on the kneecap, and it goes for 4. That's got to sting.
Poor Josh Butler. He's maybe the Nelly man of today. Dropped that catch off Brennan that just squeezed away from him at the last moment. And then on that occasion, picks up almost a half volley, which cracks him on the knee.
Yeah, that hurts. This over's really blown out. How many? 25 off it.
Another wide. I can see what Hooper's trying to do. Good chance while Hooper thinks about what he's doing at the bowling crease to give a big shout out to Kyle, who's watching on the Sunshine Coast this game between Jersey and Guernsey. Also Bradley Stone loving the coverage from Perth. Has some sympathy for my Brisbane Lions, but absolutely no sympathy being shown by the Jersey batters. Poor Dave Hooper's been absolutely lacerated in that over for 32 runs, and Jersey accelerate to 115 for 2. 2 overs to go.
Boy, oh boy, oh boy. 32 off. It's 38 off the last 7 balls in this game, and all of a sudden they're going at 14.38. So they're on for the 140, which we think's par. Right, I'm never that surprised, with T10 anymore, because these teams have such striking ability. You can be behind, 7 balls later, you're back ahead.
The momentum swings absolutely all over the shop in this game.
I'm having a couple of swings myself. I've had 3 hypes, Rhino, and I'm not going to lie. I'm starting to go a little bit down.
I'm more worried about what's going to happen to this commentary box if you consume anything further. You're a big fan of the hypes, aren't you?
Why wouldn't you be? There's mojito flavour.
Did you get the team, the Spanish boys, into them?
Oh, if you can see, we've got our strength and conditioning coach, Alistair, who is all about the chockies and the goodies, and that's why we brought a heavily set side, and it paid off.
It is an irony that the fittest human being on the planet is coaching the team that probably has the most washing machine-shaped players in the European Cricket Championship.
Well, this is why I think T10's for all body shapes and sizes.
Isn't it?
The bigger, heavily set men don't have to run that much. Plant your feet, try send it to the moon.
Indeed, having that planted base, swinging from the hips. Stokes, well, Brennan doesn't need to swing from the hip on that occasion. Stokes pushes it wide, coming around the wicket, so he's trying to, I suspect he's going to try to jam it into the the hip on occasion of Brennan, but he's got to be careful at his pace not to drop too short. Wide of off stump. Brennan doesn't time it. Fielder under it, and that's a good catch. Took his time, prepared well, and a nice piece of bowling from Stokes. Wide of off stump, and Charlie Brennan's day, or innings at least, is over. 59 off 26. Some lovely strikes from him, and has really given Jersey a great base to launch in these last 2 overs.
Yeah, big wicket. Really is a big wicket. It was a good innings from Brennan. This one doesn't get that out the middle at all. Slower ball cutter, whatever you want to call it, but good safe catch. And despite Guernsey going for quite a bit in the previous over, if they have a good little finish here, regroup, it's good to get the boys back in the huddle, have a bit of a word, they can finish well. But well done to Brennan, striking at 226.
Indeed. Tom Nightingale taking the catch, so the Nightingales have been safe with their hands so far. And I completely agree, Corey. Sometimes you look at these T10 games and it's a batch of 4 or 5 balls that can really swing a game either way. Someone like Julius Sumaroa is a strong hitter if he launches a few in the back end of this innings. And it's Patrick Guge who opened the batting. One of the games earlier in the tournament, knocked up a half-century.
Got a quick shout out to the Western Creek Molongo Cricket Club in the ACT. They're all watching from Fredo. Good to see everyone in ACT watching. Is that still a part of Australia? They kept that in?
I don't think we've seceded it at all.
Oh, okay.
So.
Curious.
Stokes full outside off stump. Umpire calls wide, but you can understand why the attack is there. If he's going to keep that attack there, Corey, would you shift third man just a little bit finer for the thin outside edge?
I'd have him back. Absolutely. I've got the deep extra cover, deep mid off, deep cover point, but I still think this backward point and fly third position are quite important.
You love the fairly fine third man. Stokes goes outside off stump again. Googe hasn't got a hold of it. It's a good catch, and you can hear the excitement from the from the Guernsey boys. Dave Hooper, his day's improved immeasurably with that catch after he was pumped in his 1 over of bowling. He may still be brought back to bowl the 10th, but that's a handy wicket. Stokes with 2 in the 9th.
Yeah, big moments in this game. They lost the last over, but they're winning this one big, Guernsey. So all of a sudden, the game takes another shape, another turn. That's what T10's all about. And anything under 140, Rhino, they'll back themselves.
Certainly will. Into the teeth of the middle order now. 4 wickets down. We need to get Sumara back on strike as Aguj departs for a golden duck. So, Josh Lawrenson coming to the crease. He's probably not shown his best in this tournament so far. Highly rated young man playing up at Durham University at the moment. Apparently studying at the same time as playing some good level cricket. He's got a job to do in these final 9 balls. Short ball, rocks onto the back foot. Good cricket shot. And maybe this is Lawrenson's time. He's got no time to think, make decisions. It's essentially go from the point 1.
Serious player, Lawrenson. Really good player to come out right at the back end. Got long levers and quick hands. And someone to look out for. I'd actually like to see him up the order a little bit more. 6 off 1. If he can have a bit of a cameo at the back end, I mean, they've got two players there that can score at a high rate. Projected score's 140, and that's going to be par.
I think Guernsey, they'll be aiming for 135 if they can. Gets outside off stump. Wonderful cricket shot. Well, we haven't seen the best of him so far this tournament. Maybe finals day is when Lawrenson makes his mark in ECC 2023.
Well, we've put some of the flagpoles out there to tell us the distance of the hits, and I think that's between the 80 and 100 metre hit. So, flush, 12 off 2. What a little cameo so far.
Gee, that's precision, somewhere between 80 to 100 metres.
Yeah, it's good from me.
Stokes goes onto off stump. He's been lifted high. That's into the hospitality tent, and Josh Lawrenson is up to 18 off his first 3 balls. He's tripled up on the Maximos, and Jersey have launched all of a sudden. 1-3-5 for 4, 1 to go.
It's like having a hidden diamond in the rough just down the lower order, and you go, you know what, we'll hide you, we'll hide you, we'll hide you. But 18 off 3 is massive. That over from Hooper going for 32 changed the context, and every time it feels like Guernsey get ahead of their big brother. The big brother just comes down to the bottom room and just gives him a thump.
Well, maybe the folks at Guernsey Airport had better hold the private jet for a moment.
Yeah, that 10-minute flight's not taking off anytime soon, I think.
There's a mild truce across the sea. There's Dave Hooper. He did an outstanding job on player mic earlier in the tournament. We had a great chat to him. Steaming in to bowl the 10th. Swat across the line. Talked about how the long levers of Sumaroa allow him to strike hard at the back end of innings. It wasn't a shocking ball from Hooper, but my word, that's been smoked.
I have to admit, I'm surprised they've gone to him for a second. He's first went for 32, so obviously the captain likes him a lot.
He's a good change-up bowler. That one's floated outside off stump, the outswinger.
I mean, with 5 balls left here, Rhino, he's in danger of going the mythical 60 for 2 overs.
Where I think from a consultation with Maximo earlier, 61
is the highest ever figures. I mean, a 6 here and it's on.
Oh, big swipe. That was just vicious from Sumaroa. And Hooper's being taken to the cleaners, unfortunately, up to 45 off 1.2 overs.
News coming in, Guernsey are leaving the island. They're swimming in a different direction because Jersey are storming them. Where we could be looking at the worst figures ever here, it's on.
Outside off stump, not well timed. Fielders converging quickly. They won't take the catch, but it's probably not a bad result. Say not a bad result for Hooper that Sumaroa's up the other end. Now he's got Lawrenson to deal with.
Yeah, oh, good. It's a 1. I've got Lawrenson who's going at 600 strike rate. It gets harder. I mean, a 6, 6 and 4 would take it to 62 off the 2 overs.
Rolls the fingers for a cutter and...
Oh, it's a wide and 1. It's a wide and 1. It's clever running. It's match awareness. They've just bought 2 runs.
It's good play. The canny operators, the boys from Jersey. So still 3 balls to go. Jersey clocked over 150, 151, and he's been smashed. That has been annihilated out of the Khartoum Oval. Would have carried just about any boundary in world cricket.
Well, Hooper's brought his 50 up. He's gone 54. That almost popped the ball. That almost blew up that ball of hydrogen. It could have been, was it Hindenburg? No.
It was.
Good knowledge. Anyway, we could be on for the worst figures ever on the network. It's 61.
Hooper, what's he got? 2 to go. Short and wide outside of... Well, his plan of bowling, not wide of off stump, but wide of the wide line, has finally paid dividends as Sumaroa, even with his gadget arms, can only just get a toe end of the bat. And Hooper
can only tie it.
Yeah. Can, well, let's see what happens. Could be a wide final ball of the innings, probably. On his wide of off stump, and it swung very healthily over the tent. And unfortunately, for a man who has served Guernsey cricket so well, Dave Hooper has equalled the worst figures in ECN cricket, going for 61 off his 2 overs. And all of a sudden, in this last 3, Jersey have scaled great heights and have ended up 164 for 4.
Well, Mick Lewis, the Australian seam bowler who went for 113 at the Wanderers. I hope you're tuning in and I hope you're enjoying the action. But look, most of that innings we said, well, they're behind par, they were behind par. But that last 3 over injection of 6s has completely flipped the script. This is Jersey's game to lose. As we hear a warm round of applause. There's the DJ. He looks like he's grown a few days over this tournament. And we look at some of the highlights. It was Brennan at the start, the tall left-handed opener. He got some away over the offside. He batted really well. He went on to make a marvellous 50. There's the Jersey supporters that have come over by plane. They're enjoying themselves. And it has to be said, Guernsey started well. Despite these boundaries at the start, they had control of the run rate. They had control of proceedings. But it was a late flurry. Brennan started to get ticking in the middle, Rhino. And a couple of wickets helped their cause. But overall, Jersey, just fantastic.
Oh, the Jersey power base. It's quite an extraordinary thing to watch. And hasn't Charlie Brennan progressed as this tournament has gone on? Lovely slow motion shot from our friends at Spring Productions. Martel bowled a very good pair of overs in the middle, ended up taking 2 wickets, including both of the Tribe brothers, which was great return from him. And you had the feeling at that time that Guernsey were right on top. They'd gotten through a couple of overs from Letitia successfully. And then we came to the last 3, and Corey, we had 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10 Maximos in those last 3 overs. And I've had a short update from our boy Maximo that unfortunately Hooper's figures are actually the worst in ECN history because he did not take a wicket. The other bowler took 1 for 61, which to be fair, I think taking 1 for 61 is worse because he's actually got a dot ball through a wicket.
You know how hard it is to take 1 for 61 in 12 balls? Well, unfortunately for Hooper, his name will go into the mythical blog books of our creation of ECN Network. And, well, 10 sixes in the last 18 balls. I'm no mathematician, but that's 60 runs. That is phenomenal striking.
That's incredible, Corey Rutgers. Anyone who says you are not a mathematical genius is telling a dead set lie. The Guernsey team, they were really on top for a large part of this innings, but unfortunately have let it go at the back end. Normally they're very solid in the final overs, and Jersey have absolutely annihilated their bowlers towards the back end. In saying that, 164, it's not an insurmountable score, and particularly if that top 3 of Guernsey get going in the form, in particular Damerel and Fitchett at the top, and then Tom Nightingale coming in, they've got a chance here, but boy, those top 3 need to bat well.
Yeah, it's the innings actually from Samarera and Lawrenson. Just that injection at the back end, phenomenal. Look, once again, I'm no mathematician, but David Hooper has gone at 5 runs a ball. He's gone at 5 a ball to basically get there.
Yeah, he may not be chopping this up and Instagramming it anytime soon, unfortunately. He's had a good tournament otherwise, Hooper, but unfortunately has been slapped around in that pair of overs, as have a few of his teammates at times. Martel definitely with the best of the figures there, 2 for 19. Matt Stokes pretty impressive as well. And so that leaves us with Guernsey requiring 165 runs off their 10 overs in order to get passage straight through to the final of this Group B Qualifier 1. And we have seen some fireworks already, plenty more to come. Jersey scoring 164 for 4, led by Charlie Brennan, Julius Sumaror, with some great hitting at the back end from Josh Lawrenson. It is Andrew Ryan here for the European Cricket Network. I'm here with Corey Rutgers. We'll be back in a few minutes' time. Please join us then as we take you through the second innings of this game.
The European Cricket Championship is proudly brought to you by Dream11, HCL Software, Junta de Andalucía, and Stake.com, and the official charity partner, Share the Meal, by the United Nations World Food Programme.
European cricket fans, welcome back to Cartamar Oval in the glorious Andalucía region of Spain. We're here for qualifier 1 between the local rivals Jersey and Guernsey. Jersey have put a fairly healthy target on the board after scoring 164 for 4 off their 10 overs, led by the young left-hander at the top, Charlie Brennan. Julius Sumaror coming in and smoking some Maximos towards the back end. Big news coming out of that innings. Dave Hooper from Guernsey, the most expensive and now the worst analysis of bowling figures in ECN history. None for 61 off his 2 overs. He's got a job to do, I'm sure, later on today. He's been particularly good at the back end for Guernsey in the tournament. But as it is, they have a big target to face. Damerel facing up, first ball, big heave along across the line. Shuggy Pershard, as he normally does, taking the new ball for Jersey. Should be able to swing the ball away from the left-hander. Such is his tendency. And it's a good opportunity now that he's finished scrolling through his social accounts to welcome Corey Rutgers back to the microphone. Corey, your thoughts of this chase from Guernsey?
I think that Guernsey will be kicking themselves a little bit here, Rhino. At one stage in that first innings, they were looking at chasing a 120 to 130, but 165. I mean, you need an amazing power play. You need a 50-plus power play, and then you need to keep ticking at that rate. It's not easy against such a disciplined bowling lineup and such a disciplined mini nation in Jersey. I just feel that they're going to win this war and get themselves to that final.
Sure, they'll enjoy not being called a mini nation for the remainder of the day as well.
It's a tiny nation.
Well, it's small in physical size.
That's what I meant.
Overrepresented in terms of world cricket as Fitchett stands and delivers, gets enough of that ball, hits it a couple of metres over the boundary line while the field is up. You go aerial, lovely shot.
Geographically, both nations might be small, but in the cricket world, both are very good. So, Fitchett, 6 off 1, has to get an absolute steamer if they're going to have a shot.
Just percolating at the moment, didn't get the full face of the bat to that one, but enough to hit it for a maximum 6 off 1. He started like a rocket, short, wide ball, so Chuggy Pershard following the line of Dave Hooper in that last over.
Well, I think this chase would be right up there in our top 3 ever chases. We don't get many in the 160 pluses, so if we do witness it, we've got a very exciting 38 minutes on our hand.
Well, the win predictor still says Guernsey's a good shot here, and they'll be helped by that. Well, Asa Tribe benefited from a few flying wide of third man and behind point, and now Fitchett going hard at the ball, vacant space, and it's a 4.
That's another thing. Lady luck has to be on your side in a chase like this. Those little edges going for boundaries do help. So there's 2 boundaries in the over, but you probably need to be hitting 3 boundaries and over consistently.
Certainly do. As you mentioned, they'll need a good power play too, because they've probably got a bit less strength down the order. That's a nice in-swinger from Pershard. Beautifully struck from Fitchett.
Oh, Fitchett. That's one of the nicest dot balls I've seen in a while. Lovely stroke.
Got some power and some timing. They're both diminutive batters, these two. As is Nightingale, they're number 3, but particularly strong square of the wicket. Jersey will do well to force them to try to hit down on the ground as much as they can. Oh, that's normally his bread and butter. It's the change of pace from Pershard, just held up in this Cartamar Oval deck. That's the end of the over. So an intriguing start to this one. Guernsey, 12 for none after one.
29 games since a golden ball. Let me take a quick look at the golden ball sweepstakes, and I can tell you this is my game, and I'm feeling it. I'm now feeling it. I think this could be a golden ball, and you know, it feels like it would be a long way away, but you never know in this crazy format of T10 action.
Well, Jersey throwing the ball to Julius Sumaroa for the second over. He's been injured recently, Corey, so he's still not bowling at full pace, and they've tried to look after him a touch, but come the big game, fielder coming round, and that's a pretty good catch. Had to look high into the sun. James Smith made good ground early, and the extra pace and bounce from Sumaroa has caused a mishit from Damerel, who's been so good throughout this tournament. Huge wicket. Guernsey, 12 for one.
Oh, Damerel, I think, will be kicking himself. It was short. Yes, it might have been at the body, but hits high on the bat. We've seen those sort of deliveries go for 6 and into another eon. But unfortunately, this time he'll have to go. Big wicket for Jersey.
We have seen them sent packing, Corey, but I think just the extra height and bounce from Sumaroa, it's just the trajectory where the ball is coming up a little bit sharper, got slightly out of his comfortable hitting range. It's just the difference between, I guess, a man who's had success at international level cricket, who's bowled to some of the better players on the planet, coming in with a relatively new Grizzly, getting some jump off the deck, but it does bring Tom Nightingale to the crease, who has had an outstanding tournament.
Great last name as well. It's like the 4th Harry Potter book, Nightingale. I like it a lot.
Big Harry Potter fan?
The movies.
I thought you were about to say the audio book to save reading. Sumaroa steams in, second ball. Just dropped down to the offside, and Nightingale will scoot through for a 1.
Yeah, it's a big Hermione Granger fan. Is
that right?
Yeah, and I was a Slytherin fan. Yeah, I like the cutthroat nature of Slytherin.
Yep. All right, you can keep talking. I'm not going to engage on this topic
No
because
problem.
I haven't read any of the books.
Have you
nor
not?
Watched, no, I couldn't. Genuinely
Living under
could
a
not
rock,
care less.
Rhino. Always disappointing from you.
There's Fitchett on strike. He's on 10 off 4. Shortish ball from Sumaroa. It doesn't get up particularly high, and it's just swung to square. Take the 1.
That run rate required's already ballooned out to 17.7. Yeah, long way. 3 a ball from here, basically. Not easy to do that.
Remember though, Jersey were only on 40 odd after their power play. So much strength down the order. That one swung hard, but they have got the protection out there as Chuggy Pashard cleans it up, and it will just be a single again.
Yeah, just the 1. They need boundaries, and they need them fast. Otherwise, they'll be playing Belgium in a few hours, that's for sure. I've been surprised to see Josh Butler down the order as well. For me, I'd be having him at the top. He's such a good power hitter.
It's outside off stump, and it's swung very nicely. Fitchett showing he's got some range of shots here, and he's a clean striker. Big Maximo.
Yeah, good shot. Deep in the box. Bang. All hands. Good follow through as well. Just gets enough in it. That's a 53-metre hit, but that's all you need.
Certainly swinging hard. They've actually brought that man. It's actually Lawrenson out there at deep square. He's been moved in, moved back. Looks like he's doing a little dance move at the moment. So they've got the other fielder down at long off. Short ball launched over the point boundary. Excellent batting from Fitchett. Saw Damerel perish from a Sumaroa short ball earlier in the over. This time he decides to go over the offside. Fantastic strike, and Guernsey recovering somewhat. 27 for 1 after 2.
Yeah, good from Fitchett. Really good. This was how the table ended up in numerical order, 8-6-4-2-0. Right now, this is the 1v2. So these teams do have a double chance. If you lose this, you're up against Belgium a little bit later today. That's a danger game. And Belgium, well, they have to do it the hard way because they have to beat both teams, which they haven't been able to do just yet.
Finals day is time to do it. Change of pace from Pashard. Shot at the stumps coming in from Patrick Gouge. They've got some good arms in this Jersey fielding unit, Corey.
Yeah, well-drilled unit. Good in the field usually. And they do the right things, backing up, getting to the stumps quickly. Just their movement's always pretty spot on. You expect that from Jersey, who are high-ranked in European cricket.
They seem to have taken the opposite selection approach to you picking belly power. They've gone for more almost AFL type athletes in this group as Pershard drifts onto middle and off, and he's absolutely pumped over the leg side. What a shot from Fitchett.
Well, old Fitchett's gotten Fitchy out there, and he's hit 3 bombs in a row, and that was maybe the best of the lot. While he's there, Guernsey are a shot.
Well, certainly are. He's raced along to 29 off 8. Those Pershard's coming with the in-swingers and the change-ups, and he's seen it before. Swung away to the leg side. Not well timed, but he will scoot through for the 1.
Well, touching on that, usually we have a lot of fitness criteria for T20s, but T10, I think you can get a couple of those Rakeem Cornwalls in the team if you need.
Did you do fitness testing as part of the T10 workload?
Yeah, how many plates of dinner can you get down? You get picked.
Oh, what a comeback from Pershard. Well, Fitchett had swung him over to the leg side. Nightingale can't do the same thing, and the stumps have been left scattered over the Cartermore Oval pitch. That's a huge wicket. Nightingale has been massive in this tournament for Guernsey. Second wicket down. Guernsey 35 for 2.
Well, Nightingale gave himself 3 balls to get himself in. He ran a single, he dropped a couple of defensive strokes, and then when you get out, you actually cost your team 4 deliveries in the power play. It's sacrilege if you ask me. And well done to Perchard, who gets that ball to swing in. Might have been a step-hit ball, but played down the wrong line, and he has to go.
Certainly did, but how glorious is that slow motion vision from boys at Spring and girls at Spring Production?
It's unbelievable spring production, actually. They've gotten better and better and better, and despite all the odds against them, the plucky unit from Latvia, they're doing well.
Are they? It's showing untold quality in the production of T10 cricket. They are as elite as some of the players we have out on this wonderful arena here in Andalusia.
Yeah, gorgeous part of the world, isn't it? Unbelievable scenes.
You'd love coming back here a couple of
It's
times.
actually a second home. It's becoming, we spend more than 10 weeks a year here, so it's 2.5 months, Rhino.
Start reporting that to the tax authorities, as that one is lovely, clipping off the legs from Josh Butler. Well, he may need to do something akin to his almost namesake and come up with a couple of big boundaries here in the early stages. That's a lovely shot.
Yeah, got to enjoy the Spanish laws and the flexibility they show. That is a great shot, Rhino.
Nomadic lifestyle of Corey Rutgers. Waits for that, just out of reach of the fielders on the offside. It's a double dose of slap it back into the field, and I think they've managed to stop it from racing to the boundary. Pullman with the throw back in.
Well, quite remarkable. That is, you can see where the cut rope is over there, the grass, and look where it gets a bit darker. That rope was meant to be in just a tad more, and remarkably, that's where it goes. I reckon he saves it just.
Yeah, I think so. Not sure. I'll have a quick look at this, but I think that ball has just evaded the rope by the smallest of margins. I think that's the...
I can't tell.
Oh, they have signalled for, so benefit for the doubt has gone in favour of the batter there. So diving effort, umpire Shub gets the shoulder a little bit of exercise, and that is the end of the power play. Corey and Guernsey, 41 for 2.
43 for 2.
Sorry, our score hasn't quite updated on the data feed.
Right, mathematician Rutgers is on it.
Sharp.
Yeah, look at that finish, though. 32, 20, and 29. I mean, even if that went for 15, 15, 15, you're in with a good shot. Quite remarkable how quickly this game can change. And that was one of the men that created the destruction.
Indeed. Julius just giving the levers a rest down there at long off. Even crouching, he's still taller than you, I think.
It's a sly dig, Rhino. I'll let that one slide.
There's Ace of Drive coming on to bowl his Marine-inspired spinners. As Fitchett just drags that one to the leg side.
A few bowlers around the world now employing this style. Sikandar Ranza from Zimbabwe taught himself how to do this as well. Now does it very effectively. It's better than just the military off-spin. Offers a little bit of a hoodoo act.
Yeah, it certainly does. Also one of the most improved players in world cricket. That's lovely timing from Butler. Well, he's playing a Joss-like innings at the moment. Yet another boundary. He started with a triple of them to get off the mark this time at Maximo.
Well, he usually opens in their T20 format for Guernsey, and he powers the power play, I should say. So while he's there, and while Fitchett's going at 31 of 10, they're not out with the shot here, Guernsey. They're making a fight of this.
Certainly are. Tribe just dropping a touch short. And onto the leg side. Well played from Butler. Hasn't had a great opportunity throughout this tournament, given how well the top three have batted. But today may be his day. Not a great ball, but just swung for a single.
Yeah, when you're chasing 165, that has to be 6. They're the ones you just can't miss out on. That should have been sent over the rope, so opportunity missed there.
Nonetheless, Guernsey, 51 for 2, 3.3 overs down. Not badly positioned. Obviously, that analysis, 114 off 39. Fairly tall task. Thrown outside off stump, and Fitchett just drags it.
You need 3 boundaries and over. Minimum a 6, a 4, and a 4, and then naturally the other runs will come. So 3 boundaries and over from here, and they'll get close, but that's very hard to do.
Butler charges, gets another full toss. Fortunately, almost cramps himself somewhat. Just another single. So after that Maximo second ball, Tribes recovered well in this over.
Yeah, see, 10 off's fine. Even if he only goes for a 4 here, you'll take 14 off. That's a win for Jersey. This has to go for 6.
Well, that one's gone straight through the wicket keeper. It's normally pretty safe with the gloves, Jack Kemp, but evaded on that occasion. Goes for a bye. It's not the 6 that Corey Ruckers was calling for, and at the conclusion of the 4th over, Guernsey 54 for 2.
Yeah, 54 for 2. That over hurts a bit. They were going in the right direction, but let's see that little dip. Look at that mountain climb at the back end there, Rhino. It really accelerated after the 7th.
Yes, I'm sure Guernsey will look back.
They must have doubled their score in the last 3. They must have. It was crazy.
They didn't double their score in the last 3, but they scored a lot of runs.
Are you sure? They went a 32, a 29, and a 17. I'm telling you, they would have been close.
So their score was
Maybe
164. What's half of 164?
82.
Very good.
Well, maybe it was more than that. Oh, get me up the last 3, Vinny.
Corey,
they were 83 after 7, I've just been told from our analysts, so they made 81 in the last 3. So they were just not there. So that's a pretty good observation.
I told you they weren't.
Yeah, I told you it was closer than you thought.
As we have the left armour, Toby Britton, come on. That one he smacked. Didn't think it was a bad ball from Britton, but Fitchett has reached for it, hit it somewhere near the middle of the bat, pumped it for Maximo.
Well, Fitchett's playing a different game at the moment. He's looking $1 million. That's not an easy ball to hit for 6, but he made it look easy. While he's there, plucky little Guernsey will believe the airport's opening its doors again. They might be coming back.
Just back to the seriousness of the cricket. That is a really good shot, isn't it, Corey? Because Britton's giving the ball a little bit of air, turned a touch off the Cardamom pitch. And he's almost playing it on the rise with a cross bat straight down the ground. A lot of things needing to go right. Great shot from Fitchett. Oh, another one outside off stump. This time he goes in completely the opposite direction with thin edge. Just scamper through for the one.
Yeah, just the one. Butler's got to keep going here. Got to go with him. Britton's a very difficult bowler to attack. He's a clever young man. He's got a couple of variations.
Oh, swings it over the offside. Great catch. Well, Charlie Brennan, he's come up with some fantastic plays with his bat, but that might be one that sends Jersey into the final tonight. An outstanding grab. Corey Ruckers, that's the sort of fielding that you love to see.
Yeah, good grab, mate. Good ground to his run. If he doesn't get there, it's actually going to go over the rope for 6. It was slow wide. Had to generate the power. The bat turned just a tad. It still would have been 6. But look at this. Getting around, takes the catch on the rope. Big almost celebration. Holds on to the pill. And another wicket goes down. Jersey just keeping ahead in this one.
Yeah, it was a well-struck shot from Butler. when he first hit it, probably thought it was a Maximo going in the books, but as it is, here's the third wicket down. Guernsey 61 for 3. Still not out of this by a long way. Still not out of this by a long way. But Guernsey, they really need to get a move on in these next couple of overs, don't they?
Yeah, they do, Rhino. They've got a lot of work to do, and well, I don't know if you can hear that, but it does sound like Spring Productions are having a lot of fun in the background, as long with all the viewers around the world, because there's plenty going on, a lot of action.
It's hard not to be happy when you're in the middle of the Spanish sun here at Cardenborough Oval.
Well, we've missed the next one because there's another wicket going. This is 2 action pace.
Well, Toby Britton, he's come up with another wicket. Catch by Asa Tribe. You cannot keep this young man out of the game. And that's a wicket. First ball, Matt Stokes. He's a top quality player. But unfortunately, on this occasion, he won't be the man to rescue this game for Guernsey.
Well, this is what happened while we were on the quick comcam. It was 1 wicket. That was the first one to go. And then the very next ball, he came out and another wicket for Britton. And, well, unbelievable efforts as Spring Productions trying to keep up with the fast-paced action of this game. And you can see here, slow outside off, spliced away, solid catch, 2 in 2. And, well, there'll be repercussions had.
Well, Toby Britton has come up with a couple of nice deliveries here. And the left arm orthodox. He now has Guernsey 4 wickets down. And Ben Fitchett's still there, but Ollie Nightingale, who has not been particularly prominent with the bat here for Guernsey in this tournament, he's had to come to the wicket, and so much now rests on Fitchett's shoulders. 39 off 14.
Well, he's on a hattie here, and you wouldn't put it past the young man. He's such a clever bowler. Maybe a little bit slower, gets a little bit shopping here. Flight that ball up on middle and off stump and see if you can spin one past the outside edge.
Well, they have to keep going, Guernsey. Nightingale, no choice but to go big. Well, he doesn't just try to go big, he tries to go with the reverse, but it's called wide.
Oh, that's a tough call for me. He turned to do the reverse Malachi early, and I don't think that's a wide for me, but these calls are marginal.
Anyway, tough call. Umpire Rutgers, not so happy with it. Britton misses out on his hat trick. Well, he goes for the reverse again. Almost deja vu, except Sands' wide call on that occasion. Been a great over from Britton, 2 for 8.
Oh, he's so talented. He's so talented. Dead ringer for Cecil of Simpsons as well.
Big swing across, so Nightingale hasn't managed to make contact in his first 3 balls. And that leaves Guernsey at the end of the over, 62 for 4, 5 overs gone.
Yeah, so 103 required off 5. You imagine it's too far away, but something that's not far away. Rhino, look, we have Croatia, Malta, a little bit of Spain, but a big one. A big one, the European Cricket Championship Women from the 17th of December to the 22nd of December. How excited are you to see the women for the first time?
Very excited indeed. As you well know, coaching Cosnay women's side out in Switzerland, so very invested in the women's game out there. Our ladies had their first win in Swiss Premier League last weekend, which is great. And obviously with the Spanish women there, you'd be familiar with how they're going.
Oh, absolutely. We have a close-knit fraternity. And then on Monday, 26th of February 2024, it's ECL time. We're back, baby.
Why are we even bothering to leave? May as well just set up camp at the Sunset Beach Hotel as Asa Tribe comes on to bowl the 6th over. That one's judged to have stayed inside the wide line, so he's
couldn't agree more.
Peppering.
I don't know what the European worker laws are, but if they let me work 24 hours a day, I'm willing.
Corey's still protesting about the working hours directive that it hasn't been reduced from 40 to somewhere around 18 and a half hours per week. Delivers so much in that time frame, though. Certainly delivering more than Guernsey is at the moment. This chase has gone pear-shaped. Full toss, swung straight down the ground. There's no protection down there at long off. Would have been straight down the throat of Sumaroa if he had been there, but Ollie Nightingale, after a few swings and misses, finally gets off the mark.
Well, quite remarkable. For his sweep shot, they've got a deep backward square leg, almost like a fine leg, and I just don't think that's a hot spot at all. I'd be having mid off back here for the spinner, but that's been, well, miscued. This is going to be out, and it is out. And Guernsey, every single time they hit a 6, seem to lose a wicket straight after.
Fortunately, the pressure sitting on batters now who have not had too much time at the crease, and Ollie Nightingale holes out off the bowling of Asa Tribe. 5th wicket down for Guernsey, and this is not looking good as far as Guernsey making it through to the final. Jersey have been the dominant team throughout the first 2 days during the group stages, and even in slow motion it looks no better for Nightingale. Holes out, in fact, didn't really time that stroke at all. Having a look down at his bat, which is always good. Just blame the equipment. Guernsey 69 for 5.
69 for 5. So right now, you have to say, it's currently all Jersey, and they've got 1 foot in the final run. I know you'll be doing the final tonight with Vinny Sandhu, and Jersey probably admittedly deserve that spot at the moment, don't they?
It would be hard to argue against it. They've been decisively the best team. Go back to that first day of Group B, Corey, when they managed to chase down a pretty high target from Belgium, put down a marker. I know you were tuned in at the Sunset Beach for that one. Ever since that moment, that seems to have buoyed their confidence, and they've just gotten better and better, and they've got a lot of depth on both bat and ball.
I'll be very curious to see who wins the toss in the final, what they do. I really will be curious. I mean, some teams like to set, but I think we were a bit more of a chasing team with Spain. I think Jersey like getting runs on the board, so more permutations coming your way later tonight.
Tribe flights that outside off stump. Missed by, I think, Chuggy. There it's cover position. I'll scoot through for the one.
Yeah, we'll scoot through for the one. So, well, Guernsey won't give up the ghost just yet. They'll need a remarkable finish here. Fitchett, he's 39 on 15. He's looked the best of the lot.
He might carry his bat through this innings the way he's going. Asa Tribe spears that down the leg side. Yet another attempt at a reverse. It's time for him. Fitchett himself scoots through for the double.
Yeah, maybe a little bit of battle. That no signal from the umpire, so must have got some wood on it. 2 more.
Being joined at the crease by Alex Bushell.
1% shot. There's the win predictor. You think that's a fair?
I'm not sure when that one out of 100 would happen, but anyway, let's see what Guernsey can do. 93 required off 25. Speared in. It's a nice delivery. Does mix up his pace well, doesn't he, Tribe? So that's the end of the over. Another pretty good one for him. He finishes with figures of 1 for 20 off his 2. Guernsey 73 for 5.
Yeah, 73 for 5. And, well, credit to Jersey. Oh, that's a big error. Who have just been the big brother throughout this game. And yeah, you look at that batting, or it is a strong top 6, isn't it? But only one batter really clicking, and when that happens and you're chasing so much, you're going to fall well behind. And that's what we're seeing here. So no upset yet, but it does mean Guernsey out of Belgium preliminary final. That's a bit of a doozy if it does go tail of the tape.
Does present the difficulty for Guernsey, though. They'll have to play 3 consecutive matches as fans of both teams lining up the VIP section today. It's baked in glorious sunshine. Victoria Savetsa is flowing freely. It's a great place to be if you're in and around Malaga or the luxurious Cardimer area. Please come down and join us.
I've got a good question for all the Jersey and Guernsey viewers right now who are in the chat. Yeah, we'll get it away after this first one.
Speared in by Theo Pullman.
I'd like to know.
Okay, you asked a question, then I've got an interesting one to go back to you.
I'd like to know what's the national dish of Jersey and what's the national dish of Guernsey? After a 10-minute flight, what could I go and treat myself to?
I'm going to take a punt. It's fish and chips in both
You going same in both, or is there big differences?
I don't know. There's some interesting cultures in and around that part of the world, which I'm sure we will take you through later. I've got an interesting one for you in a moment after this ball from Pullman. It's pushed outside off stump. How about this? we have Trinidad and Tobago play as a single entity, as separate islands in the West Indies internal representative cricket. How do you think a Jersey and Guernsey team would go at the getting up towards the upper echelons? You take Jersey the stronger, but you take 3 or 4, particularly the stronger Guernsey players. That could present a fairly formidable lineup. That one is swung very nicely. Well, Bushell trying to do his best audition for that combined Jersey and Guernsey lineup.
Yeah, well, Bushell reminds me of Guernsey Booney, and that's a lovely shot. It was in the slot, and he smokes that straight. Yeah, well, the United Kingdom, that sort of area, love combining countries and just deciding when they combine and when they don't combine. So why not?
Well, we've got England and Wales in the cricket.
Yeah, I don't know why Wales can't be their own cricket board. That'd be all right, I reckon. Phil Salt's Welsh.
Oh, big swing. Not amazing contact from Bushell. He'll just scoot through for the 1.
Yeah, I don't mind the idea, but I reckon you would. It'd be a bit of an odd change room.
I'm sure they'll be friends after all. They actually had plenty of chats on the bus ride on the way in here. Join them on that trip from Sunset Beach Hotel. It does give me an opportunity. I was trying to think of the other Channel Islands, and obviously we've got Alderney as well, which is it's a bit of a finance centre in some ways, but possibly the most interesting one is that is scooped straight up to the fielder. Standing there, Toby Britton. Easy catch for him. And unfortunately, Ben Fitchett, after an excellent innings, he's walking back to the pavilion. It's pretty good piece of bowling for Theo Pullman.
Yeah, well, Fitchett goes for a ramp, and he's such a powerful player. He'll be disappointed to get out now. Takes it 7 over 6. Funnily enough, we've got some answers flying in about the national dish. And I don't know if I'm getting taken for a ride here, but Guernsey, is it a bean jar?
What is a bean jar?
Oh, sorry. That's not.
So you've quoted it and you haven't bothered to look what it is.
4 viewers have come in and said it's a bean jar for Guernsey. What is a bean jar?
Jeez, if only there was a thing that you could do a search for that's connected to the internet that provides information.
Does it sound like Poogle, or what is it? Lugal?
I have absolutely no idea.
Okay, a bean jar. Let me have a look. Okay, the Guernsey National... Yeah, a Guernsey bean jar. It's a traditional one-pot dish. Although each family has a different variation, it's typically made with pig trotters, haricot beans, butter beans, bay leaves, onions, and carrots. Ew, oh, that sounds horrific.
Jeez, I think Alistair Priddle's just had a heart attack back in the hospitality area.
Oh, that sounds horrific.
Have you searched Jersey national dish?
Don't you worry, I'm getting there. There's
Jersey bean crock.
Theirs is a Jersey bean crock. A traditional casserole of dried beans, rather like a French casserole or whatever. I'm sorry, I'm not going.
Let's just crack through the... I'll tell you what, that's a Jersey bean crock or a Le Pays au Feu. Sounds probably slightly more appetising in French. But anyway, that is the end of the 7th over. We'll allow Corey to continue to search the culinary journey of the Channel Islands. Guernsey 80 for 6. So a quick look at the remainder of today's schedule. So it looks like Guernsey is likely to go down, save for a near miracle in these late overs, and they will have to come back and play Belgium, which means they'll have to play 3 consecutive matches in the heat here at Kardama. So anyway, I was partway through telling you about the Channel Islands. There's actually a little island in the Channel Islands called Sark, and the intriguing thing about Sark is it basically has no roads. There's no cars there, aside from, I think, maybe an island ambulance. And randomly, one of my friends who I used to play tennis with at high school ended up married to a girl from Sark and actually relocated to that part of the world.
Well, there you go. That's a great story.
Isn't it a great anecdote?
It is.
Sark is about the most random place that you can end up when you come from Redcliffe, north of Brisbane.
Well, you know how we like the interaction with the viewers, right? And it's pretty, like, what we do is completely different. Great message coming in from War Jenner. I captain the Channel Island over 50s representative side where we play as a combined team.
There you go. So it's not such a ridiculous idea. Oh, well, beautifully bowled from Britain. He might be a front runner for being part of the Jersey and Guernsey lineup in the next county cricket season. That group may go on to dominate Div 2. The class of player that have access to fantastic bowling, and yet another Guernsey wicket goes down, and Corey, this is going downhill quickly.
Yeah, it is, and there was always going to be a tall ask to get 165. They're going to fall well short, but this young man, look at that. See how that ball is actually angled in at the leg stump? We call that, don't get too short, the nude nut. That is called the nude nut, where you keep one finger on the ball. That was a great work by Spring Production. Can they do that again? And it's angling in. It's like a left arm in swinger. And look at this. Watch the rotation of the ball. It's actually swinging in horizontal and going towards leg stump. You have to be very talented to do that, and it's called the nude nut.
Okay, so you're saying that differentiates from left-arm orthodox spinner drift, which would generally curve towards the pads of a right-hander?
Wow, it's pretty much not. Well, that's not drift. That's in swing. That is a nude nut.
It is drift.
It does not drifting. Drifting's when the ball drifts through the air in the wind. That's not drifting. That's swing. That is genuine left-arm swing.
Okay, so you're saying that he's keeping the seam up in a manner in that it's almost
like
replicating
one
an in-swinger.
Basically, yes.
So
He's done it again.
In other words, when I said to you, so you're differentiating that from drift that a left-arm orthodox spinner will typically get by spinning the ball hard, it is a different thing.
Look at it go. It's a thing of beauty. That's perfect. It just keeps on going, swinging it.
Okay, so you're saying they're different things?
Definitely different.
Okay, thanks for the confirmation, Corey.
Always right.
Corey
Again.
Rutgers, some expertise in the commentary box.
Oh, I'm
worth his weight in gold.
I tell you
young
what,
Rutgers.
if I had to have either the Jersey national dish or the Guernsey national dish, I'd find the closest cliff, because I don't reckon they sound very good.
You love a bit of pig's trotter as Bushell tries to swing that to.
I wonder what the Isle of Man national dish. While we're at it, why not? Oh, now we're talking. The juicy, delicious Queen Scallop of Isle of Man. Now we're talking.
That was following a public vote, apparently, according to your very reliable
All
Google
72
search.
members of Isle of Man came out and voted for that one, so that takes us to another over complete. 8 overs gone here. 83 for 7.
So there, the end of that over. Toby Britton finishes with the exceptional figures of 3 for 11. He's played very well. This tournament was certainly one of the Jersey squad that we're all looking forward to seeing operate here in Cardamar. And it looks like this is going to be a comfortable victory for Jersey, as Guernsey haven't batted badly at times, but lost wickets at regular intervals. 7 wickets down, 2 overs to go. Target of 165 looks a long way away.
Yeah, haven't batted badly, but too many runs to get, isn't it?
Well, given a fair crack. Oh, I was going to say it's going to carry the fielder over there, Patrick Guge, who ends up scissoring the European cricket fence, but it's a maxim off the bat of Barker.
What Guji's done wrong here, he's actually thinking about the next part after the catch. He was already thinking about throwing that in instead of just thinking about the catch. So it goes through the hands, and that's a handy 6 runs.
Zach Tribe coming in with his right arm. I guess it's a little bit.
You want to know something quite fun that's
a
happening?
little bit variation
In the world of cricket right now?
Please let me know.
Arian Dutt, who was playing on this network last year in the ECC, is now bowling to Steve Smith in India.
There you go. Oh, Bushell has taken the long handle to that. He's hit that a long way. It's landed on the tents, the hospitality zone. A little gift to the Guernsey fans who are over there supporting their national team. Lovely, clean strike.
Yeah, nice shot. But doesn't that sum up how much European cricket has grown? I'm actually watching Arian Dutt bowl to Steve Smith while we're at the ECC, and he played here last year and was an ECC champion.
Well, I prefer you concentrate on the cricket at hand, Corey, but either way, it's a great story about Dutt.
And the ECN.
Isn't it? Isn't it? Pathways, journey. There's another one. He's sent on the journey. Or Bushell, if only we'd seen him a few overs earlier. Taking Tribe to pieces here. Back-to-back Maximos.
Yeah, nice shot. A couple of bonus runs right at the back end. And, well, very good from Guernsey to still be going for it and not sort of seeing the overs out. Go hit some 6s, enjoy yourself.
Oh, another one in the slot, just slightly wider. And Bushell says, thank you very much, Zach Tribe. Pumped him for the third Maximo in succession. He races along to 31 off 11. And a late flourish coming from Guernsey.
Tell you what, Guernsey Booney is batting beautifully here. Good little cameo. Take some confidence into the next game.
Get him up the order. 107 for 7. Oh, I thought that one was in the slot, but Tribe's got it to just drop a touch on him. And nicely taken by Jack Kemp with the gloves. And after a delightful little appearance at the crease, unfortunately, Bushell has to make his way back for 31 off 12. And Guernsey finished the 9th over. 8 wickets down, 107 on the board.
Yeah, so 107 on the board as we get to the back end of this T10 game. Been a good game of cricket. Jersey definitely booked themselves into the final tonight. Guernsey, they did get the double chance, so they will give themselves one more bite of the cherry. Good little innings that, though, from Booney. Thought he batted quite well, did Booney Bushell. 31 off 12.
They think about getting him up the order for the next game. So 6 balls left in this one. Having a look at the bowling figures. It's been some good performances. I tried getting belted for 24. But the important wicket from Pershad early. Sumaror taking the much-needed scalp of Damaral. Put Jersey on the way to defending this total. So 1 over to go in qualifier 1. Martel on strikes have been joined by Bishard. Big swing. Edge down to the vacant boundary. And so the boundaries keep on coming. Opportunity for them to put a dent in Pullman's figures.
Yeah, a little bit of luck. You're right, though. It's a good bit of batting practice right now. Guernsey will be playing in not too long, actually, against Belgium. What time's that one kick off, Rhino?
That's a good question, Corey. Should be 1700 CET.
Yeah, so a little 5 p.m. start. So they've got an hour to regroup, hour 20.
Wide of off stump, swung straight down the ground, and it just creeps over the fielder's head. So Martel continuing pretty good individual game here. Consecutive boundaries, this time of Maximo.
Yeah, he gets it straight. Nice shot, goes all the way. For 6, you have to wonder, those last 3 overs where the score doubled. If that didn't happen, Rhino, Guernsey, I mean, they're on 170. They would have been thereabouts.
Score almost doubled, Corey.
It doubled.
Martel, 11 off 4. Short ball. That one was probably the easiest of the lot to hit. He's missed out. No protection there at anywhere from deep mid-wicket around.
Yeah, they would have been thereabouts. It's a lot of what-ifs for Guernsey this game.
So Martel, 11 off 5, 3 balls to go. Brave innings from Guernsey, but they'll fall short. Oh, not thanks to this man, though. Martel dishing out a lesson to young Pullman. Smashed him for another Maximo, this time over long on.
Yeah, he got that. Really did get that. Crunches it for 6. So late flurry, and Guernsey just showing they do bat deep, and they'll take a little bit of confidence out of this for the preliminary final coming up in about an hour and 20 minutes.
Well, as you said, Corey, it really was that last 3 overs that took things out of hand, and Guernsey may go back and watch the tape, or scrub through the stream and just see if they can pick up a couple of pointers there as Martel swings that behind square. It won't be the fielder, and they'll just get the 1.
Yeah, just the singles. Yeah, I mean, they're going to end in near the 130s or potentially get there with a 6 off the last ball. Those last 3 overs went for 82 with the ball, so it is a remarkable turnaround from Jersey with the bat, and that's what's going to win them this game.
Certainly will. Deserved finalists. Pullman coming in to finish off his spell. Oh, Bishard tries to go for the old heave around. I think that's a fair call. He hadn't set up for the reverse by the time the ball was delivered.
I didn't switch, I was front on.
Well, anyway, bit of discussion between the batters. Your thoughts on that one, Corey?
It's a funny one if you switch your hands and what the thing. I don't know the full ruling, but it is a funny one. Something I don't know, actually.
I'd still give that a leg side wide.
I wouldn't. I'd say you swapped. The bowler should have more leeway.
We'll agree to disagree on that.
Agreed.
Well, he tries to go with the reverse again. Gets a little bit of something on it. And it's just over the top of the keeper's head. And that's all she wrote in qualifier 1. Guernsey, they finished 39 runs short of this target set by Jersey, their island rivals. And that's a comprehensive win for Jersey, who will be very pleased about giving themselves the game off for qualifier 2, going straight into the final this evening, which is, for those folks back in Jersey, is being played at 1930 CET, 1830 GMT. And Corey, there was some early wickets which really gave Jersey the ascendancy.
Yeah, it was the early wickets that kept them ahead. And, well, good to see these two teams not ripping each other's throats out this time. A warm round of applause and handshakes for each other. It was always going to be too many. It felt they needed a glorious start. Fitchett was the one trying his best to get there. That was the very first ball that actually got hit over the top for 6. But to batter that tempo, you need a lot of luck. And when Damarel got himself caught early, it just felt like it wasn't going to go their way.
Yeah, I thought that was a big call from the skipper. Bouchard getting Julius Sumaror into the bowling attack second over, and it paid dividends with the wicket of Damarel, but nothing can stop Ben Fitchett at the moment. He's peppering the boundary all over. This was a huge wicket though. Tom Nightingale has been so good for Guernsey coming in at that number 3 spot, and Pershard knew it was a big breakthrough.
Yeah, it was a big breakthrough, and the runs kept coming, but probably not at the rate required. Jersey were throwing their bodies on the line. That ended up being signalled for. Tight call that went to the men in green. And overall, it was the spinners. Toby Britton came on. He picked himself up 3 wickets. This was the first of his 3. A very smart catch out at deep cover, and he was bowling the nude nut. He was getting it nude, and he was getting it in. And he got himself a couple of wickets, Rhino.
Yeah, outstanding work from the Spring Productions team, giving us a very close-up slow-mo view of what Toby Britton was unleashing. Ace tried bowled a couple of good balls as well, but also got taken for a few. That was a good ball that just crept up and caught to catch out to deep mid-wicket. The mascots, they were on show. The fans are on show. Even some big hitting from the lower order was on show as the Guernsey team continued to try hard. Eventually, as soon as Fitchett was gone, that was probably the end of any realistic chance they had, but we still gave us an excuse to see a Toby Britton nude nut, and that was a superb delivery, taking out middle stump, and in the end, a very deserved win for Jersey, but Alex Bushell came out and annihilated a couple of Maximos towards the back end and showed that he can deliver some power down the back end of this Guernsey batting lineup. But it wasn't enough, unfortunately. Just their bowling attack had left them too much work to do, and Jersey have run out winners of this game by a margin of 38 runs. So they move straight into the Group B final. As we said, that'll take place at 7:30 GMT, I should say. 1930 Central European summertime, but we're back at 1500 GMT, 1700 Central European summertime for Guernsey versus Belgium. Corey, that has the potential to be an absolute belter.
I think Belgium go into that slight favourite, so it'll be interesting to see, but, well, it's been an interesting group. 3 teams have stood out throughout. You can see a few performances there in the batting lineup. They needed more to win this game. But that's why you get yourself a double chance, because they will go back, regroup, and they'll have another fight of it pretty soon.
Yeah, I think that's going to be an incredibly tight game. Sort of a bit of a mishmash of styles, Belgium versus Guernsey, but I suspect it will be a tight one. The Jersey bowling, it did enough. It did enough. They had a big target to work with. Pashard took the wicket early, as we said. Sumaror managed to send Demerel back, who's been very good at the top of the order. Toby Britton, the best of them though, 3 for 11, taking out the middle order.
Yeah, he was the best of them, 3 for 11. He's such a good bowler. All the bowlers doing enough, Rhino. That's me done for the day. I think it's going to be you and Mr. Maximo for the last few.
We'll try our best, but it's been fantastic to call the game with you again, Corey. Always love your work on the microphone. We'll bring nude nuts into the commentary lingo for the rest of the day. As it is, end of match summary, Jersey 164 for 4. Too good for Guernsey, who could only muster 126 for 8 in reply. So that is qualifier 1 done. We will move into qualifier 2 coming up relatively soon here on the European Cricket Network. It is Andrew Ryan who's been here with Corey Rutgers. We have 2 further matches today to finish off Group B and find out who will go through to finals week from what has been an exceptional group here at the Carter Oval. Please come back and join us for more action on the European Cricket Network later today.
European Cricket Championship is proudly brought to you by Dream11, HCL Software, Junta de Andalucía, and Stake.com. And the official charity partner, Share the Meal by the United Nations World Food Programme.
Ven conmigo a cruzar su calle, a vivir su ambiente. Ven conmigo a vivir la vida intensamente. Conmigo ven, conmigo ven.
Hello and welcome back to the Euros of Cricket. It's the Dream11 European Cricket Championship. We are in Group B finals day, about halfway through the action right now, but really this is only the end of week one of 4 weeks of heart-stopping 10-over cricket, and now we are getting ready for qualifier number 2. Now these two teams finished second and third respectively at the end of the qualifying stage. We've got Guernsey versus Belgium coming up. A spot in the final against Jersey is what's at stake. Of course, the winner of tonight's final gets to come back later in the tournament. Let's go over to Sir Rob Kemming now with the two captains. Let's see what happens at the coin toss.
Okay, Belgium, your call. Frederick. Ooh, it's a roller. This is Frederick first.
Belgium win the toss, and their captain Ali Raza has had a very good time calling the giant coin, hasn't he? And he's elected to bat, and no surprises there. Belgium play Belgian ball. They like to swing at pretty much everything, and they'll be looking to put a big score on the board. That's kind of what happened when these two met in the qualifying stages. Belgium putting a big score, but Guernsey hunted it down on that occasion. Guernsey just seem to have lost the plot a little bit with the bat, though, recently. Their timing seems to have escaped them to an extent, and Belgium actually bowled a lot better this morning. Belgium put on over 200 and a bit of a mismatch against Bulgaria in the eliminator, but I think they're bowling, they hit their spots, and I'll be curious to see if they can bowl a bit better than they have against some of these other top teams so far in the tournament. For Guernsey though, I mean, it's their last chance, isn't it? They've got a lot of talent in there, kind of a clash of cricketing cultures here as well. Two teams fighting it out for a spot in the final. Let's see what happens in this one. We're going to go over to commentary box now, and Corey, he's going to take the afternoon off, so it's going to be Andrew, Ryan and myself very shortly to take you through this one. Rhino, should be a really good game. Belgium, they've won the toss, they're going to bat. Let's see how many they can put on the board. Over to you, Rhino.
Indeed it will be. Maximo, thank you for that preview of this huge contest between Guernsey, who were defeated in qualifier 1 earlier today by their island rivals Jersey, and Belgium, who made it through courtesy of a strong victory against the Bulgarians earlier today. I think Maximo has hit the nail on the head. This is a good outcome for Belgium, winning the toss and getting the opportunity to bat first. It certainly is the strength of their game. And if they can put a score of 140 to 150, they are going to put a lot of pressure on this Jersey batting lineup that didn't respond to the challenge against Jersey earlier today. Look at those two lineups. Core group of players who have contributed for both teams. Obviously, the Guernsey top 3 have been very strong. The bowling, Bichard's opened up well for them. Sherry Butt could be the key man for the Belgian batting lineup, but look at the supercomputer. It cannot make up its mind. A 50-50 contest between these two countries. Certainly probably the two most evenly matched in this group. But as Maximo mentioned, it's a genuine contrast of cricketing styles. Belgium, all guns blazing with the bat. Guernsey, diminutive 3 at the top of the order. But they also mix things up with the ball. Good fielding unit. Belgium's bowling very much dominated by right arm. Medium fast. Here we are, underway, qualifier 2. Belgium versus Guernsey. Bichard outside off stump, that's his line. Raza and Kalik opening up for Belgium. Nice ball from Bichard when he gets it on that fullish length and hits the pitch hard. Gets into some awkward trajectory areas. The ball rising quickly off the deck. Another one wide of off stump. However, the trajectory is just up, up and away. A mighty shot to get Belgium off the mark. Raza was fairly confident it was going to be another wide of off stump ball. Keeps the top hand in charge. Sweeps through and launches that for a Maximo. Bit of work for the ball retrieval team around Carterborough Oval today. That was a beautifully struck shot. The Grizzly ball absolutely flying off Raza's bat. Wide of off stump and wide enough to be called as such. Umpire's arms go out. Shard really pushing on this off-stump line. Interestingly, though, he's got the two defensive fielders outside the circle at mid-off and mid-on. Given where he's bowling, I would have thought that deep cover or even possibly backward point on the fence be the way forward. This one smacked straight, full of length. But it's cracked over the boundary. The second Maximo for the over for Raza. He started all guns blazing. Just a little bit over pitched by Bichard. Asking to be pumped. Change of pace. Lucky. It wasn't a bad delivery. Raza swung hard. Outside edge of the bat, and it goes flying wide of third man. Belgians zoom along, 17 on the board. Guernsey have to hold their nerve here. This is simply the way the Belgians go about their cricket with the bat. They flash hard at just about everything. Important thing is to keep creating chances, take wickets when the opportunity arises. Good full ball in the block hole. Defended stoutly by Raza. Good respect from him. Nice start from Belgium though. 17 on the board. 1 ball to go in this first over. Very quiet infield from Guernsey. That one's just a little bit wider. Still in the slot. Probably fortunate that Raza didn't get elevation. And that's the end of a pretty good start from the Belgians. 1 over down. 18 runs on the board. Things taking shape here in Group B. It's the final day of this group. Qualifier 2 this particular game, Guernsey versus Belgium. And we move on to the final. Jersey have already booked their spot. And they will play the winner of this game. It's coming up at 17:30 GMT. 7:30 PM here, CEST in Spain and most of continental Europe. A little bit flat on the Guernsey team. Had to come back after an hour's break from their last game as Stokes almost gets a wicket first ball. Raza tries to turn him to the leg side. It was actually Bichard who had just bowled that first over. Perhaps his mind still on what happened with the ball. Took a step forward and big paceman should have taken that. Stokes puts it on a length and he's crunched. Absolutely obliterated over long off. Wonderful shot from Raza. And he's moved to 23 off 8. Lovely strike. Stokes must pull his length back. He's generally bowled the out swinger consistently in this tournament. Short and wide, but it's an off-speed ball. Heaved away down to long on. Will just be the single. So all the runs coming off Razar's bat so far. Khalik about to face his first ball of the innings. Not a huge amount of swing for Stokes so far. Not a great deal of wind around Cartermore Oval. Foolish ball, and it's driven exquisitely wide of cover. Khalik gave absolutely no chance to the Guernsey infield. Just stands tall, thrust through with the wrists. What a wonderful cricket shot. Wide ball, and Khalik has hit his second boundary in consecutive balls. This time somewhat less classical, but he brings up a Maximo, and that's an outstanding start for Belgium. 1 ball to go in the second over, 35 for none. Pressure on Matthew Stokes. 17 runs off his over. He's gone high. He's got enough bat on it, and it will carry the fence for a second Maximo to Khalik. He races along to 16 off 3 balls, and Belgium are flying. 41 for none. It's the end of the second over. Excellent start for Belgian team. Razar 24 off 9, and Khalik has come on with a flurry. 16 off his first 3. Stokes 23 runs off his first over. Both of the opening bowlers suffering some level of punishment. Bishard coming back for his second. Foolish length, swung across, and Razar has made good connection. Drags it wide of long on, and Belgium continue with this flurry of boundaries. 45 for none. Still 5 balls left in the power play. Bishard perhaps just getting a little bit predictable. Wide of off stump. Ball fuller than he would have been aiming for. Neither here nor there in terms of the Yorker or the shorter ball. That one's also hittable length, but Razar goes inside out and just pops it to the fielder at long off. Walk through for the single. Confidence building in that Belgium dugout. I had the feeling there was going to be one innings where their batting would simply explode. Perhaps it's today. Full ball, and it's wonderful timing. Bishard trying to get the Yorker in. His hands are out. He doesn't really have the answers to this onslaught, and Khalik just leans forward, times the ball so well. Gap between backward point and cover. On slow motion. Team at Spring Productions. That's a wonderful visual. Needs to take his time here, Bishard. 3 balls left. Partnership already at 50. That was in the slot, but he hasn't timed it well, and he's hit it straight down the throat of Tom Nightingale at long on. Bishard's persisted with the full length. He's gone more stump line the last couple of balls, and he's rewarded with the wicket. A much needed one, particularly Faisal Khalik. He was going at a rapid rate of knots at that point. Just had the bat turn in his hand, the bottom hand coming through. And Nightingale, safe pair of hands on the boundary. That's a big, big wicket for Guernsey and one they desperately needed. So Khalik departs for 20 off 5 and Belgium 50 for 1. It's a good opportunity to bring another man who knows plenty about big hitting into the commentary box, Mr. Maximo.
Yeah, thanks very much, Rhino. And what a start to this one. Belgium just whacking out the Belgian ball in the power play. It's just what they wanted. Of course, these two teams met yesterday and a pretty entertaining game. Belgium put 142 on the board. It wasn't enough. In fact, Guernsey had over and over to spare when they chased that down. Bichard has something to show for his work now. 2 to come in the third.
Oh, it's thrashed. Beautiful shot. Burhan Niaz. Saw him do this on day 1. Come to the crease and crack his first few balls to the boundary. Waits for that to get right under the eye line. Beautiful shot once again, bisecting the fielders at cover and backward point.
Yeah, what a shot that was. They like Niaz at 3. It's a bit higher than I would have thought he'd be batting, but he just seems like he's in good form, hitting the ball well.
Big thrash across the line. Loses his shape a touch, but it's been a fabulous power play for the Belgians. And after the conclusion of the third over, they sit at 54 for 1.
Yeah, I mean, they'd take that power play, wouldn't they, Belgium? Be reasonably happy with that. You can see 18, 23 and 13, so I suppose better in the third for Guernsey fans. They'll be hoping they can really try and shut things down in the middle, continue to take wickets. Belgium have a long, strong batting order, but you just got to keep trying to turn it over. We can see a change of pace here. I think that makes sense because this Belgian lineup, you just don't want to let them settle, as we're going to see Adam Martel bowling the 4th.
Probably been their best bowler throughout the tournament, Martel, coming over in the middle overs with his left arm around the wicket line to the right-handers. Spearing it in, just trying to cramp them for room. One's pitched wide of off stump. Just dragged down to long on. They'll take the single.
Yeah, middle overs now. Of course, 5 outfielders allowed from this point in time. Just the 2 outfielders were allowed earlier than the end of the third over.
Spears in the Yorker, just wide of off stump. Nice bowling from Martel, the changing of the length.
Yeah, it's a good length, I think, whether you're fast or a slow bowler. Just pitching up on the crease.
Once again, that one's wide of off stump, carved. Niaz opens the face of the bat. Martel still coming through at reasonable pace. Ball carries the fielders in the infield, and a good start to the over. That one races away for 4.
Yeah, boundary coming, and you can't predict all of them. That's the thing. I'll say big hello to everyone that might just be joining us for the first time today. I know a lot of our North American viewers are tuning in.
Another one going flying into the similar sort of direction. Less control from Niaz, but Martel tries to jam one hard into the deck. Doesn't really get up at all. And flying away for consecutive 4s.
Yeah, and I think digging it in short, it did seem a bit deliberate, I think, just hoping for a top edge, which he got. Just carried over the infield and ended up running away for 4. So I suppose the bowler trying to catch Niaz by surprise. Didn't really work.
A little bit of pressure back on Martel. Tidy start to his over, but Niaz throwing down the gauntlet. Another one of those Yorker lengths. That's when he's particularly effective. Just a little drift in from the left arm around the wicket line. Niaz playing over the top of it for the second time this over. Another one speared down the leg side. It was the quicker one again.
That is such a good take. Such a good take from Damarel down the leg side. That was speared down. Don't know if we'll have time to see it again, but that potentially saved them 4 runs. Oh, dear.
Well, he's gone the opposite side. Damarel.
I think the umpire looked to the other umpire to see if it bounced off the pitch, but here's the 4-1-1. It never bounced. So that's why... Yeah, Damarel.
One of the oddities of that rule, isn't it, Vinny? This one's short. Ball popped up. Nightingale down there on the boundary. Sets himself. And well, Martel may feel he's gotten a touch lucky on that occasion. It was probably dragged shorter than he might have wanted. But Niaz trying to swing heavily across the line. Hasn't managed to control the shot. Popped up and the second wicket down. Belgium 65 for 2. That's the end of the fourth.
Yeah, you can see that kind of top edge of the bat. Easily taken down there. I mean, really, if you'd seen the last couple of balls from Martel, you would have thought he just put his head on a stump and spun around 10 times very quickly because he was all over the place. But Niaz doesn't get that one in the middle, and he's going to have to go for just 12 at 65 for 2.
They will give you chances, this Belgium team, so 4 overs done. So 36 balls left, 65, pretty good position for them at the moment. Big gun coming in to bat too, Sherry Butt. Batted so well for them last night in that game against Guernsey, particularly when the rest of the top order was not so convincing.
Yeah, he's just been a bit of a purple patch, Sherry Butt. And to the over as well, so it's going to be Nathan Letitia who's going to have a bowl. And we hadn't seen him bowling a lot. We did see him bowl in the last game. Again, a bit of all sorts about him, but I think once he settles in, he'll be a bit more consistent as well. He was pretty effective last game. Still a bit of a coin flip this game, according to the win predictor.
Well, it's floated outside off stump. The ball's high, but he's gotten a very good piece of it, Raza, and takes it over the fence for a Maximo.
Yeah, and this is one that probably would have been a wide, but if you're going to go after it, don't do it by halves. Raza takes a big step out there, gets in great position and launches it over long off for 6.
Some sweet strikers of a cricket ball. This Belgium lineup. Tissier, a little bit of a shaky start in the last game against Jersey, but he came back and bowled a pair of pretty good overs in the middle. Another one with a bit of air. Ball coming just short of Ollie Nightingale, coming in from that position.
Ollie didn't pick that up. It was always falling short, but he's got the dark glasses on. Might need an extra strong set. He kind of backed back when, if he'd gone forward straight away, might have been able to turn that into a catch, but very difficult fielding out there this time of the day.
Loaded up on off stump. Timed nicely, but not very threateningly from Butt to get himself off the mark. So he gets things moving with a single. He's in good form. And Raza, 37 off 14, leading the way, but don't count out Butt. As that's another one thrown outside off stump. The ball goes high. Martel swinging around. He never looked comfortable and puts it down.
Well, I mean, we just talked about it, didn't we? That side of the field. And Martel couldn't find it in the end. Ali Raza, he just thought he was gone. He's already taken a couple of steps. You see here, he'd already just given it up. And he thought, well, hold on a second. And then it was time to get his skates on. But again, we just see the shadows there. I don't think you can appreciate how difficult that catch is at this time of the day.
Certainly not. Ludicrous running from Raza. Brings Butt on to strike, though. Floated outside off stump, full toss, but Nightingale does well. Low full toss. Surprisingly effective ball sometimes in T10 cricket. So Letitia, 1 ball to go in this over. He's only gone for 10 and he's extracted a couple of false shots just by floating the ball wide of off stump.
Last ball then of the 5th. And Letitia, keep it quiet.
Oh, another big hefty swing from Raza. Unfortunately for Letitia, for all of his good work in that over, he's gone for 14, and Belgium, 5 overs gone, 79 for 2.
Gives us an opportunity to welcome you into the Dreambox. Vinny Sander here, Mr. Maximo. Got Andrew Ryan with me. Big thanks to Corey for his work today. I've told him to knock off for the day and get some Z's because he's going to have a busy week ahead.
Dangerous instructions to see Rutgers. I'm sure he's going to be dishing out some consultancy advice to a lot of the teams here.
I think it'll be okay as long as Jersey and Guernsey are still in the competition, which they are at the moment. But yeah, it's the top 3 we expected. Jersey already all the way through to the decider tonight. That'll be under lights. Slightly earlier final tonight, 5:30 p.m. GMT, but it will be under lights. And then these two fighting it out for the other spot. Real clash of cricketing cultures and backgrounds and kind of paths, I suppose, to this European Cricket Championship. Look, while we're here, we do want to mention the World Food Programme and the Share the Meal initiative. Now, the World Food Programme is actually the world's largest humanitarian organisation. They've helped over 160 million people last year alone. If you're enjoying the coverage, or if you just want to do a good deed today, as little as 70 cents can feed someone. If you go down and follow that QR code there, it'll go somewhere. It's like 2 or 3 clicks, super easy. You can make a difference. Something we're really passionate about here.
Absolutely, something I think we've all contributed to already. And one of the scariest stats that I read on this the other day, Vinny, was that 1 in 10 people do not have what we think of as food security and will go hungry frequently. And that's just a staggering amount of people around the world who are suffering. And
Definitely.
Every little bit does help in that World Food Programme. It's
does.
a great thing for ECN to be involved with.
There is the golden arm over there where for €1 you get 3 goes on the speed gun. My shoulder's hurting so much I've just started handing over the euro now. I say, no, it's okay. I don't need to do that.
Very charitable.
So, look, we would love for you to get involved and join the fight against hunger. Again, another great take from Damerel down the leg side as Tom Nightingale starts the 6th over.
A bit of a switch around here with Nightingale. Thought Martel might have been brought on for his second. Continuing with the spin attack. Really decided that taking the pace off against the Belgian lineup is the way forward. I think it's tactically a sensible thing to do.
Tom's basically bowling hybrids here, somewhere between spin and medium pace. And Sherry Butt and Ali Raza, 2 of the in-form Belgians at the moment at the crease.
Big swing across the line. Nightingale not turning the ball at all. Maximo's mentioned it's almost like playing a medium pacer.
Yeah, that's how you got to play him here. And Damerel, classic, took the hard ones, missed the easy one, if that is easy. He sets up pretty wide of the off stump there, Damerel, because he wants to get a good look at the ball. Doesn't want the batter in the way.
Well, Nightingale extracts the outside edge, bowling with quite a deal of pace, so it goes flying over the fielder's head. 30 metres on the circle. It's a boundary 4.
It's a tough one. I'm trying to imagine a scenario where you can actually have that fielder back, because a lot of boundaries gone there so far. Maybe a chance of a catch because he's bowling quite fast. But where are you going to take him from? That's the thing. You've got kind of square leg to deep cover. You've got 5 outfielders kind of patrolling that whole zone.
I think you just accept that risk. That one is the one that they won't accept, though. Nightingale dragged it short, 2-leg side, and it's easily swung around. And that brings up the half-ton for the skipper, Ali Raza. He's putting this Belgium side on his back and trying to carry them to the Group B final.
You know, Ali Raza, not only the group final back in 2021, but of course was part of the Belgian side that finished 2nd in the whole of Europe, going down to the England 11 after posting 148 in the final as well, the Belgians. Hoping to do something similar this year as well.
Well, Nightingale, he's extracted the top edge. Letitia going back. It's the 2nd catch. Dropped behind point so far in this innings. He made good ground, but just lost his balance at the last moment.
Another one where the sun's a factor. I'm telling you that there. Looking leg side. It's pretty much a leading edge. And we talked about the chance of a catch in that position or maybe back. It was an uncontrolled shot, obviously. Normally is when it goes in that area. Nightingale can't take a trick here.
Exactly what Nightingale was looking for. He's gone through that same angle again. Another catch has gone up. Tracking back. They've dropped to 3rd. This time it's Matt Stokes. He's one of the best fielders in this Guernsey lineup. And incredibly, a 3rd catch has gone down in that zone, Vinny.
Yeah, that'll be the end of the over as well. 91 for 2 after 6. Well, you know, Rhino, unless it's a cold or a virus of some description, normally you can't catch what you can't see. And that, put it this way, if I was in a green shirt right now, I'd be asking for a promotion to the other side of the field because the sun is just brutal. They don't call it the Costa del Sol for nothing, the Sunshine Coast.
There's not a single cloud in the sky at the moment. It's as bright blue as can be. Great conditions for cricket, but tough one for the sighter, for the infielders, but nonetheless, cannot give these sort of chances, second chances to this Belgium batting lineup. Tissier on the very 2nd over, that's well
Yeah, you wonder if those drops will cost him. Maybe. And they are kind of excusable drops if you want to call them that. You'd hope at least one of them would stick, though, in that over.
Run rate at 15's dangerous times. And it's looking like it's getting even more challenging for Guernsey. Flighted up by Letitia. And Raza takes one step down the track. Smacks it for a Maximo.
Yeah, step hit kind of length, isn't it? And you're kind of hoping for a miss hit if the batter's trying a shot like that. But Raza's not miss-hitting too many, is he?
They need to get a little bit of drift away on most balls, Letitia, but that one just hung up in the air. Partnership up to 33 or 14. It's primarily been Raza, the wheel. Air again. Raza steps forward, turns it into a full toss. Goes out to the fielder at deep mid. It's already been called a no ball for above waist height on field. Pretty fair call, and that brings the double whammy. No wicket, and Letitia now has a free hit against him.
Yeah, batten down the hatches. Here's the free hit for Sherry Butt.
Yorker length. It's pretty good bowling from Letitia. Tough call for an off spinner when you're in that situation, isn't it? There's only so many weapons you've got.
That's right. I mean, in the end, Sherry Butt wants to do more with it. Just couldn't. 100's up now.
Floats that outside off, and they have that ring of three fielders on the offside.
Interesting there, they're going deep cover most of the time. So really protecting those boundaries in front of the batter. I suppose it makes sense to an off-speed bowler like Nathan Letitia.
Short, flat, wide. Not particularly good ball. Got a smile on his face, though.
Yeah.
Enjoys his cricket, Letitia.
Hoping maybe the batter would spoil it and knock it for one, but he had to cop the wide.
A little bit slower, but it has been launched at a rate of knots. Gorgeous strike. And this total is starting to get quite scary for Guernsey.
Well, that one sliced into the trees a bit like me on the first tee in front of a large gallery, Rhino, but it did travel a long, long way, and that's gone out of here.
Maximo enjoyed that strike. Well, Letitia, he's got one more ball to get through. It's been one of the better spells of none for 32 that I've seen from an off spinner here at ECC, but he's got another delivery with Butt starting to percolate.
Butt's starting to smoke.
Wow, Lizzie now starting to boil. Strikes it over mid-on. Lovely strike. He moves to 17 off 9, the end of the over. Belgium 115, 2 wickets down.
So, 3 overs to go, and this is kind of where Guernsey lost plot last time. I want to know if, basically what they're going to go for in this last 3 overs, who they're going to go for, Guernsey. Of course, we're watching the European Cricket Championship for men right now, but there's going to be a European Cricket Championship for women, the first ever Euros of women's cricket. Super excited to bring it to you here. It actually will be our last tournament of the year. Our season's done on the 20th of January. It goes all the way through to the 22nd of December. 5 nations will play 24 matches over 6 days right here at the beautiful Cardamom Oval, and we hope that you can join us for the ride. For more, you can go to our website, europeancricket.com, and imagine amongst all our potential international broadcast partners, and also the matches will be on our YouTube channel, ECN European Cricket Network. If you haven't already, subscribe, because our community is growing all the time. We'd love you to be a part of it. It's kind of niche. It's kind of different. If you're that kind of a person, we'd love to have you on board.
Niche but growing. I like it. It's good description.
How much can a niche grow before it's no longer a niche?
It's a good question. It's a good question. I guess we'll find out in the coming years. There's a bit of work happening down there in terms of an exchange of gloves. Obviously sweaty work across the last 7 overs.
I'm sure some mathematicians have done some work on that problem and worked out the exact factorial that the niche is no longer a niche. I mean, cricket's a niche, really, in the world. And we're kind of a niche within a niche. Niche to the power of 2.
Isn't it sort of the hockey stick graph that they talk about when it comes to tech business? Almost as a they get to a certain point and then just start multiplying in size.
European cricket, come for the cricket, say it for the high level analysis of current trends. Anyway, right now, here's over number 8, and they're going back to Nightingale, who gets hit high. Now, another high ball. Anybody want it? It's on the right side of the field at least. In fact, it's dropped. Got to stop the boundary now. Oh, Bichard. He didn't have the sun as a factor, but he did have the fact that it went up and bounced off the moon. Wow, another one goes down.
They've been dropped more often than a teenage boy who is active dating. That is some ordinary stuff from Guernsey in the field. And they've been punished. Nightingale, his head goes back. The Grizzly has launched 70 metres. Gorgeous strike from Raza.
Yeah, it was good morning, good afternoon, good Nightingale, wasn't it, as he picked it up. It was pretty much a foot outside off stump, or perhaps even more, but he made up his mind and just went with it on length. Big shot, 6 runs, and once again, the death proving costly at the moment for Guernsey.
Guernsey have left Dave Hooper out of the side for this game. He's been their death bowler for most of the tournament. Unfortunately, the last game smoked for 61. Means Nightingale's been brought into the bowling attack. Goes high on the offside.
Here we go again.
Go up. Stokes has finally taken one, and the Bronx cheers come from the sidelines as eventually a Guernsey fielder completes a catch. That is the end of a pretty good innings from Ali Raza. 67 off 25 balls. The Belgians lose their 3rd wicket with 123 on the board.
Yeah, great innings from the Belgian skipper. You can see here, it's trying something similar. Again, outside half of the bat. I mean, never mind the sunglasses. My heart was going out to those fielders on the offside. I think I needed those pinhole camera kind of glasses that you use when there's a solar eclipse going on. Very bright at this time of the day. Anyway, Raza, 67 off 25 with 6 Maximos and 5 fours in there. Nightingale, Tom Nightingale, that is, gets him in the end. 123 for 3.
Yeah, glorious innings. And if Belgium get through to the final, they have a lot to thank their skipper, Ali Raza, for. That's a wonderful innings in a pressure game. Sudden death cricket here with qualifier 2. These two teams who have been fighting hard over the last 3 days here at the Cartermore Oval. Belgium sitting pretty. So much for Guernsey. Rides on how they can defend these last couple of overs. This one goes high, and it goes very long again. It's a mighty, mighty Maximo, and Zakil smashes his first ball for 6.
What a shot, and Saber Zakil. Haven't seen too much of him. Did pick up a bit of a finger injury in the warm-up. He's also coming back from an injured shoulder, but he's born hitting. You know, he's one guy, they call him Insana because he's a little bit crazy, but only crazy in the good ways.
Oh, he keeps the batting insanity going. That might be the biggest strike of the game so far. Zakil doubles the Maximos from his first 2 balls.
Yeah, what a shot. He almost falls over. I mean, Sabah is probably one of the most enthusiastic cricketers I've ever met, and I've met thousands of them, literally thousands here in Europe. And he can't wait for his opportunity. Sometimes that impetuosity can kind of get in the way of his batting. But when he's clear-minded, this is his perfect situation, really. And this is where Belgium want to get to. Get to the end of the innings still with wickets in hand, despite being uber attacking.
Oh, he tries 3rd time. Nightingale pushes that one a touch wider of off stump. Not a bad spell from him. 1 for 31, and Belgium 8 overs down, 135 for 3.
So remember, the 142 wasn't quite good enough yesterday. But having said that, I think even 150s might not have been good enough because Guernsey chased it down with 7 balls to spare. So potentially they could have even got like a 160s or something like that. So if I was Belgium, I wouldn't be taking it too easy here in these last 2 overs. I know they won't be anyway. A few people asking about the ECCW, what the teams are. Well, they are Spain, the host, as well as Italy, the Netherlands, France, and Austria. All teams we've seen to an extent on the network. Of course, the idea is to expand that, I'm sure, in 2024. But we're just super happy we've got the 5-team ECCW off the ground this year. Can't wait. All right, here we go. Over number 9. All happens in the 9th. It starts with a wide from Martel.
Martel, he's been the best bowler for Guernsey throughout the tournament. So much sits on his left arm. If he can get through this over with perhaps a couple of new batsmen at the crease, keeping the runs down. Signalled wide. That was a tight one, but I think it's the right call.
Yeah, it's a good call. Remember, the ball has to completely be inside the tram line. This one looked like it was straight over it for me. Yeah, it's a very good call by the Sheriff, Charles Croucher.
Speared in, nice delivery, just a slight change of pace, but overbalancing, playing forward.
Yeah. You might think why he blocked that, but he just kind of knew if he swung it there, he was going to hit straight up in the air, so kind of bailed. Takes another opportunity.
Big swing underneath edge. Two players pursuing it. And they'll come back for a second. A little bit sluggish with the running, but he gets back safely.
I think might have just got a little bit of the keeper on the way through, and that's what slowed it down. Otherwise, I think it probably runs away for 4. But they were thinking about it. Good throw, had his goose cooked here, I think. But Sherry Butt does get back for the second. Belgium cheering every run at the moment. Interesting applauding technique, though.
Oh, it swung to the leg side. Not the healthiest hit, but it's good enough. But strikes another Maximo. Belgium a race along to 145 for 3.
Yeah, just continues hit the ball well. Belgium bat their best with no pressure on. And sometimes they just kind of create that no pressure in their head. But right now there really is no pressure to just keep on swinging, see the ball, hit the ball. They got plenty of batters still in the shed, ready to do the same.
Well, Martel goes outside off stump, manages to beat the cover fielder with a stunning strike, but he hits the ball so hard. That was no more than 3 meters away from the fielder and the boundary out there, but he had no chance.
Yeah, it's raining boundaries really at the moment. The 7th went for 24, the 8th went for 20. This one's gone for 14. We're not done yet. Could be a hat-trick of magical overs the way things are going.
Oh, but he's been so good during the course of this tournament. A little bit more air, full toss, and it's just drilled for the single.
And 150 comes up now for Belgium. If you offered them 150 start of the game, I'm sure they would have taken it. They'll get more.
Charges, almost creates a Yorker. And that's the easy single to finish. So Zakil will be on strike when we come back for the 10th. End of the 9th over. Belgium 151 for 3.
Yeah, so Belgium obviously going to build something big. Looks kind of 160s to me. Maybe more, maybe less. No one's really escaped the tornado. I suppose Martel bowled pretty well. 1 for 27. His figure's not looking too bad. Probably 13.5 is kind of par for the course. Maybe even 14's par for the course, economy rate-wise. Thing is, Belgium, they bowled a lot better against Bulgaria this morning. Okay, sure, maybe not as much of a pressurised situation, but they did hit their Yorkers a lot more. So I think, and take nothing away from Guernsey's chase yesterday, but Belgium didn't bowl to their full potential. Here's Stokes in the 10th.
Stokes does find that Yorker length himself. A little bit of late swing. And Zakil, he's tamed for the moment. Great work from the Spring Productions team. That super slow-mo vision is magical stuff.
You can really kind of even see the rotations of the ball in flight, which is something we don't normally see. Yeah, really love it.
Speared in again. Good Yorker from Stokes.
Better bowling, isn't it? It's good Yorkers. They're not really going, okay, you might French cut one or something like that, but you know, you rock up, even if you tell the batter, I'm going to give you 6 Yorkers like that and over, there's not a lot they can do. I mean, sometimes you see batters ramping it, and that in itself is pretty risky. Stokes has been good, but he's going to have to keep it up.
A little bit of early movement. Slapped over the cover boundary. For a moment, I thought the outfielder was in with a chance, but Zakil has got enough of that ball, sent it flying.
Misses by, okay, he's deep in the crease, maybe misses by a foot, if that, and it's enough for Sabo to slice under it and get under it. That's the difference between a genuine Yorker and almost a Yorker.
A little bit of width from Stokes on that occasion.
Extraordinary vision.
Oh, it runs down the pitch, almost at the other end by the time he played that shot. Swings it over long on, and Zakil continues to power. And Belgium, 165 for 3.
This is such smart batting from Zakil. It's almost like he's playing Tetris and he can see the next piece because he knows he's missed his Yorker slightly short. He's probably going to go fuller. So I'm going to make a late but definite charge and turn it into a full toss. 2 to come.
Steps aside, big swing across the line. Calls his partner through. Stokes with the missed kick, and they will keep it to 1. So nice piece of bowling again for him. But final ball coming up, and this total is already huge.
Guernsey, they pulled off a big chase last night, though, against Belgium. It'll have to be even bigger, but do not count them out. We've seen some pretty extraordinary things as Zakil was just punking the fielding team there. Sherry Butt was never going to come through. So, well, Sherry, hold on to your hats, because here we go with the last ball of the 10 overs.
Good ball from Stokes, just getting it to drop. Definitely Zakil was keen to look for the 2, but just ambles up the other end. That's the conclusion of the 10, and what a batting performance from the Belgians. They have finally clicked, racking up a huge 166 for 3.
I think
Sorry, 167, I'm sorry.
Well, the reason I'm correcting you there is because guess what? The highest golden ball tied game we ever had was 167 in Cyprus. And look, I'm not saying it's likely, but it is possible, especially with the Guernsey batting lineup, that they do have guys that have been batting well, and batting well against Belgium as well. But they are going to have to bat out of their skin if they're to stay alive in the tournament. It's 168 or bust for Guernsey. Great to have Rhino in the box with me, as well as Corey Rutgers and Rico. I'm sure he is lurking on his day off. There's nothing lurkable about this Belgian start. As usual, they swung the bat at pretty much everything.
They certainly did. Unfortunately, anything that went up into catching region was put down by Guernsey. They've been pretty good in the field throughout this tournament. Certainly wasn't the case today. Few excuses in terms of the sun, but ultimately they've let themselves down. Have to take your chances against this powerful Belgium batting lineup. And speaking of power, Ali Raza played a sensational knock today. First man down went straight into the hands of Tom Nightingale. He tried to shush the crowd, but it was nothing but a boundary fest after that.
Yeah, well, I suppose the thing is consistency throughout this innings from Belgium. All 10 overs were double-figure overs. Their lowest was 11, so they were always getting a couple of boundaries at a minimum. And so they never kind of felt the squeeze, did they, of kind of needing a boundary. They're on a bit of a free roll the whole time. Guernsey, to their credit, they tried a few different options. They tried spin. Some of them were a little bit lucky, like that one. But there were a lot of balls that were smashed out of the ground. Belgium just known for hitting sixes after sixes after sixes. Once again, they hit a lot of them here, and they hit 15 in this innings.
Yeah, probably a couple of chances here, particularly off Nightingale, who bowled a pair of quite decent overs, but after a couple of dropped catches, finally, it was that man Stokes who managed to take one, but they allowed some of the Belgians' best batters to go deep in the innings, and particularly Butt. Really, he's not a man that you can give second and third opportunities to.
Yeah, well, Butt's just on fire in this tournament. He just continues to go large. And then I love this shot of Sabazakil, who is extraordinarily just chasing that ball outside the off stump, getting it up and over the fence. And in the end, 167. Belgium in the driver's seat, but Guernsey, no strangers to pulling off a big chase against the men in black. As we have a look at the scorecard. Top 5 all contributing in some way, shape or form. Just 9 extras, probably not too bad actually. Probably about par for the course at this level. But Ali Raza, 67 off 25. He was the star, but also got good support from the other batting unit.
Yeah, certainly did. The whole middle order, in fact, almost all batters scored over a strike rate of 200, which shows the power that was on display. Really, none of the bowlers spared. Bichard tried hard at the top of the order. Nightingale, if anything, was probably the best of them today, but unfortunately had a number of catches put down, which has led to Guernsey having to chase a big target. Belgium putting 167 for 3 on the board, led by skipper Ali Raza. So Guernsey, they need to chase down 168 off their 10 overs. It is qualifier 2 here on the European Cricket Network. We're here at Cartermore Oval for the European Cricket Championship. Andrew Ryan here with Vinny, Mr. Maximo, Sandu. We'll be back in a few minutes to take you through the second innings of this game.
European Cricket Championship is proudly brought to you by Dream11, HCL Software, Junta de Andalucía, and Stake.com, and the official charity partner, Share the Meal, by the United Nations World Food Programme. Hello, cricket lovers, wherever you're watching from around the world. It's great to have your company once again on the European Cricket Network, as well as all of our international broadcast partners. This is the one and only Euros of cricket. Only once a year will you see the nations combine here on the continent to provide cricket entertainment unlike anything you've ever seen before on a cricket field. Right now, this is Group B. The tournament is broken up into 6 groups, and only the group winners earn the right to return in Championship Week to face the Netherlands 11 and the other group champions. Right now, it's Guernsey chasing. An unlikely but very, very possible 168 for victory after Belgium won the toss and batted here in qualifier 2 and put 167 runs on the board. The winner of this game will play Jersey in the Group B final under lights tonight. The loser will have to wait until next year for another crack at the title. Guernsey, I mean, it just shows you how much the computer thinks of their batting, that they're still given a 27% chance of pulling this off, despite it ranking amongst some of the biggest chasers that we've ever seen on the network in over 3,500 matches. It's going to be Khalid Ahmedzai to get us going. Damerel and Fitchett open the batting for Guernsey. 168, the magic number. You can make that 167 after the first ball goes down the leg side for a wide. That's the Sheriff, Charles Crouch from Czechia. Makes that call. Making the call with me here in qualifier 2 is none other than Andrew Ryan, and Rhino. Looks like we're in for some entertainment no matter what happens here in this crucial matchup.
Undoubtedly, Guernsey, they will have to throw the bat at this from the get-go. No time to get themselves in. Big swing across the line. Not the prettiest shot that Damerel has played all tournament, but it's effective. A first boundary of the innings.
Yeah, and you're right. You probably need a bit of luck, and maybe even more than a bit of luck if you're going to chase down 160s. But it's a bit of a trend on the European Cricket Network. We're seeing scores go up, and that applies to the domestic tournaments. I think it also applies here. A lot of people talking about the balls and these kinds of things. Just the conditions. Grizzly ball really flying, and we have seen most of the highest chases this year.
Cricket fans, we love to do such analysis, don't we, Vinny? Equipment, conditions. Damerel, once again, not the best shot that he struck all tournament. Has looked down at his bat. Not particularly impressed with how that has come off the middle, but nonetheless, consecutive boundaries. And Guernsey, nice start for them, none for 9.
And you can see where this ranks. Actually would be the 3rd highest chase we've ever seen pulled off, with a target of 168 here. And just look at all the 2023s there on the right. So a lot of these high chases have come this year. Can Guernsey add themselves to the honours board?
Well, the Belgian bowling is much improved this morning, but it has been their Achilles heel during the tournament. Steps away, times that beautifully. Gorgeous shot from Damerel. Goes for a Maximo. Fantastic start.
Well, that is classic high risk, high return batting. Well, I had a feeling the next sound I was going to hear was the middle stump cartwheeling out of the ground as he shows him all 3 here. But, yeah, good enough to get the bat on it. Damerel had to be perfect, and he was.
Couldn't have asked for a better ball to play that shot to. Ahmedzai sends it down with some pace, but that was dead straight. Full ball, hit it straight down the ground. They do have protection, so for Damerel, one of the boundary fielders is stationed there at long on.
Yeah, Marnus in the comment section just commenting that this would be right up there on the record chases. That 175 was set by Aroma Bangla Morning Sun recently in our Rome edition of the European Cricket Series. Of course, we do domestic series outside these marquee tournaments that you might see on some of the major networks around the world. But yeah, this year we're doing over 1,600 matches. In fact, we're already on a record. Still about 3 months to go on the season as far as how many matches that we've actually put on.
It's just taken away to mid-wicket. Fitchett hits off the mark first ball with just a single.
So, you know, sometimes you got a big problem and it seems overwhelming and you feel like it's just going to crush you. What do? You need to break it into smaller, more manageable chunks. All right, so now you're looking at 17 and over. They've got the 17 they need off this over. Still a ball to go. Kind of a bonus ball here for Damerel.
Outfielders both on the leg side. Mid-wicket and long on. Steps across. No ball called, so they will have the opportunity of a free hit to close this over. Demirel still looking at his bat every time he gets to the non-striker's end, so he's not happy with how he's collecting it. Front foot called.
It's a tight one, but it seems a correct one from Charles Croucher. Nothing landed behind the line, more or less on the line. Umpire's got to go with what he sees, so that'll be 19 and still a ball to go, and this is a free hit. Chance for Fitchett to get going with the immunity cloak.
Potentially a big ball in the context of this chase. Full toss, smashed by Fitchett. We'll have a look at whether or not that receives the no ball call as well, but either way, he's put away the free hit, and Guernsey, they have raced along to 23 off this first over.
Yeah, I mean, it's probably just below. Cool, thanks. But, yeah, 23 off the first over. Good start for Guernsey. 23 without loss. Well, I did mention earlier, didn't I, Rhino, that the highest ever golden ball, i.e. our golden ball tiebreaker, was on 167, which I think was around versus Cyprus Eagles in 2020, back in the days that I like to call the Wild West. And you know what happened to that golden ball?
Tell me.
It got hit for 6. Not surprising in such a high-scoring game. And Cyprus, they've got a few big boys that like to whack it around. Golden ball will happen if there's a tie. Haven't had one in week 1. 2 runs for the batting team off 1 extra delivery.
Marty, lovely delivery. Late shape in as Demirel has cleared the front leg.
He bowled really well this morning. Amadi, the man that we like to call the smiling assassin. He's got a fantastic pair of choppers. And he's also got a weapon of a slower ball. And he's got a bit of swing there, right to left, into the left-hander. Let's see if he uses the slower ball early.
And a bad ball again. Demirel heaves it to the leg side. Just the one.
Another one that didn't really time. It's just the thing with Guernsey when their batting started to head south a little bit yesterday. Just the timing escaped them. It's just one of those things in cricket. You can't hit every single ball in the middle of the bat. And yeah, it becomes a source of frustration.
So Demirel started brightly. Fitchett's only had 2 balls to date. Full toss. Ribbon, but finds the hands of mid-off.
This is one thing that Belgium did a lot better this morning against Bulgaria. And you can only play against your opposition that you're drawn against, okay? And they did bowl block hole. They made a conscious decision to try and bowl a number of Yorkers and hit quite a lot of them.
Another good one from Amadi. Going to be a shot at the stumps. It's tight.
Yeah, I mean, again, perfectly executed Yorker. There's just not that much you can do with that if you're a batter. I had a feeling it was going to be home here. Let's have a look. Oh, yeah, probably just in, but still, yeah, it would have been very, very tight.
Umpire Maximo on the money, but this has been a great over from Amadi. Probably only takes 2 tight overs from Belgium. They can get themselves home.
Such a great slower ball, but I don't think he needs to use it. Stick to what's working. Keep jamming him in there.
Takes a step out to the leg side. Can only punt it straight down the ground to long on. And 3 runs coming from the first 5 balls of this over.
Just like that. Rate starting to spiral. Yes, they want to be 34 after 2. They could potentially get to 32 here. Won't be easy though. Amadi turning it on.
Fitchett plays a good shot. He got really cramped up. It was a decent ball from Amadi. But Fitchett is good enough to keep the top hand in position. Drag to the leg side and a much needed boundary to finish the second. Guernsey 30 for none after 2.
Yeah, it's still a decent over, isn't it? Just 7 off the over. And in fact, it is the first single figure over we've seen in this match. And Amadi, again, even that last one, it wasn't a bad ball at all, was it?
No, if I'm Amadi, I'm very happy with that over, and I'm sure his captain, Ali Raza, will be as well. So Ahmadzai coming back for his second by the looks of it. So they're keen for him to bowl out his spell early on. Went for 23 in the first. So irrespective of the run tally. Clearly Raza liked what he saw.
All right, sticking with the Khalids, with Ahmedzai.
Good fullish length, rearing up off the cart and the turf. They really have bowled a much better length today, haven't they, Vinny?
Yeah, no doubt about that. You just can't take your eyes off this game. Guernsey kind of hanging on for dear life. Two guys that can swing it out there. Belgium trying to shut him down.
Wide, but Fitchett taking the step out to mid-wicket. Get the feeling that almost the Guernsey batters, because of the run rate, are almost trying to manufacture shots. They're both good batters when they just stay stable, pick the length.
You can see Khalid coming up to Ahmedzai saying, yeah, look, really, really well bowled. Belgium, when they're up, they're up. They're a bit of a force, whether it's with bat or ball. Right now, they've got the tails up.
Excellent bowling. There's only so much Fitchett can do right under his nose. That's excellent delivery.
Something's got to give here, Rhino. The power play is just ticking away. We actually see a disproportionate amount of wickets in the third over, which is the last over of field restrictions, because the batters, even if they've survived this far, they're pretty conscious that soon the outfield's going to be a bit busier. So I think Fitchett's going this.
That's the first one on length that he's missed, and Fitchett has put it away emphatically. A glorious cricket shot and a much-needed Maximo.
Yeah, right on cue. And this was straight over one of those outfielders, but Fitchett doesn't care. I think at this stage, just trying to hit good shots, take your chances. And you're right about Ahmedzai just missing his length there. It was a challenge kind of length. Fitchett up to the challenge, sends it over the fence.
Good batsmanship, though. Had to hit that ball on the up. Ahmedzai getting quite a bit of lift off this deck. Another one on length and another one annihilated. This time a glorious strike straight down the ground. Ahmedzai, he's let himself down in the last two deliveries.
Yeah, that was pure, wasn't it? Man, this was a sight screen buster. Can step, hit, finds the pace. I mean, earlier on the over, he was either hitting the Yorker or he was drawing the batter to play away from his body. I think those two were kind of in the slot. Last ball of the third.
Flies off the outside edge. This is what happens. The double Maximo. Fitchett decides to charge. Gets the flying outside edge. Goes for four, and Guernsey race along after the power play. 47 for none.
Yeah, well, wherever you're watching from around the world, don't go too far, because this is a great contest. Belgium win the power play, but only just 54 to 47 in the end. 7-run over in the middle. That was a pretty good one, and they're going to go back to Amadi. Look, I don't mind this, because he's had good success against these two. I think they would have liked to have kept him later, but I think they just feel, you know, if they can, Belgium this is, if they can just have him deliver a similar kind of over, really puts a lot of pressure on Guernsey.
I really like that line that he bowled to Demirel in the first over too. Just starting wide of off stump, coming back in, tightening him up. And he goes across the face as, once again, clears the front leg.
This is why it's pretty hard to face him, apart from the fact he's got a really good slower ball. I don't know if that was on purpose or not, but that one just didn't swing. Went right across the left-hander. Most of the balls have been straightening down the line, so Demirel not able to get any bat on that.
Well, he has gone for the slower ball on that occasion. Missed it by a long, long way. Call wide.
Yeah, check this out in the replay. He got it very wrong. I'm curious to see the height of that, considering where it bounced. But yeah, just a wide in the end. Bounces past the line of the stumps. That's why. Can't be a no ball for off the pitch.
Shortish ball. Cuts late, but they've got a fair bit of protection behind square on the offside.
Yeah, just a dot. I think Demirel was hoping that went into the gap and maybe could get 4 for it. You see, just that 1 dot ball actually knocks Guernsey's win percentage down 3%. So it's a very, very dicey situation they're in right now.
Feels like Guernsey's tournament is hanging on a knife edge here.
Fine legs in place on the boundary, so it kind of takes that ramp away from Demirel as well.
Steps away. It's passable contact, but can only drive it straight down. This has been a phenomenal spell from Amadi, going for 9 off his first 1.5 overs.
It's hard to call it so early, but I mean, Marty's in the player of the match conversation for this spell. If it continues like this, despite not taking a wicket, I know Ra's about it really, really well. He's probably the reason they've got 167 on the board in the first place, but the smiling assassin has been ruthless.
Outside off stump, Fitchett, not in control, but a nice part of it. I think that one's just dropped inside the boundary, signalled for 4 by the umpire. Fitchett looking the more comfortable of these two at the moment.
Yeah, and takes his chances. You never know what will happen unless you can just at least try and get some bat speed going. Very interesting game. Point of no return, which is the run rate, I think, once it goes up, it doesn't come back. That used to be 18. I feel like it's up at 20 now in these conditions.
Full ball spears between his pads. The ball's flown down towards the boundary, but the fielder coming around from...
That's got to hurt. That's tailed in. That was Waka Yunus circa 1996, this one. Look at the way this tails into him. Late. Oh. Cops it. And, oh yeah. That's the old-fashioned sand shoe crusher.
Might have a bit of ice on those toes before he boards the flight to Guernsey tomorrow. Partnership up to 54. 1 ball left in the 4th. A big step away. Not sure this is really helping Damaral. Another dot ball, the end of the 4th. The Guernsey 54 for no loss.
Oh, what a great spell by Amadi there. None for 13 in this game. It's actually an incredible effort. And I would argue that right now he's the most valuable player in the game. He's the only bowler that's been able to shut the opposition down. There's only 2 single-figure overs in this match so far. He's delivered both of them.
Yeah, it was an excellent spell of bowling. Also showed the benefit of swinging a couple early as well, Vinny, even when there's the threat of swing. The ball stays straight. It's still effective. The batsman playing, and in particular Damaral, playing for a little bit of in-swing in those early deliveries. One sprayed across him.
Yeah, double change is forced now in Belgium because they bowled out their openers. I think it's the right call, and in particular Amadi. I think, you know, you got what you wanted out of him, but now the rest of the bowling unit has to keep up those high standards, and they've gone to Khalik here in over number 5.
Outside off stump, and it's swung nicely. Fitchett, he's finding his range. He's up to 36 off 13. Glorious strike.
Yeah, that was a really good shot. And there's nothing too wrong with the ball, but it's the kind of length you can drive under if you've got a good technique and you back yourself to go over the offside. And that's exactly what Fitchett does.
Khalik under a bit of pressure. Maximo off his first delivery. Oh, Fitchett's dispatched him over long on. What a strike. This young man is putting Guernsey on his back and trying to take them to the final here in Group B.
Yeah, but just have a look at the lengths that we've seen. I mean, the York has been so effective as a weapon so far. Khalik's banged a couple in there. That was a brilliant shot. It's just kind of almost like a front foot pull shot, pounded. And Sherry butted long on, didn't even move, didn't even turn around. He knew that was miles over his head.
Felt like it was a little bit of a predictable retort for Khalik after going for 6 first ball. Slow ball on this occasion. Comes from wide of the crease. Fitchett can't make contact.
Yeah, I suppose that's a bit of a win for Khalik. Would have thought maybe with this one, if you picked it, I suppose he tried to do this, but whip it away over square leg. There's more of a deep mid wicket than a square leg, but just missed down on it. Slid past the inside edge. So Khalik, good comeback from him. Guernsey, just like the Bee Gees in the late 70s, early 80s, trying to stay alive here in qualifier 2.
Wide of off stump, good pace ball. Not far off Yorker length. Fitchett throws the bat at it, no contact.
You called it right, it's the length completely different. Okay, I think, the Yorker length is great. If it's on the stumps, great. It's all the way out towards the tram line, that's great as well. It's just limiting the options of the batter. Fitchett 42 though, batting well. will need to bat well.
Another full one. That's just crept inside the wide line. Poor start from Khalik, but it's been a good comeback.
Yeah, well, Khalik, he's finally gotten with the program. Real tight call. Probably could have gone either way. I think it's a good call, though. Didn't really see any of the ball touching the line. It was right next to it, but it's fair enough. Well executed wide Yorker from Khalik. So last ball of the over. And after those 2 Maximos, we've had 3 dot balls. Can he finish it off, though?
Drifts onto the stumps. Swung away to long on. Will just be the single, so Fitchett gets himself back on strike for the next over. Guernsey, 67 for none.
Once again, I want to welcome you into the Dream Box here. Vinny Sandu, Mr. Maximo, with Andrew, Rhino, Ryan, as well as Corey Ruckers here today. Rico Fall, day off, but he'll be here for the start of Group C on Monday. I just want to take this opportunity to say big thank you to you, Rhino, because with Corey coaching in Group A, we've had the opportunity to have you as part of our commentary team this week. Hope you've enjoyed your week. Hopefully, we might even be able to get you back. But I know you're a busy guy. Hopefully, you've had a great time.
Let's see if the rumours are true. Fabulous to be with you all here, Maximo. Thank you for the invitation. Always great to come and spend some time with my European cricket family, and particularly out here at Cartermore Oval. It's a really special thing. You can see all the lovely touches that come in, whether or not it's the experience for the teams, or the little extras we have on the production front from our friends at Spring Media. Super slow-mo camera. Yeah. I love it.
The thing about European Cricket and European Cricket Network is there's always little improvements, little by little. It's actually quite remarkable how far we've come in quite a short amount of time, considering we're just around about 4 years since we first started televising cricket. But that's a team effort. It's a community effort, and all the people involved in the TV side of things, but also the organisational side of things, and of course the viewers. They're the ones ultimately that allow us to do what we do. So big thank you to you, and strap yourselves in. This is only week 1. After this night's cricket, still 3 weeks to go. So only a quarter of the way done.
So many teams to come. And tell you what, another great thing, just how many broadcast partners we have around the world for the European Cricket Championship this year as well. It's just an absolute array, whether it's back in our home country, Fox Sports taking so many games to the population.
You're still up in Australia. You've probably had a big AFL Grand Final day, and you're probably heading into tomorrow pretty shortly. Anyway, this is Razak. He's a Yorker specialist. Nails it first time. I said about Razak ever since I've seen him bowling. This is a guy, some people have posters of the Spice Girls or whatever up on their wall. He's got posters of the perfect Yorkers. He goes to sleep, he looks at the back of his eyelids, he's thinking Yorkers. Yorker, Yorker, Yorker. That's what Razak's going to try and deliver here, although he misses this one. And this is why he wants him, because if he gets it wrong, it's going to travel Maximo. Fitchett to 49.
Well, he might have to have a look back at those posters. That second ball was ordinary, just short of a length, right into Fitchett's hitting zone. He's smacked.
Yeah, I think Yorker Monthly, considering cancelling his subscription after that effort, it was just on length, and Fitchett dealt with it pretty summarily. Partnership 73 off 33, and so any other game you'd say they're in great position here, Guernsey, but they're just chasing a wheelbarrow full.
First boundary in the last 6 balls. Fitchett can't quite make contact with that one. He's 1 short of a half century. It won't be his concern at the moment.
But yeah, Razak, pretty good seam position there. But the thing is, he tends to go in runs. So normally when he hits his Yorker, he hits a bunch of them at once. If it goes wrong, it can go wrong, together. But why don't we mention some of our broadcast partners? Of course, you mentioned Fox Sports in Australia. We've got Fancode in the subcontinent, Sports TV in Turkey, of course, Streamster in Austria, and Sportsmax in the Caribbean.
One's outside off stump, flies off Fitchett's bat. Metre short of the boundary. The umpire signals for Guernsey just holding on here. They need a flourish. And Fitchett raises his bat for another well-made half century.
Yeah, for sure. Fitchett's kept him in the hunt. Even though I wouldn't say they're favourites, but he's kept them in the game. That's all you can do, keep the pilot light alive. Just while we're on the broadcast partners, of course, we've got a lot of people watching on Willow in USA and Canada, as well as Sports Deutschland in Germany, Swiss Sport TV, your hometown in Switzerland. I'm sure there's a few people watching on Swiss Sport TV who also covered the ECS in Switzerland that you played it.
More than a few watching, Vinny. A big cricket-loving population there as Fitchett can't penetrate the infield. It's a well-made stop from Waqar Siraja.
Razak's winning the over at the moment, 11 off 5 balls. Would like to finish with a non-boundary though. Finally, final batch of broadcasters. Sub-Saharan Africa has been covered by Star Times, as well as there's SSC in Saudi Arabia, the Middle East and North Africa. Via Play, of course, in the UK and Ireland, as well as La Liga Sports TV worldwide and in South America, and Sport and France. A big thank you to you, however you're watching and wherever you're watching from around the world. Last ball of 6 coming up.
Demiral, he's struggling to find the boundary. And that is just drilled straight down the ground for a single. Good over from Razak. Guernsey, the task is a tough one now. 79 for none, 6 overs down.
Now, obviously, Guernsey need a huge last 4 overs, but it's been that kind of day. We've seen some very big overs, some really big overs, in fact. I suppose the question is, you might say, all right, let's say Damirel's not really happening. Let's say you do retire him out. Don't know if that's even thinking about it, but who do you get to come in? And I don't think you can retire a guy out that's had such a good week either, but it's very situational.
Tell you what, Vinny, if you had have said to me that after 6 overs, Guernsey hadn't lost a wicket, I thought they would have been closer than 79 for none. It just shows how good the defensive bowling has been from Belgium.
We saw them bowling better this morning, didn't we? I mean, it's still 13 and over. It's a good run rate they're going at. It's just not quite as fast as they need to go. Here's Khalik to bowl out.
Big swing across the line again from Demiral. He just hasn't found his timing throughout this entire innings. Yeah,
and one's really hurt you this stage, where essentially the only way you can bring that required rate down now is boundaries or extras. Boundaries or no balls or wides. That's the only way it's coming down. Every time the ball stays on the field, unless it's a wide or no ball, it's going up. And it can go up pretty dramatically at this stage. So Guernsey clinging on to their tournament for dear life.
Full toss, big inside edge, rotate the strike, but nothing more. It feels like probably at this stage, Vinny, almost looking at needing 9 or 10 maximums in this last 3.5 overs.
And look, it's all set up for it as well. And on this field, we've seen a lot of runs of 6s, haven't we? I'll tell you something we've never had, and there's not too many never hads in our European Cricket Network history, now that we're over 3,500 matches. We've never had a team fail to chase the target and be none down at the end. Gone close a couple of times.
That's quite a record.
I'll tell you that in a second.
Speed in, excellent bowling again from Khalik. He's been impressive with the ball today.
Yeah, so
now up to 82.
It kind of makes sense that once it gets out of control, you're throwing the bat at everything, and you're going to give a chance at some point. But we've never had a team none down after the 10 overs chasing and not win.
Thought Croatia were going to give it a nudge last night.
But I mean, I'm not saying it'll happen here either. I'm just saying it's a possibility.
Belgium.
To give you an idea, they're not even halfway there yet. All right, and there's only 3.5 overs remaining.
86 off 21. It's a big ask. Fitchett hits it sweetly, but straight to the fielder. Belgium, they're bowling to their fields. They've been well captained this game by Raza, who did so much damage with the bat early on, and ultimately Guernsey might have just chewed up too many balls in the early stages.
Yeah, it's just not happening at the moment, is it?
Steps across, whipped the leg side. It's a nice shot. It's just a single. And Khalik coming up with a pretty good over.
Guernsey slip sliding away. You can't criticise the intent of these guys, or even, okay, Damirel, he's been trying to score, just hasn't happened for him. Fitchett, I mean, his strike rate's good, but even if you look at him, if you actually did a analysis of how fast they need to score, he's slightly behind as well.
Oh, swung sweetly again, but just cannot beat this outfield. They're bowling to their plan so well in this game. Belgium, Khalik finishes his 2-over spell, only going for 18 runs in the context of this tournament. That's a phenomenal display. And Guernsey, 84 for none, 7 overs gone.
So, of course, we know the winner of this game will play Jersey in the Group B final. And believe it or not, the final is just over an hour away, Rhino. It's about an hour and 5 minutes, Jersey versus the winner of this game. the way it's looking at the moment, it's going to be Jersey-Belgium, a final that a lot of people predicted at the start of the week. And we knew Guernsey were going to bring it, and they've had some good performances. Obviously beating Belgium yesterday, but I think in this match, they're just falling off the pace. And barring something dramatic, we're not going to get another bailiwick bash.
Feels so long ago that we had the Jersey-Belgium group stage game too. Jersey eventual winners there as Shah coming on to bowl. The 8th over starts with a wide.
It was match 1 at Jersey. Faced Belgium. Belgium put 144 on the board and Jersey chased it with an over and a half remaining. So a big 145 chase there. Jersey let their bats do the talking, but didn't bowl particularly well in that game.
Big reach for Demiral. Not much control, but it will spin away to the boundary. Guernsey needing over 4 a ball, so remarkably, despite the boundary, the run rate will actually go up. Demiral having to reach, continued to shift his front leg out to mid-wicket, just lost his shape frequently throughout this innings, caused by the excellent bowling of the Belgian team. Hits one straight down the ground, not much timing. He's been looking at that bat almost throughout the entire innings, Vinny. I don't know if there's an issue with it, but he hasn't asked for a change at any stage.
Yeah, a bit like Uri Geller trying to bend a spoon there. The amount of time Demiral spent looking at the willow in this innings. The lights are out for Guernsey. Have played some really good cricket, but can't see them making the decider now.
Richard turns a touch in his hand, so it's not well timed. They will scoot through for the 1, and the boys from Guernsey, they have fought hard throughout this tournament, but Belgium have just likely sent them packing by scoring such a rapid rate in that first innings, setting a target of 168. Emerald leans across, they'll just take the 1. And it almost feels like Guernsey is resigned to their fate. Another great partnership from these two. 92 on the board, but they just haven't hit the same heights as previous games.
That's right. It's just been one of those innings that they batted okay, but okay wasn't going to cut it.
Fitchett steps across, thrashes to cover, but it will just be the 1. There's not too often in the world of cricket, Vinny, that you go out as an opening partnership, score 93 off 47, and start hanging your head about the job that you've done.
Yeah, well, that's it. And they shouldn't hang their heads either. I mean, Belgium just out-batted them in the first innings, and we know Belgium, about high risk, high return game plan, Belgian ball. 167 was always going to be tough.
One down the ground, a little bit of a misstep from the fielder down there. As far as Khalik didn't get a chance to make a play of the catch, doesn't really matter. Guernsey ended their 8th over, 94 for none.
Yeah, so you can see they got ahead of it early, but since then they'll be slightly behind, and once you get slightly behind in such a big chase, then there's trouble on the horizon, and they've slipped back to now about 120 pace.
2 overs to go. Just shows how difficult it is when you're chasing these monster targets. A couple of early overs that are tight. For the batting side, it becomes incredibly difficult. So Guernsey needing essentially 6 maximos plus a wide from the remaining 2 overs. Not impossible, but not far from it. It's a fairly dejected looking dressing room for them. They played very well. This tournament probably made the running as the second best team from the group, but it's come to sudden death play. The Belgians have bested them as Demiral's finally found the middle of the bat. Swings Razak straight down the ground for 4.
Yeah, and so now you start thinking, could potentially Belgium be the first team in this series to go from outside the top 2 to qualify? They've gotten to the big dance. Will not be easy, but I suppose nothing is if you're going to make the deciding week.
Oh, Razak, full toss. Demiral gets enough willow and takes it over the long on boundary for a Maximo. It's the first off his bat for a little while. Fans in the stands, though, still smiling. Good to see a youngster holding a Victoria Cerveza Cup. Giving a little bit of visual to our sponsor partners.
Yeah, thankful to all of our partners, including Victoria Cerveza. Well, let's just say they're a pretty popular sponsor around here on the Costa del Sol.
Partnerships up to 104. So Guernsey have hit triple figures with that shot from Demerol.
10 balls to go. Still none out.
Gets a short ball on the leg side, missed times, and Ahmadzai threatens to throw, but thinks better of it. So they'll just rotate with the ones.
I mean, this is as close as we'll ever get, even situationally, to actually being none down and not getting the target. And I know it's a weird thing. It's just something I know has never happened. I don't know, I personally have done over 2,500 games now, and so not often you see her first.
Well, the ECC delivering magic. There's been plenty of magic that has come off the Ben Fitchett bat during the course of this tournament. That's a lovely shot over the square leg boundary. And Razak, after a pretty good first over, has been unceremoniously pumped in this one. He's lost his length on a few occasions. Good to see Guernsey fighting hard to the end. Sure, they've got a lot of fans watching on television back in the bailiwick of the Guernsey. Full ball, look a length just on off stump. Push down to long on, just the one. They move along to a 112. One ball left in this ninth over. Fitch is up to 65, so continuing an outstanding tournament from him. Razak straight into the slot of Demerol. Hit it a little bit high. He's managed to hold on, Zaki Shah. I don't think there was a single moment that I was confident that he was going to grasp that catch. It was in the air for such a long time. And given the struggles that the Guernsey team had on that side of the field, that's an excellent grab.
Yeah, it sure is. Well, there goes what I was talking about, being none down. I mean, those hands need to be introduced to each other, didn't they? He's going, well, look into the sun. The thing is, Guernsey fielders in that region who were trying to catch with perfect technique but couldn't unfortunately get near it. They'll be looking at that wondering how that was actually held. But anyway, you got to feel for Guernsey. And Demerol, he's had a very good series. Just didn't really happen for him in this qualifier. He goes for 42. It's 112 for one.
So one over to go in this contest. Kids at home, please never try to catch like Taki Shah just did then. Big gator arms coming together at the final possible moment. He's done well to hold on. Guernsey ultimately will fall short of this target. Tom Nightingale, I would have liked to see him at the crease a touch earlier. He's been such a destructive batter coming in at that number 3 spot. Bowled with good plans to the left-handed Demerol.
Tough time to bat. Real tough time to bat. You know, these guys are going to be devastated. I know they all wanted to come back for championship week.
It's on a length. Fitchett struck it nicely. He will beat the fielder racing around from deep cover. He moves along to 69.
Yeah, it's a good shot. You know, he's batted really, really well, but I had that little hollow feeling. It's Guernsey couldn't quite keep things under control in the first half of this game in particular.
Shah, full toss, smack straight back over his head. So consecutive boundaries to start this final over from Fitchett. He's been incredibly consistent this tournament, hasn't he, Maximo?
Yeah, it's been a good knock. Yeah, just bowlers getting absolute pumping.
Slow ball manages to beat Fitchett, which not many bowlers have done successfully over the course of the last 3 days. Nice change up from Zaki Shah. Still pretty pumped after his catching effort at deep cover in the previous over.
Zaki took a hat-trick in Germany in the ECIs. Good Yorker there. Look, Guernsey team have got a lot of time for it. You know, they try and do the right things. They've got some mercurial plays in there. I love the way, you know, they work really hard on their fielding as well. I know they dropped a few, but the conditions were very, very difficult under those high balls that are in the sun. Just like what they bring to the table. It's nice to have them involved in the ECC.
Another slower ball, another swing and a miss. So he's recovered after a couple of balls hit to the boundary early on, and now reached the final, what will be the final ball of Guernsey's tournament, but it will be a moment of celebration for Belgium as they have produced an exquisite performance here in this qualifier 2.
Yeah, so I mean, Fitch's scoring about 210, which, to give you an idea, it's just a tick over at 120 space, kind of par with what they've got in here. He'll want to finish with a bang though. Here's the last ball.
Charges, thrashes it through the offside, and it does beat the fielder out to cover. Well, fairly appropriate way for Fitchett to end his tournament. He ends up 77 not out. Guernsey reach a score of 124. Unfortunately, it is some 44 runs short of the target, and that is a well-deserved victory for Belgium.
Yeah, well, it's a win for Belgium ball as Belgium bashed essentially Guernsey out of the competition, taking 167 off the 10 overs. Guernsey end up with something maybe that's 10 under par if we're looking at what we'd expect from the top 3 teams in a group. But I think you got to hand it to Belgium as well. And in particular, the smiling assassin, Khalid Amadi, put them behind the 8 ball, and they always found it difficult to get back on track. So remember his overs in 2 and 4. But, Belgium, they've had a few wobbles along the way, 2 and 2 in the group stage. But they are 2-4-2 here on finals day, and they have now earned the right to compete, to get back into Championship Week. Remember, they made it all the way to the final of Championship Week in 2021. They missed out last year. They didn't feature. They're determined to get back there. But there's a very, very good Jersey side in the way.
Certainly is, although I suspect this Jersey side, if you had have asked them before this game, they may have felt that they've got the measure of Guernsey after a couple of strong wins against them. This Belgian side, though, they can unleash. And if the right circumstances arise tonight, do not be surprised if they upset the number 1 seed, Jersey, in this Group B final. Belgium feels like they're hitting their straps at the right time, and that final is under an hour away, Maximo. That will be some contest.
Yeah, that's going to be absolutely amazing. Now, first half of that final, because the earliest start time will be in the twilight. So I wonder if that's factoring into who wants to bat when, who wants to field when. But right there, you see, and everyone was strapping themselves in and clipping in for the second innings. 168, an unlikely victory target, though. It is possible, and that was probably one of the highlights for Damarel, who took this one off the stuff, showed the furniture. But really, the Belgians had the better of the first 4 overs, even though they weren't able to take a wicket. Guernsey ultimately couldn't quite score at the rate required.
Yeah, Belgium had so much trouble stopping opposition batting lineups earlier on in this tournament. Have all of a sudden found their groove, their battery of right-arm fast bowlers. They've essentially jettisoned the spin from their attack. It is all right-arm medium fast, but they have hit their lengths and they're bowling with a lot more discipline than earlier in the tournament.
I want to do a thought experiment for you, okay? So there were 20 overs in that game. So imagine a 20-over innings. There's a lot of 20-over cricket around the world. In that game, we saw 391 for 4. So, the batters, when they're in, they're pretty hard to dislodge. This was also the case here, but I just think Belgium hit their spots a bit more often. And I suppose, Guernsey was maybe a bit more of a traditional setup with their batting. You see Lando there, Lando Cantor, enjoying the festivities as well. I just don't think they could hit enough sixes to be playing. We saw Belgium, especially towards the end, really able to go up a notch. Someone like Zakil coming out. There's a bit of the cricket zombie about this from Zaki Shah, but he ended up with the victim in his hands. But when it was all said and done, Belgium peaking at the right time, perhaps. Clash of styles, but a huge Group B final coming up.
Ironically, given that last highlight, Maximo, it was Belgium who really grasped their opportunity with both hands, whereas unfortunately Guernsey probably lost it with the ball earlier on and not helped by a number of catches being put down at crucial stages. Zach Damarel at the top, 42 off 25, just never found his range. Ben Fitchett had another sensational game with the bat, 77 off 36. The bowlers very impressive for Belgium.
Amadi, it's a tough one to call because Raza batted so well in the first innings, but he's probably my player of the match. None for 13 of his 2. Khalik also was single digits, and they were a rarity in this high-scoring encounter. So we'll take a break. We'll be back in around about 45 minutes, and the final will be on the way. Of course, the national anthems will also be sung. It's always a proud moment for the teams as well. Jersey versus Belgium. Will it be Belgium ball conquering all, or will it be Jersey that hands the Belgians a fall? That's what's coming up on the European Cricket Network tonight. Vinny Sandu, Mr. Maximo, alongside Andrew Ryan. We'll take you to the final very, very shortly. You're watching ECN. This is the Dream11 European Cricket Championship. European Cricket Championship is proudly brought to you by Dream11, HCL Software, Junta de Andalucía, and Stake.com. And the official charity partner, Share the Meal by the United Nations World Food Programme.
Ven conmigo a cruzar su calle, a vivir su ambiente. Ven conmigo a vivir la vida intensamente. Conmigo ven, conmigo ven.
Hello and welcome back. It's great to have your company. Saturday Night Fever on the way. It is Group B finals time now. Jersey taking on Belgium. You couldn't really have two teams that are more different, but they both made it here. They're going to play slightly differently, but I think it's going to be an entertaining spectacle nonetheless. A little bit earlier, we had Manuela Weston and, of course, Rob Kemming. He's always there with the two captains. Let's see who wins the coin toss for this Group B final.
Okay, Belgium, your call. Dream11. It is Dream11. We're back first.
So the news from the toss is that Belgium, once again, they've won the toss. I think Ali Raza might have brought his own coin to this tournament. He's going to bat first, no surprises. They kind of battered Guernsey out of the game. Won't be so easy against Jersey. Not that it was easy against Guernsey, of course. We played a very good tournament. But Jersey on the chase. You know, they've got such good batting. Really could go either way. Maybe Belgium peaking at the right time, but Jersey, they have been unstoppable so far. These two teams, they did meet in match one, and Belgium sent about 140 on the board, but Jersey had it covered. So I know you guys looking forward to the final, am I right? Yeah. It might be hard to get me back up there, but Andrew Ryan is going to take us closer. National anthems not too far away. Over to you, Rhino.
Thank you very much, Mr. Maximo. The wonderful sight of Cardimer Oval looking resplendent in the Spanish early evening. A little bit of an early start for us in this finals game. Game will kick off 17:30 Central European Summer Time. And the team's just about to make their way onto the cauldron here. Cardimer Oval. So we have Belgium up against Jersey. Belgium worked their way through a difficult day here today. It's been sudden death for them the whole way through. Playing Bulgaria first up. Came up with a solid win and then dispatched Guernsey, who have been up with Jersey as the front runners all throughout the tournament. Their batting has clicked at the right time. Indeed, their bowling was exceptional in that game against Jersey. If they can replicate that sort of performance against this strong and powerful Channel Islands nation, they will be a big chance of not only winning this game, but progressing through to a finals spot. And finals week coming up in a few weeks' time in the middle of October. Teams just taking the field here as we will have the anthems played. Certainly Jersey have seen what this Belgian side did in the qualifier number 2. Really hammering Guernsey, especially with the bat, but their bowling was exceptional as well. They are a dangerous team. They are a team that is almost designed for T10 cricket. Big hitters all the way down the order. Plenty of fast bowlers as well. And that bowling lineup has got itself back in order. Going very forward, finding their lanes in the Yorker region.
This is the Group B final. The winner of this match will get to return in Championship
Should be
week,
about time for the
week 4.
anthems at the moment. Maximo taking control of ceremonies.
Champions, the host nation Spain, and of course
Jersey team.
A
lot of young men. Through some of the biggest games that they've played in their career.
Jersey undefeated in Group B, led by their captain, Charles Perchard. Please remain standing now for the national anthem of Belgium. Belgium led in this Group B final by their captain.
Always a wonderful moment for the teams as they come to the final of each of these group stages at the European Cricket Championships. The anthem is being played. Both teams will now come together for their final team talks. Umpires walking out to the middle of the ground. Certainly plenty of pressure on them. Moment for the Jersey team to just take stock of what they've done throughout the tournament so far. They know they've been the best team up until this stage of the tournament, but it's now time to produce in a sudden death contest against the Belgian cricket team. Gardner Oval playing host to this final of Group B. We're going into the twilight zone, somewhat part way through the game, so the lights are already turned on. It won't take effect until probably getting into the second batting innings. Might be a slight advantage for the team batting first. Look at the fantasy dashboard for the final time for this group. Jersey led by that top three. Brennan and Asa Tribe have been phenomenal opening up for them. Zach Tribe very good as well. And those two, Josh Lawrenson, he's finding form at the right time in the tournament. Could be somewhat of a wild card. Sumara will be important with both batters' ball as well. Jersey, as far as the win predictor is concerned, and they're sitting at 69%, that is. Belgium, they are definitely finding form in this tournament at the right time. And who doesn't really worry about form and always delivers for Jersey? Chuggy Perchard, the skipper, ready to take up the attack. First over. Ali Raza, Faisal Khalik opening up for Belgium. So here we go, Group B, the final, and a position in finals week at European Cricket Championship 2023 on the line. This one will be an absolute belter. Belgium, can they replicate the sort of destructive hitting that we saw in the last game against Guernsey? Chuggy swinging violently down the leg side, but Raza gets some bat on it. Takes it past the keeper, and that's a nice start for the Belgians. 4 off the first ball. Perchard will be happy to see that he's generating some in-swing. Lost control of it though, started on off stump, swung past leg. It needed to be helped on its way. Good start for Belgium. That's a better line. Raza plays it respectfully down to long on. The batters will rotate. We're opening with Wakas Raja earlier in the tournament, but he's been jettisoned down the order. He's really struggling to find the boundary during a couple of innings earlier in the group stage. Big swing, it's hit him in front, and the umpire's finger goes up. Khalik is gone for a golden duck, and a big wicket from the skipper, Chuggy Perchard. Belgium 5 for 1. Lovely piece of bowling from Pershard. Missed with the big in-swinger on the first ball, but that one found the spot. Hit him right in front. You see that seam swinging in with a perfect position. And that's an easy decision for the umpire. And a huge wicket. Pershard. Will the skipper come through when his team most needs him? Saw it happen for Belgium in the last game. Ali Araza carrying his team to such an imposing total against Guernsey. But it hasn't started quite as brightly for them on this occasion. Who would have thought we'd be ready to unleash Derek in his golden fleece? Golden feathers there, also. And that's an unfortunate end to the batting tournament, at least for the group stage of Kalik. He's played some very bright innings. Pershard with his tail up. Swung across the line. It's gutsy stuff. It's a Maximo. Niaz, he has this incredible ability to slap his first ball to the boundary. Pershard gives him a little bit of width, but still tailing in. Niaz sends it between the two outfielders. Another good in-swinger. This time he's put it down long on throat. What a great catch. It's a handy thing having some tall fielders on the boundary. And that's an excellent catch from Zach Tribe. Oh, the big in-swinger, Niaz, has taken up the challenge. Didn't get a full piece of it. Pershard knew he was in with a shot here, and it's a great grab jumping up above his head. Could be a contender for HCL Software Play of the Day. Air Tribe being unleashed in the final, and what a start. We always knew this is how Belgium will play. They certainly won't slow down from here, but two of their main strikers already back in the pavilion. Both Zach and his brother Asa, they've been excellent for Jersey during this tournament. Good movers in the field, great set of hands of both of them. In fact, this youthful Jersey lineup, they have been extremely good in the field. Well led by Pershard. He's taken the first over most games. Trying to lead from the front as Khalid Amazai comes in at number 4. Belgium, 11 for 2. Another big in-swinger. Plays it late. Finds some space out on the leg side. It will only be the one. That's the end of the first over. A very eventful one for Belgium. 12 for 2. Huge over from Pershard. It's good to have the schedule up on screen. You're watching now. We are in the middle of the Group B final. It is Jersey versus Belgium. Jersey undefeated so far in the tournament. Belgium started off a touch slowly, but have found their best towards the back end, and they've been very good on finals day today. First up win against the Bulgarians, and then they took down Guernsey. Bit of a demolition job in the previous game. Qualified for this final, but it has been a hard road. It's their third game for today. Summerall was in the bowl the second. He picked up an important wicket. His first and only over in the previous game. They have used him sparingly with the ball. He's coming back from injury. Still not 100%. Smacked batted in return catch. What a wonderful grab. Well, there's another contender for HCL Software Play of the Day. Ahmedzai, big swing. Didn't get all of it, but he crunched it straight back at the waist of Sumaro, and he's taken a super catch. What a time to bring to the microphone a man who knows a thing or two about plays of the day. Vinny Sandhu.
Yeah, it was basically catch or be hit, wasn't it? As Julius did the necessary. Ahmedzai is the third man to go. Wickets tumbling early for Belgium in this Group B final. It's 12 for 3. I've got a bit of a theory, Rhino, about how you've seen
Ahmed Zai batting there, and I suppose to an extent, Burhan Niaz. I think they have a few guys, they think, look, it's a power play, go out, just swing at everything. You know, go, if you get out, we're not too bothered, we've still got a regular middle order to come in, so Sherry Butt comes in now. I think now they're going for something a bit more orthodox, but you don't mind that kind of heads up thinking. A few guys that are, I suppose, what's the next level after hyper attacking? Because that's basically what they were doing. You saw
Supersonic attack.
super hyper attacking. I mean, Burhan Niaz went 6 and out. You can see Ahmed Zai wanted to move things along. Sherry Butt, though, he's been in good form. The 2 form players for Belgium at the crease right now. Probably put Khalik in there as well.
Probably the 2 class batters in their lineup too, Maximo. These 2 have generally been at the heart of their best performances. But in particular has been very good throughout the whole tournament.
Well, misunderstanding. Oh, and he's just going to get back, Sherry Butt.
Tell you what, that was not far away. Mistimed shot, trying to play off the front foot to a man who's getting as much bounce as Sumaror is. Playing a dicey game, Sherry Butt, especially with 2 wickets already down. It's been an excellent over so far. Still not a single run scored.
Yeah, we didn't see any of these kinds of overs in the Belgian innings before. This one down the leg side will be called, doesn't get anything. I want to say a big thank you and well done to Shub out there who's umpiring for us, and also to Niramal. I know that they were just doing groups A and B, so it's nice that they can finish by doing the Group B final together. I want to say on behalf of the team, appreciate their contributions. The umpiring this week has been sensational. All right, goes for it, mid-on's up. It's going to go over him. It's going to be 4, so Sherry Butt's away.
It's intelligent batting from Butt. Zach Tribe has already taken 1 catch, stationed out at the long-on boundary. On that occasion, he's inside the circle, but got a fuller ball, takes full toll.
So, I often forget how young he is, actually. He's only 22 years old, but like a wise owl beyond his years. Oh, this is absolutely bulleted, though. Well, that one might be lodged in the hill. Sherry Butt, that might be the greatest velocity off the bat that we've seen in this entire tournament. Maximo! 6 to Belgium.
That went off his bat like a fighter jet. Barely saw it from our position here on the commentary box. What a finish to that over. Spoiled Sumaror's otherwise good figures, and Belgium 2 overs down, 23 for 3.
Yeah, having a look at the Championship Week graphic, you can see Spain, they qualified in Group A. We're down to 2 teams left here in Group B, Jersey and Belgium. Netherlands 11 automatically qualify, but we're going to fill in that Group B circle tonight. We'll know 3 of the 7 teams. This is totally mishit, but we'll get away with it. And another close run-out call for Sherry Butt.
They're not short of chaos in their batting, Belgium, are they? They've been hard attack kids with the running between the wickets on a few occasions already in the tournament.
Yeah, as all goes with the territory. Tell me, what's your number that Jersey starts sweating if they have to chase a certain amount? 140 they showed they can do already.
Yeah, 150, 155. It's a long way for Belgium to get there now, although helped. Second time Chuggy Pershard's lost his line down the leg side.
Similar kind of delivery to the one that picked up the LBW a little bit earlier. That hit Khalik plumb in front, so he's one threat they won't have to deal with. Still plenty of batting to come, we know that about Belgium. I think Zakir looked like he was in tremendous form earlier on, getting his body right as well. Pershard though, and Sumera actually, really good to swing the ball around. It seems like the ball's talking at the moment. Chuggy, just go slower ball here maybe. We'll bowl it any time, anywhere. No, he goes same again, and this time it's a bit more of an authoritative sit-down sweep from Raza, who gets 4 more.
Oh, Chuggy Pershard's ended up on the canvas after that delivery. Not quite knocked out by any stretch, but consecutive boundaries off the bat of Ali Raza. Looks okay, it's just a slip of the bowling crease. Well played from Raza though. Didn't try to overhit this, got down low, fetched it from off stump.
Lucky he did hit it, otherwise it was going to be trouble. Slower ball, there it is, and he's got it wrong, or has he? Back to the wall, and 6. just carries, and I mean just. Close call for Raza, but he gets the Maximo. 6 to Belgium.
Heart would have been in the mouth for the skipper Raza. He had the feeling that actually Pershard landed that right where he wanted, wide of off stump. Didn't get a decent piece of it at all, but has somehow got it to carry the long on boundary.
Great effort. Really good effort down there by Zach Tribe. Tried to matrix himself. 2 to come in the third. A little bit short, straight at the field again. Miscommunication as Sherry Butt wanted the single. Ali Raza wasn't interested. He says, I want this last ball of the power play now. Toby Britton, he's going to certainly have a responsibility, I think, in the middle overs pretty shortly.
Well, you say miscommunication there, Maximo. That would imply that they were actually communicating at some point. Not sure there is much when these two are running together.
After the fact, there was a fair bit of communication, I can tell you. Not that I could understand it. Here's the last ball then for Chuggy. And it's going to get dragged straight to the fielder and gone. So Raza didn't want the single. He got the strike. He kept the strike, and now he's gone. Chuggy with 3 wickets in the final. Charles is a big game player. And Belgium lose 4 in the power play, 37 for 4.
Ah, it's a huge wicket. The skipper, the final ball of the power play. Pershard goes with that wide of off stump line again. Bat turns in his hands, doesn't get good contact. Well taken, Jersey. They're not going to drop any. End of the third over, 37 for 4.
Yeah, disappointment for Raza. Got to say, I know it's easy from here. And I think he just kind of wanted to go with the in-swing of Pershard, but that's where the fielders were. They had the long on, they had the deep mid-wicket. If he could have kind of hit that ball through the covers or over cover, then there was no one guarding the outfield. But I suppose hindsight's 20/20, as they say in the classics. And Ali,
suspect that is exactly what Chuggy Pershard wanted him to do, to be fetching it from wide of off stump. He's got the protection, so if it's not a clean hit, ends up in the hands of one of his very safe fielders.
well, Saber Zakil is a real X factor for Belgium here. You know, he's a guy, he's nicknamed Insana because of his approach to batting. And yeah, he could go large, he could get out first ball. You just never know with sub-air. I like that Matthew Hodgson is saying in the comment section that Sherry Butt's biceps could be wider than the whole of Jersey. Well, right now, man, probably isn't going to challenge him on that front, but he will challenge him as far as his bowling goes. It's Toby Britton to bowl over number 4, but Chuggy 3 for 26.
Big over here. Does Butt use his feet to get to the pitch? Britton's had great control of line and length.
Great contest here. Britton against these two. He goes straight away, doesn't want to wait. Now this is catchable, back with the flight, and it's caught. And it's Goosh who runs back out of the circle. And Sherry Butt gone, so both the batters that have been scoring a lot of the runs. That's 5 down now. Belgium lose another one. And Britton with the immediate effect in the 4th over.
Yeah, clever bowling from Britton, left arm orthodox, once again wide of off stump. The Belgians continuing to try to take this bowling attack from outside of off over mid-wicket, swing across the line, and that's an excellent grab from Googe, running back with the flight of the ball. Great catch.
Yeah, Googe, he's just one of those players. I just wish there were about 50 or 60,000 people here to all shout Googe at once, because he's a very, very good young player, and Sherry Butt goes for just 10. Didn't want to have a look at Britton and pays the price. And Belgium now 37 for 5.
If there weren't panic stations in the Belgian dressing room before, Vinny, I suspect 5 down, and with Butt back in the hatch now, they may have a few concerns.
It's very Belgium though. They won't care that they're 37 for 5. They're going to keep swinging. Chima next on the rack. First one sneaks under his bat.
Lovely piece of left arm orthodox bowling from Britton.
This is Belgian ball for you. You never know what you're going to get. The old Forrest Gump quote. Man who would have no idea what that movie is, Toby Britton. Doing a good job. Yeah, he wants to go straight away. Does Chima. Just gets over Googe. Can he catch up with it? Really well done. Full commitment from Paddy. And almost creates a run out. They get 2 in the end.
Outstanding fielding. We saw how much Guernsey let themselves down with some dropped catches in the previous game in qualifier 2. Jersey, they've set the standard all week. Googe has taken a catch already in this over, and then he saved the boundary. Suggests that Britton will give him a little bit of a thank you after this over.
Yeah, Britain is just such a great prospect. Well, he's years ahead of where he should be, really, as a spinner. This is going to be drilled down to deep cover. It'll just be a single. Got lucky he didn't get that better team up.
Got their field set very, very well here, Jersey, and they know how to bowl to their fields as well. Belgium. Wouldn't say they're hitting recklessly. That is their game. It's what they're renowned for, but
exactly
being outthought here in the final.
Should mention also had our ECN viewer sweep that we did towards the end of the Rome series before this started. All right, Zakil wants to go first ball, and he's gone, and he's got room to spare. Zach Tribe once again. Well, we said it with Zakil. He's a Sydney or the Bush kind of player. Another first ball for Belgium. And they are miles behind in this game now. It's 40 for 6. Britain's got 2.
Oh, Britain's bowling well, but they are self-destructing here. The Belgians 6 wickets down. We've only had 23 balls in the innings so far. A little bit off balance as he tries to slap this over. Long on. Not a good enough shot. And the tall figure of Zach Tribe down there at the long on boundary takes his second overhead catch of the innings. Jersey, they've barely put a foot wrong, and Derek appears again.
Yeah, too many Dereks, really. Subby, you got to feel for him. He's brave. That's the other side of the coin. He takes risks, and he couldn't quite get it out of the middle. 40 for 6 now, Belgium. We're not even 4 overs into this final. I mentioned the ECN viewer sweep. Rob Thompson and Marnus, as well as Previn, have drawn Jersey. Meanwhile, Ken, KG1, as well as Robert McCulloch, have drawn Belgium, so I'm sure they're sweating on this result at the moment. And Matt Hodgins is saying he remembers the Belgium ECS last year when a team's number 11 came in, scored 49 off 19 balls. Yeah, I remember that. Drifts in. It's a bit of bat on this. Wakas Raja coming out. He'll retain the strike. So Ruckus has opened the batting a fair bit. He's got a bit of work to do, to say the least. Great over from Britain. Not just the 2 wickets, but only concedes 4. And after 4 overs, it's 41 for 6.
Yeah, there's been a collection of very good overs so far from Jersey. All the bowlers doing their job, bowling to their plan, setting their fields well. Looks like Asa Tribe is coming on to bowl the 5th.
Why not?
Doesn't get any easier for Belgium.
That's right. Well, I love this comment as well. Tell you what, the comment section have actually been pretty good here. Michael Glover just saying Britain's got talent. Couldn't agree more. And yeah, I don't often get jealous, but got to say, I kind of wish I'd come up with that one first. But yeah, thanks to you, Michael. Belgium manager even wears the sunglasses at night, a bit like the 80s pop anthem.
And it may be covering tears at the moment because
he's got so many pairs of sunglasses. Anyway, here we go, over number 5. This isn't going anywhere. Thing is, it's no secret what Belgium are going to do from here. They're still going to swing. I still think they're underrepresented in the win predictor. Maybe it's just resetting itself.
Not sure it's had to cope with 6 wickets down in the first 4 overs throughout the tournament today.
Ooh, Raja misses out on this one. Let me just cast my eye on who's still to bat. Got these 2 and got 3 more. Marty, he'd probably be my pick to come in next. Khalid Marty, the smiling assassin. He can hit the ball a long way. Oh, this could be gone, you know.
Jeez, the bat lifted up there for a moment, didn't it?
Oh, he likes
confident.
It. Yeah, Kemp likes it. I've got a feeling that Waka's in a bit of trouble here. Went through between the gate. Really good take from Kemp. Let's have a look on the replay. Oh, it's one of these kind of bat bounces. I think he's all right, right? But we've got to get the exact moment that the stumps get broken and he's down.
It's a big call. I thought the same thing as you did, Maxie, that he hit the bat down hard and it might have popped up just as the keeper.
The bouncing bat condition that's come in now, that only plays a run out. So if at the moment the bails are dislodged, there isn't anything in there, regardless if the bat has already bounced in or not, then it will be out stumped. Stumping's not a run out. Anyway, Ace of Tribe, 3 dots.
Love the little shrug of the shoulders from Raja as though he's getting ready to launch.
Oh, well, he won't last much longer. Plays around this one and Tribe's away. Tribe's on the charge, and Belgium a right royal mess right now. It's 41 for 7.
Oh, 7 wickets down in the first 4.5 overs, Vinny. This is extraordinary stuff Look at the smiles on the faces of Jersey. They've bowled very well throughout this tournament, but this is another level. Ace of Tribe, gorgeous bit of spin bowling. Just speared it in straight after Raja was almost stumped the ball before. Exquisite stuff from this young man.
Yeah, I mean, it doesn't do a lot. Wakas just plays across it. See it on the replay. See, it's not really an off spinner. It's just a kind of cross seam, little nothing ball really, and Wakas plays down the wrong line.
As you said earlier, how good is it to have that super slow-mo camera and get to see the seam movement in such detail?
Jersey doing a real number on Belgium right now. Okay, I'm going to think best case scenario. Let's say that these two come out and they have an incredible partnership. Let's say they go, I'm going to give them 14 and over from here. You're talking kind of 110 to 115. Even that seems a long way under, doesn't it? And it's a long way away right now. As it is Amadi, the smiling assassin, to come out as Zach Tribe.
Could you imagine if you were told you were batting number 9, Vinny, in this game? Who would have thought you would be out there before the 5th over has concluded?
Yeah, you'd be surprised.
Very much so.
Yeah.
Scramble amongst the team pads.
Well, this could be another one. Hanging in the air. It's Googe again. He doesn't drop many. And he drops this one. Wow. I would have had your house on that, Rhino. That was probably way easier than what he has taken. But it's a small mercy for Belgium as Chima gets a life on 3. And it's 42 for 8. And gives us a chance to welcome you into the commentary box. Vinny Sandhu here. Mr. Maximo for the European Cricket Network on a Saturday night. And Rhino, it's not a secret that I've put us on this game together because we've had some pretty incredible Saturday night finals. Right now, seems like it's only going one way. But if I've learned anything from, I think, 2,700 games on the network, never caught in the first 5 overs, even though at the moment, Jersey are steamrolling the Belgians.
Absolutely, and Jersey will know that better than anyone too. They're a smart team. They know the tendencies of their opponents. They will have studied them well, and they know this Belgian batting lineup does go a long, long way down.
Yeah, here's Britain coming back for his second, so attacked by spin at the moment. And he takes it on. Could be trouble. Oh, for once. Zach Tribe can't reel it in. It's tipped over the bar. And, well, you're right about those sunglasses. Probably hiding the expression, but just had a couple of slices of luck here. Once again, Chima challenges Zach Tribe upstairs, but he can't pull in the catch, and it's a Maximo 6 runs.
Oh, goodness, what was that from Toby Britton? One of the few times he's lost his line and length this tournament.
I genuinely think he thought the batter was charging, so he was going to go wide, but he goes wide and full. And he did charge. That was going to be a tough stumping for Kemp to get the ball back to the stumps. All right, that's a good shot. That's going to go over the fence. Well, here we go. Chima got away with 1, got away with 2. Now he gets the ball away. Belgium back from the dead. At least they're registering on the win predictor now.
Well, it feels like a while since we've called a Maximo. This is probably creeping up to probably being the second biggest partnership. The innings, the way they've been going, but Chima, he's not going to lie down. Good stroke maker.
Yeah, same thing. This will be wide. Yeah, I think he might. Yeah, he's going to say it's a wide. I don't know exactly what he's saying here. It's I'll just be saying it's a wide because it is. And it bounces right on that blue line.
Not sure it required that much explanation, but pretty easy call in the end.
It's Shoop's last game on TV for a while, so let's get his 2 cents in. Another full toss. Yeah, Britain's just lost the length more than anything. I can see what he's doing line-wise. Chima, another boundary. He's standing up for the Belgians at the moment.
Standing up and playing some pretty good shots as well. Instead of trying to hit across the spin from Britain, he's actually opening up his body and preferring to go over cover and long off. It's intelligent batting, and it's actually forced a change from Britain coming over the wicket.
Yeah, a couple to come for Britain. It's been much more expensive over than his first one, that's for sure.
Just goes to show why you don't sleep on this Belgian side at any time.
This is the over they needed. Deep backward square goes back now. Very straight field as well, right behind the umpire. That's him there, coming to his left, Simmerer.
Every time I go to mock that ridiculously straight fielder. Somehow they get
Ball
involved
goes
in
to him.
fielding the next ball.
Well, it's a bit of the old I formation in tennis doubles, if you know what I'm saying, except using the umpire. Keanu's got a really good point about Jersey playing ODI cricket and playing against the likes of Ireland and Scotland, and that experience has improved their game immensely. A bowl by Britain. This time he gets to right. All things considered, pretty good spell from the youngster once again. He goes 2 for 24. 6 overs in. Belgium trying to turn things around. 63 for 7.
There were some good signs from Chima. He's up to 21 off 9. Marty trying to keep him company. It's a sorry-looking batting lineup, though, for Belgium so far. Ali Braza started nicely, but from then on in, it was a procession, and probably Sherry Butt was the key wicket.
Last chance saloon, I think, this partnership. Nothing against Razak and Zaki Sharda, there's still to come. But Amadi, I think, holds his own in this Belgian ball lineup. Chima obviously is batting very well. You know, if you could somehow, say, go 14 and over from here, 56, so set 120, it would just feel like a lot more for the Belgians. He could have been kind of rock and rolled for about 60 here, the way things were looking. Still a long way off, and Jersey won't want to give many openings. Sumaret is a key weapon being brought back in the 7th.
Shows what a big game this is, Vinny. They've used him sparingly throughout the tournament so far, but he's been unleashed for his 2 overs in this final.
Yeah, plays this inside out slightly, gets a single, gets Chima back on strike. Yeah, Matt has a good point in the comment section as well, saying, what are we going to do tomorrow with no cricket? Yeah, so tomorrow, are you ready? Tomorrow is the first day that we haven't had cricket on ECN since, I think, like the 27th of March. That is the first. Yeah, I know. It's going to be weird. And that's because we only really have days off during these tournaments on the Sunday. And there's every chance that next year that won't be the case either. So it's crazy. We've gone from 17 matches in 2019 to, I think, 800 or 900 in 2020, then 1,200 in the last 2 years, something like 1,600 plus this year. Sumaret, that was quick. It's going to bounce off the bat and go for 4. So Marty, yeah, by luck or design, he gets his hands through it and gets 4 runs for his team.
Oh, getting his hands through it, that's a pretty underwhelming description, Maximo. He's literally gone to play this straight and then just whipped out the little wrist turn at the last moment. Somehow timed it well. Obviously, the pace of Sumaret helping out, but quite a remarkable shot from Marty.
Honestly, I think he was trying to hit straight down the pitch, and he was late on it because it was quick. Julius does have pretty slippery cricket ball. Now this will just be one, and Jersey, they have fielded pretty well during this tournament. And so no cricket for the first time in, 6 months on the network.
What's the Maximo plan for tomorrow?
I think I might have to visit the Carvery. I know you're flying out pretty early, which I'm not impressed about whoever booked your travel, by the way.
I will consume meat vicariously through you at the Carvery, though. I would like some photos and some video action.
You, mate. Wow, Julius. I won't be able to stop that, neither will the fielder in the circle. There's 4. Well, Chima is playing quite the hand for Belgium, just trying to give him some kind of hope here. Remember, the winner of this game gets to come back in week 4. The loser, it's curtains for them in season 2023.
Well, it is the upside of having someone with the pace of Sumaret coming on to bowl. You get it off the middle of the bat and it will fly.
People wondering whether the drop catchers might come back to haunt Jersey. A bit early to say that, but we'll see. And 1. That'll be the end of the over. Chima, 27 off 12 now. He'll retain the strike after 7 overs. Belgium, 75 for 7.
They're a long way from a comfortable total here, Maximo, safe to say, but 7 wickets down with 3 overs to go. You wouldn't say they're over endowed with batting resources still to come. It's not the worst position, though. These two have actually done a great job, in particular Chima. It just shows in T10 cricket, we talk about a lot of these teams, the likes of Belgium, who will just continue striking and striking hard. 10 wickets across a 10-over innings. If you've got a deep batting lineup, it's a fair few batters to work with.
Yeah, come on, lads. It's giving him a prayer, basically. Going back to Tribe now, or Dave, who's in the comment section. I just realised that Dave only started really following us in May. This means it's the first day for Dave that he won't have ECN.
Wow. May have to...
You be okay? Ooh, he'll be okay. Not a wide, but I thought for a second he might have stuck out of his crease, but It's one of those fake charges where you don't actually go anywhere, a bit like my dancing.
What do you think of the chances that Dave will just go back to one of the historical days of ECN cricket? Just watch it through the day, pretend it's live.
Let me give you a day. Let me think of one. Well, goes after this and nails it. Well, there we go. It's not great fielding off the field, but Belgium swinging the bat like we know they can. Chima to 30, Maximo.
Chima to 30. This partnership is not getting into a dangerous position as far as Jersey's concerned, but 81 for 7. Still 4 balls to go in this 8th over. The partnership's at 40 off 16. It's been a very good one for the 8th wicket.
Pretty much doubled the score within about 16 balls here. Again, fake charge where it looks like he's charging, but the reason I say it's like my dancing, I move my feet a lot, but I very rarely leave immediate area.
A safe space.
Yeah.
A lot of coordinated arm movements.
Yeah, middle-aged man
with
shuffle.
Bottom half.
Oh, that's hit well. That's hit really well. Maximo! Well, Chima's dealing right now. Belgium, as long as he's there, might be able to get him that kind of 120 or so, something. Okay, then they're going to have to take a bunch of wickets, but this was a chance that Belgium didn't have just moments ago.
Well, it would only take a 16 run rate from here on in, and they're up above 120, which is a defendable score. They've been bowling far better throughout the course of today. It's a fighting knock from Chima. 36 off 13.
Oh, Yorker gets past Cam. They take it on. That's a good run, I suppose. Take whatever you can get at the moment. Now, see, last ball of the over, this is where normally you'd say, all right, Amadi, have a swing. If you get out, you get out. But I think with 7 down, you can't afford to really play that way because 8 down looks a lot worse. There's still 2 overs to play, so I think play it pretty normally. And normal for Belgium is just trying to smash it for 6. And that'll be the end of the over. It's 88 for 7. Good work from Tribe, who finishes with 1 for 15 off his 2 overs.
Yeah, foot right down, well in control. To be honest, Maximo, I was thinking the complete opposite from you. I was actually thinking, go and have a heave on that one. Muzzy, 12 balls left, and his partner's been dominating the strike of late as it is. You say, nice over from Ace and Tribe. He's a talented all-round cricketer, isn't he?
8 outs, a slippery slope to 9 and done. That's all. Yeah, so I'll take your point there. Hello to Ujwal, who's lurking. Of course, Ujwal, he was commentating on the Belgians in the ECI in Krefeld in Germany not too long ago, just outside Dusseldorf. Good to have you with us. Hello to Kroom as well, to Chris and everyone. Thanks for being so interactive. Anyone I missed? Hopefully you are well. All right, 88 for 7 off 8. Now they're at 110 pace. Pullman's going to get the 9th. He's kind of a 9th over specialist. It's penultimate Pullman, they might start calling him. Youngster. As we say, it all happens in the 9th. It's a Rico expression. I've got to say the team's been really good with time. You've got 8 minutes to bowl this over. And you see the professionalism of these teams shining through. I think we've only really seen 1 time penalty the entire series, and that was mainly because we almost ran out of balls when Bulgaria conceded 200 to Jersey the other day. All right, 9th overtime. Really good Yorker. First up from Theo.
It's an interesting bowler, Pullman. He's probably a little bit mechanical in his actions, a lot of arm as he's growing into his body, but sends the ball down at a fairly rapid rate, and the thing that he does do is he gets that Yorker length consistently. Delivers it from a fairly high position. Certainly the later overs, you get it on or about that crease line, it's difficult to hit.
Bowled. Only get 1 here. Chima to 41. I want to say hello to Rebecca Lee, who's in the chat. She said she is a card-carrying member of the Tribes fan club. Maybe tell us your favourite. Can you tell us your favourite, Rebecca?
How do you distinguish?
Hello to Rana as well. She's saying he's loving the coverage. Very nice of you, Rana. And anyone else I might have missed, like I said, thanks for piping in.
Big last 10 balls coming up, Vinny.
10% as well. Goes it. Gets 1. 2 boundaries and over. That's what you're wanting, even with 7 down. This is why you need a long batting lineup. Not out of batters yet. I suppose the turnover just kind of kept the run rate under control as well.
And Chima might feel like he missed an opportunity.
An
occasion. Amadi. And the ball was length. It's the first time that Pullman has missed his length.
Swing and a miss for Chima. A rare miss. He'll be annoyed with that because if he gets a bit of bat on that, Got 2 fielders in the circle, but nobody behind them. Might have flown away.
Like he did a little jig. Got off balance, popping himself back to leg stump. Looking down the pitch as though just didn't pick up the ball particularly well.
8 to come. 16, 106, something like that. Well, that'll be a wide.
Guess on the upside for Belgium, by the time they bowl, we won't be completely in darkness, but certainly we'll be in the proper twilight here at Cardimer Oval. May make things a little bit harder for Jersey.
Yeah, the sun disappears pretty quickly, that's for sure. So this is the only final scheduled to actually start at this time. Normally we pretty much start in darkness. We start an hour later. Last ball of the 9th then. Hit straight, won't carry, but just one. That's a brilliant over from Pullman, who only concedes 3 runs in there. 3 dots, 3 singles. Brilliant stuff. As Jersey just hold the momentum for now, at least. It's 90 for 7 after 9.
Big high five from Toby Britton for young Theo Pullman. Excellent over for him. Just when Jersey needed it as well. He had have gone for 20, then all of a sudden Belgium's getting up to a pretty presentable total. As it is, he's done the job for his captain, and it's an extra dose of youth coming here, Vinny. Will Pashard,
yeah,
it's a big call, a big vote of confidence. Admittedly a family member from a skipper, Chuggy Pashard, because as much as he bowled a couple of good overs yesterday, he has had his problems at the bowling crease in this tournament.
Yeah, well, probably worth giving him an over here. That's the final, but it's his job to handle these kind of situations. And we saw him bowl really well, actually, for Farmers. Just had a couple of off overs at times. Theo Pullman, though, it's hard to believe. He's only 16 years old. He'll turn 17 in December. He's a late replacement for Reece Palmer, a player we have seen before here at the Cardimer Oval. But Theo doing a really good job. Let's see if Pashard, William Pashard that is, can finish things off. This will be hit out just to single. Chima to 43.
Pretty good result for Pashard first ball. Kuram Chima, the man that Belgium wants on strike at the moment. He just pops a single, so it sits with Amadi, who's 9 off 7. Belgium looking to creep over the 100 mark.
Marty, time for him to swing away, I think. We run anything here. Well, he does exactly that, and that's going to be 6. Maximo! Jungle bound from Amadi. Little slice shot there. Gets them close to the 3 figures.
Yeah, pretty decent shot. It wasn't actually a bad ball from Pashard. Wide of off stump. Maybe a touch full, but I suspect that's doing exactly what his skipper asked of him. And Amadi unleashes. See what Belgium could do with a few more of those before this 10th over is done. Partnership up to 57. What an effort from these two.
Yeah, he's less support player, more aggressor now, Amadi. And they think about running there. They think against it. Wide and 1 more to the total.
Look at umpire Shub controlling things with aplomb.
I think I'm running there if I'm Chima. I know Amadi just smoked one, but Chima's earned the right to get down there. And you might get away with it as well. It's awkward take for the keeper.
4 balls to go. Pashard. Big game's in his head now. Hit for 6 previous ball and the wide.
Wow, it's miles in the air. I don't think I'd want to catch this. Googe wants it, Kemp wants it, probably get 2 if they come back. Oh, he's taken the catch. It's not that I didn't think he'd catch it, I just thought that there was a fair chance it might get away from him. He looked like he was lost in the desert there, but Kemp, to his credit, he's kept really well in this tournament. He grabs that one. Finally, the partnership is broken at 58. It's 99 for 8.
Well, we were 50-50 in the commentary box, to be honest, Maximo. I didn't think that was sitting in the gloves. Sat in the air for an eternity, and actually Kemp's done very well to adjust. The ball got away from it at the last moment. Pashard, the bowler, didn't want to have anything to do with it. Yeah. As you say, that does break the partnership, a particularly good one, and it also brings a new batter on to strike. So Chima stranded up the non-strikers end at the moment. Belgium 99 for 8.
Yeah, Kemp. Actually, he had time. He knows that that's keeper's ball, but he actually had about 90 seconds to present an argument to several fielders about how this might have been one of the exceptions, because even with the gloves, you've still got to find the drop zone. And you can see you had to make a late dive. The higher it goes up, the faster it's traveling when it comes back down. So Zaki Shah has to face up. He won't just yet. The fielder's still moving right behind the bowler, so that's fair enough. Yeah, so that's why it's a good rule, even though I think they were probably on the way back for 2 by the time that actually came down. But new batter faces up. Number 10, Zaki Shah. Will Pershaw with a wicket. And now they think about going, and they won't. This is where you talked about communication earlier. That's where you got to know, look, if you miss it, let's go. Or either hold that end safe and let the established batter get down there. Little things there you need to plan.
Yeah, agreed. I mean, if you're not going to get bat on ball, then Chima has got to be alive to the single. Should have just been pushing through.
This time they're going no matter what. 2 to come. 99 for Belgium. Wide, but you might as well go anyway. Oh, that's closer than you think, you know.
Well, it was almost like they were both looking at each other, wondering who was going to commit first. The wicketkeeper took a couple of steps and then decided he was going full-on charge for the stump.
Just out? Yeah. Yeah, just out. And so Kemp decided to go and run it in. Didn't want to throw. And I think we'll have one frame here, and there we go. He's been sent on his way. So pretty close actually, but I think that shows he's just out at the moment. That the bails are dislodged. So, all right, 99 for 9 though. They have said 100. So that's something.
They've closed pretty well here, Vinny, actually, because they were 88 for 7 after the end of 8, so they really were eyeing off 120. Jersey's come back well with the young quicks.
For sure. The other thing is, I think that's one of those situations where we saw it happen in international cricket the other day, where I think that the tail ender has to hold his crease, but take nothing away from Chima. He's got his team back in the contest. 43 off 23 for him with 4 Maximos. As he goes, ball to go, 99 for 9. Yeah. Tail ender can kind of just keep his bat in, force the keeper to go to the other end, and at least make sure that Chima gets home there. So Razak to face the last ball. Can he add to the score? Maybe. There's your number 11 for Belgium. He puts that one into the fan zone. Maximo. That is very Belgian ball. So no Chima, no worries last ball, as they do bring up the 100. The final score 105, 106 runs standing between Jersey and Championship Week.
Well, that's extraordinary stuff from the number 11 Razak. Just goes out there. First pill, Pashad drops it on the stumps. He heaves it. The square leg boundary from Maximo, doing what many of the top order couldn't successfully do. And in the end, that is a good fight back from the Belgians. 105 on the board, and certainly when they were 7 wickets down for not much, that was looking well out of their reach, Vinny.
Yeah, it certainly was, as we go back to the start. And yeah, I think it was a good call for me. It shows you exactly the impact. It's pretty much middle stump, and even though it's swinging, still think it's getting a piece of the sticks there. Chuggy swinging it around corners early. Belgium live by the sword, die by the sword, but there are a few victims going off the plank early on. They just continued to lose wickets in the power play.
Yeah, some of it was suicidal stuff, but that is how they play. Super return catch from Sumaror. He bowled a good spell today. Saying that, but came out and laced that one over the cover boundary. There were times when Belgium showed their best with the bat, but it was just such a procession of wickets that they really never got any rhythm as a batting group until the last stages.
Now, remember at one stage, they had 41 on the board and 7 wickets out, and we're kind of, say, writing them off, but it was going to be really, really tough. And that's because the Jersey side just continued to take wickets and key wickets. So Ali Raza go, and Sherry Butt would go as well. And it really seemed at one point that they could get rolled for 50 or 60. And Googe, he always gives you 100%. And look, yeah, he wasn't perfect here. But then things just started to turn slightly, didn't they? That was Zach Tribe taking one. And but then there were just a couple of moments where we saw a Jersey just not quite being able to finish that 8th wicket partnership. And in the end, it created a bit of a turning point. But before that, I mean, Ace the Tribe bowled really well. Britain, I think, his first over was incredible. But yeah, it just was that high drop catch from Gooch. So that one got tipped over the boundary, and it just allowed this resurgence to happen.
Yeah, certainly did. Britain's got talent. It's a funny line, but it's also a statement of fact. The left arm orthodox has bowled very well throughout this tournament. A pair of very good overs from him. But Karan Chima and Gallard Adazai, they batted together very, very well until there was eventually that partnership was broken. And then that man, Adnan Razak, just came out and lazily slapped his first ball for a Maximo in the end. Certainly not as much as they would like to have on the board, but on the flip side, from where they were, that's a very good fight back. And in particular, that man Chima, he was eventually run out. Do some nifty work from the wicketkeeper Jack Kemp for 43 off 23. Minor contributions from Raza and Butt, and also Ahmadzai down the bottom of the order, but it was an excellent bowling display, Vinny.
Yeah, it certainly was, and plenty of contributors. We had 5 wicket takers there, and Paul Manu didn't take a wicket. He only conceded 3 in the night, and if it wasn't that, looked like they were staring down 120. 3 for 26, Pershard did the job early. Samaria, I think, bowled well. Britain, you mentioned him, with a couple of wickets as well. So Belgium, it's something. It's not what they wanted, but I know these guys quite well. They will not stop fighting until the last ball. They will hope they can do something similar to Jersey under lights and maybe pull off a remarkable victory. We'll see if they can do it in a moment. 106 the victory target for Jersey, searching for our Group B champions here and fighting for a place in Championship Week. Vinny Sandu here, Mr. Maximo for ECN alongside Andrew Ryan. We'll see you after this short break for more Dream11 European Cricket Championship.
European Cricket Championship is proudly brought to you by Dream11, HCL Software, Junta de Andalucía, and Stake.com. And the official charity partner, Share the Meal by the United Nations World Food Programme.
European cricket fans, welcome back to the Carter Oval here in the glorious Andalusia region of Spain. Ground is looking resplendent under lights for this Group B final. However, it was the Belgians who looked like deer in headlights for the majority of their batting innings. They may be flying home and not to be seen again in this ECC tournament unless they can pull out some magic with the ball, as Jersey have put in a sensational bowling effort to keep them to 105 for 9, restricting their powerful lineup. Belgium need early wickets. It won't help having balls sent leg side like that. Khalid Ahmadi opening the bowling for them. He was excellent in the previous game against Guernsey, and in particular, bowling to the left-handed Zach Damerol. Suspect that's why Ahmadi has taken the new ball here against Charlie Brennan. Another one short down the leg side. Been at his best. He's pitched the ball up and helped it to swing. Umpire looks like he's pleading for some assistance for the Belgians. They need it. Some sort of divine intervention if they're going to continue to give away extras when defending a relatively small target on this ground. Better ball, full, swung in late to Brennan. Seen there, well, I think tactically this is a good move. Brennan does get into trouble. It's more the ball swinging sharply into his pads. Win predictor certainly thinks it will be Jersey going on to take their place in finals week, but we have seen plenty of stranger things happen. Still defending 3 figures, Belgium, so as much as Jersey won't have to go for some supercharged risks, it won't take long, as particularly with an early wicket. Well, Ahmadi, he's dragged a 3rd ball short of a length. Brennan perhaps just surprised by the pace and just spoons it to the fielder there at square leg. What a start for Belgium. There couldn't have been too many nerves in the dressing room for the boys from the Channel Islands, but Ahmadi, you can see the surprise on the face of Brennan as that ball is kicked up, taken the throat of his bat, and he succeeded only hitting it straight to Zaki Shah. Well, unfortunately, the group stage part of the tournament has ended with a whimper for Charlie Brennan, who's given us so much to enjoy over the last couple of days. A big left-hander, nothing more he can do. It's a big wicket for the Belgians. Jersey 2 for 1. That swing and bounce from Ahmadi that really troubles the left-handers. Just curious as to whether he's done something here. He's got his shoe off. I don't know whether he's twisted an ankle post delivering the ball. I'd be able to get the replay of that moment, but Magic Spray Mary has made her way well past the centre of the wicket. A little bit of concern from the Belgian teammates, not the least of which for the health of their teammate, but also the fact that he's proved such a wicket taker. It's a good time to bring Vinny, Mr. Maximo Sandhu, back to the commentary booth. And Vinny, that's a huge first wicket, but some concern for Belgium with the fact that Ahmadi's gone down.
Yeah, you're kind of trying to keep a lot of balls in the air as far as taking wickets, but don't let them cost you very much at all. But yeah, Ahmadi's been so good, hasn't he, today? Gives us a chance to say hello to you once again in the box. I mean, you saw there the win predictor giving 6% to Belgium at the start. I mean, it gives them a shot. It's a 6% they probably didn't have if they collapsed for 50 or 60. So, you know, finals are a funny thing. There's a lot on the line here. So, you know, Jersey, sure, huge favourites, but Belgium, they've got a fighting chance. That's all you can hope for.
You've just got to keep giving yourself a chance, and they edged away with the bat, just kept scoring runs through the middle part of the innings. Chima was magnificent, and I tell you what, if they get close in this game, they owe him a huge debt of gratitude. Just having a look out to that field, the teams are starting to disperse back to their positions, so really hoping that Amadi can take the ball again after that wicket.
For sure, we'll have to see if he can. It's still take a bit of time over. I was going to say, though, it's one thing to make chances, you also got to take chances. So you're going to have to field as close to perfectly or perfectly as possible if you're going to do this. But like I said, when they were 41 for 7, they were staring down the barrel of getting rock and rolled, and so they've got an opportunity, Belgium. Now, a team that we saw make it all the way to the Championship Week final back in 2021. It was such a breakout story. They were such a bolter in that series, and even put 148 on the board against England 11, who ended up chasing it down through some incredible batting by Harrison Ward and Dan Lincoln. But it took two first-class cricketers to essentially wrestle the trophy off the Belgians back in 2021. And they'll be keen to get back there because 2022, they weren't able to qualify for Championship Week, going down to Scotland in this group final.
No, absolutely. They've been there or thereabouts in both events, and definitely there or thereabouts here. It's a shame that the time that they're batting really misfired was in the final. So we're having a look at live vision from the field. Amadi
It's no good.
Seems to be walking off without his left shoe, which does not augur well for his future participation in this game, which is a huge loss for the Belgians.
Yeah, well, he's walking off and he's despondent, isn't he? I think might have already had a bit of an issue with that, and so he just doesn't feel, he's walking off under his own steam, but he doesn't feel confident he can bowl with it. So that's it's a huge out, because he's only bowled 2 balls of his 2 overs. So yeah, you can see there, they've sprayed it, they've done whatever they could do, but you know, bowling puts in an immense amount of stress on your body, particularly your joints, and yeah, you can see he's been asked to go off. The thing is, if they're going to ask him to go off, you know, he could potentially come back and bowl 1 over, but this 2 balls counts as part of an over. Waqas Raja is going to take over to the new batter. Oh, this is gone, I think, straight off the glove. And he's out for a duck, a golden duck. Zach Tribe, well, it changes as good as a holiday as Waqas Raja, surprise choice, I suppose, in the first over because Amadi started it, but Waqas continues the good work. It's 2 for 2.
What a seed from Waqas Raja. Zach Tribe, the new batter, comes in short of a length. The ball comes back at his chest. His head goes down. He knows he's got a little bit of glove on that ball. I was about to say, Rico, it's a tough call for the skipper from Belgium because you're only bowling part of an over here, so you don't want to go to one of your frontline pacemen. But on the other hand, you're bowling to basically the 2 best bats in the Jersey side, so you needed someone to come through with the goods. Raja, what a huge play.
And Waqas is a very good bowler. You know, at the domestic level, we've seen him bowling a lot, even for the national team. Zach Tribe, though, he'll be so disappointed that he couldn't get the gloves out of the way of that one as he goes for a golden derrick, and it's 2 for 2.
Tell you what, Vinny, we mentioned at the back end of the Belgian innings the fact that Jersey will have to come out here under floodlights. It has turned into night here at the Carter Oval. You have to say it's probably an easier task batting under natural light. This might be the door opening that the Belgians need. Jersey, 2 for 2.
And just noticing Lawrenson coming out at 4. Now, remember these two, Asa Tribe and Josh Lawrenson, put together a really important partnership against American University of Malta when they were playing for Farmers in the Champions League in the ECL. That really turned Farmers' fortunes around doing the international game here. That's a cracking cut first up. But no signs of nerves from Josh there. He smacked that one away for 4.
Lovely footwork. Look at Lawrenson get himself in position here. Raja goes for another short of a length ball. Deep in his crease, keeps his shape. Tell you what, with Lawrenson, Vinny, we didn't see the best of him over the first day and a half of the tournament, but you just got the sense with his innings earlier today that he's finding his groove on this Carter Oval pitch.
Yeah.
Maybe tonight is the night.
He's a player, Josh Lawrenson. He's very, very impressive. Oh, same again, except this one might have been hit even harder. Well, the fence is getting a workout here. So we've had 2 wickets, 2 boundaries, and 2 other runs. Things happening in 2s. Jersey just settling after those early wickets fell.
Well, let's hope we don't have a second bowler injury. Raja, after the wicket of Zach Tribe, has unfortunately dragged a couple down wide of off stump, and Lawrenson has eaten them for, I was about to say breakfast, but probably dinner more appropriate at this time of night.
I mean, some people have breakfast different kinds of the day. Have you ever had cereal after midday?
Pretty frequently, yes.
See, I had a rule I could never do that. Hard 12 o'clock cutoff.
Great afternoon
That's a story for
snack.
another time. This is the Group B final. Here's Wakas. Another good looking shot that he picks out. Sabres Akil at point this time. End of a first over that had pretty much everything. It's 10 for 2 after 1.
Tell you what, Vinny, coming in and replacing Amadi after 2 overs, if you had have offered the Belgian skipper or Raja getting 1 for 8 off his 4 balls, I think he would have taken it. It's a good result for them, and in particular, getting the wicket of Zach Tribe. His brother Asa, the elite player in this team, still hasn't faced a ball. He's joined by Lawrenson.
Yeah, well, Toby Britton, he's you can put the kid out there in the field, but you can't take the kid out of the kid. And Toby Britton, I can't imagine Toby actually kind of like with a grown-up face. Do you know
Even
what I mean?
when he's 35.
You know, he seems like one of those kids.
Probably
he'll
still
here
be being ID'd into bars.
Yeah,
when he's
he'll be
42.
captaining Jersey in like 2048, and he'll still look like that. Anyway, Britain's got talent, as mentioned earlier. This is Khalid Ahmedzai then in over number 2. And he's going to try and hit the block hole. Asa has to hustle to get to single.
What do you think we'll be doing in terms of 2042, Maximo? Commentating here in Catheters.
2042? Let's just say 20 years from now?
Yeah.
Well, I guess it depends. I mean, there was the one I frequently get compared to is Vin Scully, the LA Dodgers commentator who, well, they didn't bother counting his games. It was 10 or 20,000, I think, in the end. And he'd do them all by himself as well. Ooh, pretty well bowled, but also well played by Lawrence, and gets a fair chunk of willow on this. 4 more to the total. 3rd boundary for Josh.
Yeah, for what was a pretty decent ball from Ahmedzai, who's generally started the innings for the Belgians in recent times. Wasn't a bad seed, but Lawrenson plays it as late as possible. Bottom hand doing some work, gets it down to the boundary. Good start for him.
Matt Hodgson in the comment section, wisely telling me to save the serial story for the Croatia European Cricket Series, which is coming up straight after this tournament. Uh-oh, that's trouble with a capital T. Knee-high full toss going up the stairs. And right now is Jersey climbing the ladder towards Championship Week.
Lawrenson found his range on this Cardimer Oval, helped by big full toss from Ahmedzai. Can't bowl that to a batter of this level of talent. So many quality young players in and amongst this Jersey group.
Yeah, attempted Yorker there from Ahmedzai, but he gets it too full. What does he do this time? It goes the wrong way again. I think that's going to be 4, just inside the boundary. We'll see it on the replay. But, yeah, as I saw that one, it pitched just inside. Yeah, just inside the boundary. But still, it was almost 6, and really, Ahmedzai hasn't been able to locate here.
No, it's been a disappointing over for him. Not building off the back of the attack from the first, leaking a couple of easy boundaries. You always expect to go to the boundary semi-frequently in T10 cricket, but giving half trackers down the leg side or full tosses in middle and leg, you're just inviting batters of this quality to send you across the pegs.
What a knock from Lawrenson, who has been doing the damage. Asa Tribe's been stuck 22 yards away for most of this power play so far. That's the Yorker. Squeezes it out. Asa hustles through for another single. And this ball's really flying. I mean, even that one jams down to Yorker. It almost went over the fielder in the circle. Yeah, but Lawrenson, magical start for him, and just what was required. I mean, we talk a lot about Belgium being super attacking, hyper attacking, call it what you like. They've got their own style. But this Jersey side, they have been furious in their scoring rates, and they've been doing it their own way, but doing it very well as well. Last ball, the over. Oh, tries to get funky, and he does. Gets enough bat to get it up and over. The man in the circle. Tribe gets his first boundary. Jersey on their way at the moment. 28 for 2 after 2.
Gutsy stuff from Asa Tribe. He's a talented young batter, but Ahmedzai, he's generally dead straight at the stumps, gives you a good look at the ball. enough time for him to set up and play that little ramp down to fine leg. It's an exquisite bit of batsmanship from a very talented young player. Yeah. Speaking of exquisite, there's more events coming up on the ECN, Maximo. Take us through the European Cricket Championship for women.
I will. Spain, the hosts, Italy, as well as the Netherlands, as well as France and Austria. They're the 5 nations chosen to compete in the first ever Euros of women's cricket. 24 matches over 6 days. And the venue? Well, guess what? Right here at the Khartoum Oval, where you can play 12 months a year. And maybe the day will come, or the year will come, where we just spend 365 days here together, all holding hands and singing Kumbaya and watching 5 games a day, maybe 7 or 8 games a day, whatever we need to do to keep the spotlight on cricket in Europe. I'm really looking forward to that coming up very, very shortly.
Becomes a big over, this one, doesn't it, Maximo? Third over of the power play. Khalik throwing the ball. It's Lawrenson on the pads, just squeezed away for a leg bye. Really need a wicket here. Score they're defending. If Tribe and Lawrenson are there for another 3 or 4 overs, suspect this will be very much in control for Jersey.
Yeah, I mean, collapse. That's what you're going to need to happen if you're going to make a game of this. Belgium need to take wickets, keep taking wickets. Khalik's bowled pretty well today. Goes after this, and this is going to slice away for 6. Maximo! Well, it's hard to see Ace of Tribe stopping now. No, he hits 6s all around the wicket. Again, there's a bit of width on this one, just a bit, and he backs himself. See how he deliberately kind of turns his bat in his hands to manoeuvre it into that part of the ground and gets full value.
Pretty good T10 cricket shot, Maximo. Just a little bit too full from Khalik. That ball's a little bit more on length. It's got the opportunity to bounce over the outstretched blade of the batter as it is.
Or fuller, so it's an actual Yorker.
True.
In between, wasn't it? Tries him out the short ball. Tribe says, thanks very much. And it could be a catch. Is that Corey down there? Oh, he's dropped it. That's a shame. He's claimed it. And Corey Rutgers, he's out there. And, well, he's going to say he caught it. You know, let's give him the benefit of the doubt. Maybe he did catch it.
He's an absolute car salesman, Rutgers, isn't he? He'll tell you anything that's not visible on the video. Let's see how this goes.
Yeah,
Might have actually grabbed it. It wasn't actually that difficult in the end.
No, he actually, look, it didn't give the kid a chance to have the ball, threw it straight back. Actually, I think you'll find he actually rubbed the ball on the ground as he rolled. And so on review, that'll be given not out for a crowd catch. Anyway, well done, Corey. Wish I'd ruined that so he couldn't snip it out. Anyway, here's the next one. Good Yorker. They're going to take a single anyway. He gets past the bowler.
Think back, it wasn't that long ago that Jersey were 2 for 2 when Raja came on and bowled his first delivery. Get through that first over.
You know, a point that was made to me, and I haven't thought about it for a while, but you know, you talk about Belgium and some of the other teams, Bulgaria learning from Belgium, Belgium learning from Jersey, Jersey learning from Ireland. But the learning goes 2 ways. I think the way that Jersey are approaching this chase, they're approaching it like they're chasing 150, never mind 106. That's something I think they've learned from some of the continental teams. Yeah, it's pretty well bowled. Driven and no run this time. But yeah, I think the Jersey look at Belgium's strategy, even if maybe where they're putting the ball and the kind of shot selections might be a bit different. But I think that's a strategy they've learned from just playing a lot of this cricket. And a lot of these Jersey guys have been here with farmers in the ECL. Obviously, they've come here and been cracking the ball. I think it's a point that's important to make. Khalik to finish off his over. Attempted full toss. They go on the hit. That was tight.
Could have done with a run out there, Maximo.
Yeah, I mean, we'll have a look at it, but that'll be the end of the over. It's 43 for 2 after 3.
This, well, it would have been not out. He's pretty quick between the wickets. Tell you what, Jizzy plays the ball nice and late. Lawrenson, doesn't he? Right underneath his eyeballs. So even those Yorkers, he's able to get the bat in position to play. Quick look at the Jersey Manhattan. 43 for 2 after the power play. A couple of expensive overs, the second and the third. The double-decker bus of Raja and Ahmadi doing a pretty good job in the first.
The difference between this Belgian innings and the one earlier on against Guernsey, they had those 3 single-figure overs that really tight. If you had 15 onto those, it's more like what we saw earlier, then they make 150. So, you got to hand it to to Jersey for coming up with some of those really, really cheap overs. Now, I noticed that John in the comment section said he's just celebrated his first year on ECN. Hasn't looked back since, loving the cricketainment and the wonderful community. Well, that's what we're all about as well. If you do want to watch throughout the year, you can subscribe for free to our YouTube channel, ECN European Cricket Network, bringing you over 1,600 live matches as we're spiralling towards 400,000 subscribers. The live chat's a pretty cool feature.
Will we see this more regularly? People celebrating ECN anniversaries?
You can. If you want to contribute a little bit a month, then you get a crown. And yeah, it'll tell you how long you've been subscribed, and you can also gift memberships to other people. It's not a huge thing. It's just a nice way of giving a little bit back.
If the crown fits, wear it.
You said it. Lucky shot. Oh, that's such a shot. Such a shot from Lawrenson. Well, maybe he had his cornflakes in the dinner break, because he's come out and he's absolutely moosing them. That one screamed off the bat, 4 runs.
Gorgeous wrist work from Lawrenson here. Just opened up his body a touch, but played it as horizontal bat shot. Lovely bit of bottom hand coming in. Opening up at the right time. Great batting from this young man, and we're starting to see the best of him.
Yeah, shot. Oh, that's going to be 4 as well. Beats the fielder. Well, Lawrenson's on a heater here. And no one go near him because he's in the zone. He's 30 off 12.
Indeed he is. It's not often that Asa Tribe plays second fiddle to his Jersey teammates, but Lawrenson is playing an absolute corker of an innings.
Do you know what amazed me about the shot before that shot, the one he hit behind point, is normally when batters sneak outside there, they're looking for the leg side. He was good enough to make that position, but then still play the right shot because it was wider than he thought, which is to crack it through point. Good decision making. He tries it this time. Still called a wide. And I think the issue is he does move, but the thing is he moves to an extent, but the ball is like quite a lot wide. Oh, that's a very quick look at it. Maybe we'll have another look. So you see he moves to there, but the ball is probably 2 stumps outside the wide line. So the umpire's got to make a judgment call, and the benefit still does go to the batters on those. There's one that could have probably gone either way. This time he's squared up. And he's one guy, I think, Lawrenson, that if he's going cat in a hot tin roof like that to me, I'm going to spear in a Yorker at middle stump. Might not work, but if it does work, you might get him out, which you need to do very quickly here to have any chance.
Have to make him think twice about that move to the offside. Even that ball was a nice little change from Shah, rather than trying to push it even wider of off stump. Take advantage of where his body weight is moving to, net him at the point of impact.
This one will be called a wide as well.
Probably a tighter call, this one.
Yeah, because it was closer lines. Probably it's 1 stump outside the line. That one for me is a bit harsh, but remember, even the imaginary line, it has to be 100% inside the imaginary line. So if it goes over the imaginary line at all, it's still a wide. So these are, to be honest, it's why I don't like moving the line at all, just for simplicity.
We're on the same page.
But that's
there,
just me.
Mate.
I'm in the minority, but I never stay in the minority for long, right? Especially with you in my corner. Well, he tries this time to go full, but it's too full, isn't it? And Lawrenson, he's just having a party. The ball's following Corey around, and Toby's now got his sensible face on, but Jersey, for me, they got 1 foot in championship week.
Yeah, just back to our wide discussion after Lawrenson pops another 4. I suspect we'll be on the right side of history with that one, Maximo. I think the uncertainty will start to irritate people, and I think we'll go back to the objectivity.
Because you might say, oh, it's very harsh on the bowlers, and maybe, but they know what they have to do then. I mean, leg side wide stay the same, as long as the batter's not between, ball doesn't go between the batter and stumps. That's a shot, and that's going to be another one for Lawrenson. Maximo! Well, 40 love, and I'm loving the work of Josh Lawrenson right now. Another nail in the coffin of the Belgians, I think, as he moves to 40.
Just holds his position so well there. Hits the ball on the up. Keeps his bat shape straight down the ground. Wonderful strike. And this partnership races along to 61 off 20 balls.
Well, goes away and gets hammered. Maximo! Let's roof the clock at the Carterburg Oval. And maybe that's where the hair's going. Well, Jim's loving it as well. The Jersey flags are flying right now. End of the 4th over, 69 for 2.
Yeah, poor Shah just kept on putting the ball exactly where Lawrenson wanted it. In particular, that one just slightly drifts onto the pads, probably trying to counteract the movement of Lawrenson across wide of the off stump. Unfortunately, it was on a length and it was duly dispatched. And look at that Jersey run rate line creeping up to almost 17.5 runs per over. They are making mincemeat of this Belgian bowling attack after an excellent start for the Belgians. Hark back to the fact, Vinny, they were 2 for 2 at one stage, Jersey.
Yeah, that's ancient history now. And of course, you know, Razak's going to come on now. This is the time where Belgium were in a world of hurt. They were 41 for 6 in the first innings after 4 overs. They went far away from being 41 for 7 as well. Jersey, though, continue to light up the Cardimer Oval. This will just be one rare moment where things settle down. Ace of Tribe, not often you see him playing second fiddle, but he hasn't had a lot of the strikes so far.
Certainly hasn't. Lawrenson has been the dominant partner. He's one decent swing away from a half century. He's only taken 16 balls to register 46 at the moment. Need a big over from Razak.
Yorkers. Not quite. It's going to be a tough one for the fielder. He does well. Just releases it. Zaki Shah. Just a single.
Curious bit of fielding from Zaki. More concerned about letting the ball go quickly.
A bit stressed he was going to run into the rope because he had his eyes on the ball. So just wanted to shovel it off to Ali Raza. Tribe. For me, he's been the batter of the tournament so far, and he's going to keep going well. Yeah, it shows you what he's all about there. Razak tries out the short one. Hey, so the thing about him, he has no obvious weaknesses. You know, whether he's on the move, whether he goes back in his crease. I mean, he's very tough to bowl to. There's a bit of swagger about that pull shot as well.
Certainly is. And while he may predetermine something like his move forward there, Vinny, he doesn't seem to predetermine his shots. Stays completely open to accepting whatever the bowler puts out there for him. More often than not, sends it flying to the boundary.
This is hit just for a single this time. Doesn't meet the infield.
Keeps his shape well again there. Brings Lawrenson back onto strike. Not a bad over from Razak. He's only gone for 7 with 2 balls to go, but given what Jersey chasing down here, they need wickets, Belgium.
Oh dear, that's almost missed the pitch. It's been caught a no ball, you know. They're just checking if this is bounced off the pitch or on the pitch. Nirmal, he's on your screen there, he felt it bounced off the pitch. Actually, it might have just been on for me. Yeah, but you know, at normal speed, probably looked like it was off the pitch. So it's just going to be called a wide. You might wonder what the difference is if it was a no ball. Instead of a wide, it means the next ball's a free hit. Not that Lawrenson will treat it as anything less the way he's going. Faces up on 47. Wow. It's come off the pad, I think.
Just has flown a long way for the ball that's come off the pad.
But that's the pace in this pitch. So Zach saying was a little bit high. The answer is yes, it was. It was climbing.
The fact that it's hit his thigh pad, probably a good indicator, but it's cannon off there and gone straight to the fielder at the short, fine leg position. Lawrenson, 1 strike away from a 50.
Wow, what a strike it is too. What a 50 from Josh Lawrenson. I couldn't get a look in earlier in the week just because people were batting too well above him. That is one of the innings of the tournament. Came out at 2 for 2. And now the score 83 for 2 after 5. And this one, it's right up there with the best shots of the day.
Oh, lovely. Razak's gone short. Tried to pin his ears. As it is, Lawrenson just swivels and sends it flying over the boundary. Lovely batting, and boy, there is some talent amongst this Jersey lineup, Vinny.
There sure is. I mean, you can really see they seem to have gone forwards, maybe because, of course, they've made their ODI debut now. They've been playing some very, very good countries, and you know, they're taking it pretty professionally, and they're looking the goods right now. Belgium, you've got a feel for them. I mean, they're going to go down here, a team that made it to the top 2 back in 2021, but we always love seeing them and the brand of cricket they play. Don't forget, more cricket coming up. In fact, on Monday, we'll be back, and we'll be back with Group C. Just look at some of the countries here. Italy, Denmark, and Sweden. They're the big dogs in Group C. Then you've got Estonia and Serbia making their debut. This is not a wide, goes straight over the stumps. But that'll start after a day off tomorrow. We start Monday morning with Group C. And same time, 9:30 a.m. GMT, which is 11:30 in Central Europe, 3 p.m. in India. I mean, Italy, Denmark, that's going to be a good one. And there's a few good ones in there.
Tell you what, Vinny, we know the Swedes very well, and that is a country where there are a lot of players very, very keen on the T10 format.
They had the fastest 100 record, didn't they? They actually had the highest score record in internationals for a while. It's in the air. It's probably travelling as well, or is it? Fielder comes around, and I think it's going to end up being, well, I know it's a boundary. We'll have to see if it's 4 or 6. That's Diaz, who couldn't make the play. We'll have to see if it might have been, a chance. Let's track him here. Well, I think we get a look at this. Well, I don't know. It's probably 6.
It looks like his foot's actually on the rope when he makes contact with the ball.
It's kind of after he touched it. I mean, right now, it's almost like you want to rip the Band-Aid right off. They give it 6 in the end, so Maximo over Tribe.
Only 17 required in the last 28 balls here. Jersey well on top in this contest.
Yeah, well, get set for more. Tribe. Often you see him second violin. Now they're going to take another one on. We might as well have a go now. Got nothing to lose. A little bit around the horn from Belgium.
A little bit more ECS there than ECC, with a couple of throws going wild. Ace of Tribe was happy to just allow Lawrenson to take the strike, but
that's the running of someone that hasn't had enough of the bowling as far as Ace is concerned. But anyway, right now, it's a matter of time till Jersey seal their place. This is beautifully struck, but once again, oh, it's going to be a single. No, it's not. It's going to be 4. That kind of sums it up for Belgium, who are up and down. They're oscillators right now. They haven't been able to compete in the final against this strong Jersey side. I mean, this was hit hard, but this has stopped all week. Just this time it gets away from the fielder.
Let's ignore that that's an appalling piece of fielding for a team who should be better, particularly given that they've made it to finals day here for Group B, but acknowledge this has been a wonderful partnership. It's up to 93 now as Ahmadzai swung straight down the ground. That's a much better effort. Sherry Butt still throwing himself around, denying the boundary.
Yeah, no, give him credit there. I mean, he's still putting in 100%. Lawrenson did pretty well to get out the way of that one. And Ahmadzai, he's had a pretty good week, mostly. It's just it's a bit of a rough one for the Belgian fans here in the final. Last ball to 6.
Decent ball, right up in the block hole. Still well played though. One of the aspects of the batters from Jersey, whether it's the Tribe brothers or Lawrenson or even Charlie Brennan, they play even the Yorker length balls with good timing and can find the gaps. So they may not be hitting 4s all the time off them, but they're putting the fielders under pressure for 2. It's the end of the over, and Jersey 98 for 2. And well, if they haven't got 1 foot and about 4 toes in the door of a finals week, then I would be very surprised.
All right, well, I feel like this could be the last over of Group B coming up. And let's see if Lawrenson can finish in style. I mean, I don't think he hit the ball better than Josh has hit it tonight, if I'm completely honest. Berhan Niaz to have a go. He's cut really well tonight. That one is going to test the fielder. Goes the out step. Zaki Shah and forgets to pick it up, which was one of the elements of fielding that was required. Back to Ace of Tribe. In fact, no, they come back for 2, so Lawrenson will have another go.
Yeah, Lawrenson's been very good behind point. Remember when he came to the wicket and they were 2 for 2. Pair of beautiful cut shots. Really got Jersey out of a tight spot.
This is up, it's in the air, it's going to tie the scores. Another one, oh, this time Corey has put it down. Well, this is one we can get a replay of. He's acting like he didn't want it, he wanted it to go to someone else, but that was straight down his throat.
It's needless to say, 2 hands for beginners. Corey, suspect some of his Spanish team will be looking on with pure disgust at the fact that he hasn't committed to that catch.
Yeah,
wouldn't mind a super slow-mo replay of that one, Vinny, too.
Yeah, anyway, this could be it. And it will be not it. As we'll wait one more ball.
I'll tell you
Lawrence,
what,
it might be the first one he's missed time the whole time.
can't have been too far off a wide. Actually,
Yeah,
they've signalled it as one for the over,
well,
but it was
right?
a short ball. That is true. He did actually get bat on it.
Now, I know it must be the end of a long week for you because that's the kind of inane observation I'd expect from C. Rutgers, but that's okay.
He'd keep arguing the point, though.
Scores tied Jersey for championship week. They'll do it, and they'll do it with a bang. What a performance that is from the Channel Islanders, who overcome their neighbours near and far to get through to week 4. Jersey book their place in the deciding week of the European Cricket Championship.
Oh, stunning stuff from Josh Lawrence, and he's probably had to play third or fourth fiddle to the wonderful batting of Asa and Zach Tribe, and also the young Charlie Brennan at the top of the order, but he has stepped up in this final in a big, big way. 68 off 24 balls. What a truly wonderful exhibition of batting for this young man. And when Jersey needed him most, he came to the fore.
Yeah, he had bricks on his back because his back was to the wall, wasn't it, when he came in at 2 for 2? But he backed himself, he made good decisions. No, Asa Tribe, I know he was kind of at the non-strikers end for a lot of that innings, but let's not underestimate his contribution getting Jersey through. And once again, we see a team go through undefeated in the group, which isn't something you see very often. Spain did it in Group A. Jersey have done it in Group B. Now we have Netherlands 11 and those two booked in. We still have 4 teams to decide. Belgium, you got to feel for them. They play such a great brand of cricket. We've enjoyed it. It worked against Guernsey, not so much against Jersey here in the Group B final. And Jersey will return to the Carter Oval in 2 weeks.
Yeah, they certainly will, but credit to Belgium. Big fight back with the bat. They were 7 wickets down for not much during their batting innings, but Chima in particular dragged them past 3 figures. And when they had Jersey 2 wickets down for 2 runs in the first over, you got the sense that Belgium was really starting to believe. But in the end, the 2 Jersey youngsters, Asa Tribe and Josh Lawrenson, have just taken them to such a decisive victory. And Maximo, that's an impressive display of shot making for them. Looking at championship week, Spain and Jersey, 2 very deserved qualifiers.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, look, it's going to be an entertaining championship week no matter what happens. But yeah, you can see that Jersey have booked their place. And yeah, we've got Group C coming with Italy, Denmark, Sweden, as well as Serbia and Estonia. So that starts on Monday. But, you know, Jersey, you can't take it away from them. They took everyone in their path, and they will return as we return to the highlights. And, well, early on, it was Amadi, the smiling assassin, to open the bowling. He'd only would get through 2 legal deliveries, doing his ankle on that particular delivery that brought a wicket. And then Wakas, his replacement, picked up one next ball. That Tribe gone for a golden duck. And right now, Belgium, they were believing.
Yeah, they were on top at that stage, and they had some nervous young men in the Jersey dressing room, but Lawrenson came out and quelled any concerns. 2 cracking cut shots to get his innings underway. Toby Britton, he wasn't even thinking twice. He was certain that Jersey were going through, but it didn't matter. They were still clapping every single run, and the runs were coming thick and fast off the bat of Josh Lawrenson. Tribe plays that little scoop shot that he's executed so many times throughout this week. Just the range of shots that these 2 possess, it's almost impossible to keep them down for any extended period of time.
Yeah, you're right. And, you know, we talked... okay, I'm not going to talk about that. But we talked about how a lot of teams have learned from, I suppose, if you like, the traditional cricket nation teams like Jersey, like Guernsey, like England, like Scotland, and these kind of teams. But the learning's 2 ways. And you look at how Jersey went about this target. Firstly, the fact that it was a kind of mediocre target, but they attacked it like they were chasing 150. Also, when they lost the 2 wickets early, they weren't spooked. They came out, they kept playing their shots, they backed their game plan. And really, this partnership was lightning on a Saturday night on the Costa del Sol.
Yeah, indeed it was. And the Belgians, particularly today, have had so much more success getting the ball pitched up really on Yorker length. But the batters from Jersey moved around. They were both prepared to create some momentum down the wicket, to open themselves up and hit through point. It's a really sensational display and punctuated by a wonderful closing strike from Josh Lawrenson.
Yeah, brilliant effort. It's those two. I talked about their partnership for farmers when they turned things around against the Maltese club AUM back in the ECL earlier in the year. They do it again, but this time in the national team shirt. Lawrenson, well, it has to be one of the innings of the tournament, given the circumstances as well. 68 off 24 for Josh, who hit 5 balls out of the Cardamom Oval, 8 fours in there. I thought his shot selection was first class there. Ace of Tribe with 37 off 13, didn't do too much wrong as well. In fact, they had very, very similar strike rates in the end. Couple of ducks there, so Derek had a busy evening as well. Amadi, you got a feel for him. He bowled so well earlier on, took an early wicket, but couldn't go on with his over because of injury. Raja then picked up a wicket next ball. There was no more to cheer about for Belgium fans as that 105 doesn't stand up in the end. There is the tail of the tape, and Jersey, they're coming back.
Yeah, we always thought it was probably 35, 40 runs short, but they did fight back well, Belgium. But this Jersey team have certainly shown that they are more power-packed than the versions we have seen at Cardamom Oval before. And they would have felt comfortable, probably chasing anything around 140 to 150. Ultimately, Belgium, all of those wickets lost at the start of the innings. They recovered, but they were never going to recover to put it in a point where they were really threatening.
Yeah, you're right there, because look, with Jersey, they play a certain brand of cricket. I think the fact they've had such a big summer, making the ODI debut, playing against professional cricketers in many circumstances, and you can kind of see that in their game. Belgium, we love Belgium ball. We love the way they go about it. There's only room for one team in Championship week when it comes down to it, and Jersey, you can't begrudge a team that didn't lose a game along the way. And I can't wait to see how, for example, the likes of Ace of Tribe and Josh Lawrenson go against the defending champions, the Netherlands 11, of course. We don't really know who else is going to qualify, but potentially, the bigger brothers from England 11 might be back if they play well in Group E. But certainly can't wait to see that. And we're only just over 2 weeks away from Championship week as well. Look, just quickly before we go, I want to let you know what's coming up, not tomorrow, but on Monday, because we have a rare day off tomorrow. We've got Italy, Denmark, Sweden, Serbia and Estonia in Group C. Exactly the same structure as the other groups, with 2 days of qualifying matches. The 5th team misses out, and then the top 4 teams will play on finals Wednesday. It'll be, of course, in Group C. And of course, we were just in Italy not too long ago. I spent 2 weeks in Rome, and we'll get to see a few of the players we saw from the ECI just before this tournament. But Rhino, I want to say a big thank you to you, because I know that you're leaving us for now. We're trying to get you back. We're onto your agent, which actually you said is me. So I'll negotiate with myself, and I'll come up with an offer I can't refuse, because I would love to have you back in Championship week. We'll see what happens.
No, it's been an absolute treat being out here for this week, Maximo. We've seen some phenomenal cricket. And one thing, I just appreciate the way this T10 format is developing. The quality of the hitting, the consistency of the hitting, the creativity of the bowling, it's all starting to come together in such a wonderful contribution to the game of cricket. There are some wonderful teams on display here. Spain and Jersey, the qualifiers for this week. We know we've got some cracking teams coming up in the next couple of weeks as well. This is shaping up to be one hell of a championship in a few weeks' time.
You're exactly right there. Finally, before we go, if you are watching on European Cricket Network, it'd be great if you like this video and subscribe. Also, don't forget that our website, EuropeanCricket.com, it's the home of European cricket. All the tournament details are there, the fixtures, the stats, the squads, everything like that, as well as some of our future tournaments as well. Finally, check us out on social media at European Cricket. But for now, this is Vinny Sandhu, Mr. Maximo, on behalf of Rico Full, who had the day off today, Corey Ruckers, and of course, the one and the only Andrew Rhino Ryan. I hope you have a wonderful, safe evening. Have a great rest tomorrow, but we'll see you tomorrow right here for Group C as we continue with more Dream11 European Cricket Championship. Hasta mañana. See you soon for more Euros of Cricket.